last 1956 election, the presidential election, and the times of night those results came in have been fed into the machine. Now the present results are fed in as they come in. The machine computes the difference, and on the basis of the difference, it estimates where tonight's vote will end. It projects that down to the end of the evening. The machines do only what they've been primed to do and can use only the materials that we put in them, so there's no mechanical fault at all in them. In the fashion described, we've just computed a new forecast. At 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, with 13% of the nation's precincts reporting, the IBM 7090 still forecasts the election of John F. Kennedy as president. Mr. Leonard Hall said in an interview a while ago that the odds have been jumping and flip-flopping around, and that is indeed so. And the reason for that is that in the big states, New York and Pennsylvania, if one candidate polls just a couple of thousand votes ahead of the other, he is given those states, as it were, for the time being. Then if he falls 2,000 votes behind, he loses them. So the odds do flip-flop, depending on how the returns in the big states are coming in. Well, now our latest forecast shows that Kennedy will have almost the same thing that you said on your board there of the actual results, Walter. 347 electoral votes, Nixon 190. I believe your board of the actual results gave him 174. And in percentage of popular vote, Kennedy, we give now 51% of the popular vote at the end of the evening to 48% for Nixon. In states, we would give Kennedy 29 states to 21 for Nixon. And we'll be back with a further forecast a little bit later. Back now to the anchor desk.
Howard, on the actual returns, with now 1/5 of the nation's votes counted or the precincts in, Kennedy has gone ahead by more than 1 million votes, with 15 million counted. 8,161,000 to Nixon, 7,040,000. However, the popular percentage remains the same, 54% for Kennedy to 46% for Nixon. And on the electoral board up there, Wisconsin has just jumped into the Kennedy column, switching 12 votes from Nixon to Kennedy, so that the addition comes to this: Kennedy 355, Nixon 166. Democratic National Chairman Scoop Jackson, has told our man Strasser down in Washington that he now thinks that the Kennedy electoral majority will go over 400 votes, with just the 269 needed for victory. He bases that on the votes from the industrial states and from the South, which he thinks, according to his projection, should give Kennedy now over 400 electoral votes, which would be quite a sweep, of course. Now, Betty Furness brings us another interesting piece of news from Westinghouse.
Tonight's a big night for important news, and I have some extra special news here. A guarantee of £8 or your money back. Yes, with the new 1961 Laundromat automatic washer, Westinghouse guarantees you must get clothes or the purchase price will be refunded. And the reason we're so sure that you will get cleaner clothes is because this laundromat gives you so much more washing power. More washing power generated by an exclusive washing action that lifts, dips, tumbles, and plunges your clothes again and again through hot, sudsy water. Then this new Westinghouse laundromat tosses and turns your wash through 2 deep rinses. And just look at what you get. Clothes so much cleaner, fresher, and brighter that you'll be amazed and delighted. So, remember my news. Clean clothes or your money back if you buy a new 1961 laundromat from your Westinghouse dealer before December 30th. If, within 15 days, you don't agree that your clothes are cleaner, your money will be promptly refunded by your Westinghouse dealer. Choose any one of these 4 1961 laundromat models now at your Westinghouse dealers, where you can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Governor Lawrence of Pennsylvania, a very sage politician on the Democratic side, says that he now believes that the huge lead being rolled up by Kennedy in Philadelphia definitely puts Pennsylvania in Kennedy's column. That's, of course, from Governor Lawrence, who himself is Democratic. The states that are now being definitely proclaimed for one candidate or another by either CBS or one of the news services go something like this. The States in the Kennedy column, definitely. Connecticut, according to the AP and CBS. Massachusetts, according to the United Press, with 24 electoral votes. And South Carolina with 32 electoral votes. United Press has just given Kentucky to Kennedy with 42 electoral votes. And United Press also gives Maryland to Kennedy with 51 electoral votes, although we here at CBS News election headquarters are still keeping a very close eye on those states and think that there could still be a shift there potentially. Kansas has been given to Nixon, as have Vermont by both the AP and the UP, Oklahoma by the United Press, Indiana by the United Press. Those for Nixon. Let's go take a closer look, however, at those Middle Western returns that seem to be leaning toward Nixon. Stu Novins will give us some late information. Stu?
The latest we have on Illinois, with its 27 electoral votes, one of the very big electoral states, of course, in the Middle West, these figures, and they indicate that that spread between Kennedy and Nixon is really widening. What it means in terms of the rest of the state, it's still too early to tell. There's only 21% of the votes, and many of the votes that come in are votes from areas that are basically Democratic, that operate on machine voting tabulations, and therefore are coming in faster, but they still have to hear from the downstate Illinois area. Indiana, as we've reported, Nixon has been elected there. The race that we've been watching with particular interest in the last 10 or 15 minutes is the one in Ohio, another one of the big ones, with 25 electoral votes. And we have a very interesting situation in Ohio. It's a kind of a horse race and a back-and-forth thing within the state itself. In Cuyahoga County, which includes Cleveland, Kennedy is now running about 2-1 to Nixon. That's about 66%, of course. He needs that in order to carry the state. If he can pull that 66% in the Cleveland area, he will take Ohio. It is basically a Democratic area. He needs the 66, and he has it. Nixon, on the other hand, in Hamilton County, which is the Cincinnati area, a Republican traditionally voting geographical position, Nixon is currently holding 7,900 votes against Kennedy's 7,700. Nixon needs 60%, and he is not getting it. Same thing is true in Franklin County. That's the Columbus area, which is basically, again, Republican. Nixon has 41,000 votes against Kennedy's 55,000. Kennedy leading in what has been a traditionally Republican area. The scattered returns from Summit County, which is Democratic, shows the reverse of the situation, because there Nixon is running ahead on the few scattered returns that have just started to come in. Nixon running ahead there in the Democratic area. There's been a very heavy Democratic registration in Ohio, and that could very well tell the story for that state, Walter.
We just posted 21% of the precincts now, and Kennedy's lead has dwindled just a little bit. He no longer holds on to the full 1 million he had before. He's got 8,442,000 to Nixon's 7,400,000 and now 91,000. Even an addition there for Nixon. So the 1 million lead has dwindled somewhat. However, in the electoral board, Kennedy still holds a substantial lead of 365 electoral votes to Nixon's 151. The most recent ones are received all from the Middle West, where Stu Novins was just giving you the rundown. The percentage count is still 46% for Nixon and 54% for Kennedy. We do have here a list of those senators who have been declared elected in mostly southern states so far. Those elected, some with opposition, some without. Senator Kefauver in Tennessee returns to the Senate. Senator Russell of Georgia goes back. Senator McClellan of Arkansas returns to his seat there. Cooper has won in Kentucky to take the Senate seat for Kentucky. Senator Robertson of Virginia, Senator Eastland of Mississippi, Senator Sparkman of Alabama, a one-time vice presidential candidate in 1952. Senator Bob Kerr of Oklahoma has won his race again in Oklahoma. Senator Jordan of North Carolina. Senator Clifford Case of New Jersey has been declared the winner by the Associated Press in New Jersey, returning to the Senate to represent liberal republicanism again in 1961. Overseas, they've been keeping a close eye on this election, haven't they, Dave Schoenbrunn? And you've been keeping a close eye on the overseas reports.
Yes, that's right, Walter. I've been telephoning all around the world. Just a few minutes ago, I was talking to our correspondent in Moscow, Marvin Kalb, and he says that the Russians have kept all mention of our elections out of the Soviet press and that not one Russian in 1,000 knows there's an election on. But aside from Russia, everybody else does know and is intensely interested. In Rome, our correspondent Winston Burdett says that the Italians are so interested that they wish that they could vote in the elections. They've got many relatives here, of course, and the Italians have a special family interest in the American returns. One of the most interesting reactions that I've gotten on the phone tonight from 4 or 5 European capitals is the fact that no matter who is elected, the Europeans feel that he will be less interested in Europe and more interested in Africa and South America than previous American presidents. And so the Europeans are planning to push ahead with their own plans for a united Europe and to rely more upon themselves rather than American initiatives in the future. There's another very interesting thing that Europeans are telling each other, and they've told me tonight, and that is that either Kennedy or Nixon will be 20 to 30 years younger than their own leaders. Kennedy and Nixon are the first men to run for president in this century who were born in this century. Now, back to Walter Cronkite.
And we're going to switch right away down Texas way to Austin, Texas, the Briscoe Hotel, and Nancy Hodgman, who is with the Democratic vice presidential candidate's wife, Mrs. Lyndon Johnson. Come in, Nancy.
Lady Bird Johnson, you've traveled on your own more than any other woman in the campaign. Now, are you coming down here to give us a victory statement?
No, Nancy, everything looks mighty wonderful, but I'm still holding on to my rabbit's foot. But I got deep in Dixie, and I'm going to wait until it's all in before I'm giving a statement.
Have you had that rabbit's foot with you right along?
It's right in my purse ever since we were in Alabama.
Well, you've just been upstairs with Senator Johnson. Is he optimistic?
Yes, indeed. And we just finished talking to our daughters and hearing what they're doing with all the staff there in Washington, sitting around listening to returns.
And are they optimistic there, too?
Yes, they are.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, when Senator Johnson was born, his father said, this little baby's going to be a senator. Now, when you married him 26 years ago, did you think he was going to be a vice president?
No, Nancy, that's been a long, mighty interesting road. And when I married him, he was secretary to a congressman, and that's the very best way in the world to start out on learning how to be a public servant.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, do you think tonight the senator is going to be a vice president?
Well, Nancy, I'm just going to wait till we've heard some more returns.
I see. Well, you carry it to your home county of Blanco. Is that a good sign?
Indeed it is, because Blanco has traditionally had a sizable population of Republicans, and I'm glad they love us there. That matters more than anything, except maybe Harrison County.
Well, thank you very much, Lady Bird Johnson. This is Nancy Hodgman in Austin, Texas.
Well, while we're on the female side of the report tonight, let's get around to a social note from all over, from both coasts, that we didn't get to in the last 3 hours in the earliest part of the evening. But we should report, perhaps for posterity, that Mrs. Kennedy, Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy, who is expecting their second child in 3 or 4 weeks, well, she wore to the polls today a black leather pillbox hat and a purple coat. Mrs. Nixon wore to the polls in East Whittier, California, a green ensemble, olive green ensemble, which she told the reporters was right off the rack. Let's look at the returns there. 22% of the vote in now. 9,032,000 for Kennedy, 8,009,000 for Nixon. So Kennedy again has brought his lead to over 1 million. The percentage remains the same. Kennedy 54% of the vote, Nixon 46% of the vote, with almost 1/4 of the precincts reported. Kennedy still holds 355 electoral votes. Nixon 167 of the states that have reported scattered returns, and now only one state of the continental United States is unreported, and that is Washington, with even scattered returns. Alaska and Hawaii also are missing from our returns so far. Now for a regional report from Westinghouse and Betty Furness.
It's about another of our architect-designed Westinghouse total electric gold medallion homes here in Canton, Ohio. Beautiful, isn't it? And those 3 separate roof lines really add to the beauty and character. It was designed by distinguished architect Jack Morris. He's supposed to meet me here somewhere.
Here I am, Betty, up here in the crow's nest.
Looks like fun. Comfortable, too.
Well, it's really for the kids, but it is fun.
Let me show you around.
Very attractive. And I see that you've specified Westinghouse baseboard electric heating throughout.
Well, in a spacious, decentralized home like this, I find Westinghouse baseboard heating very practical because you can control the heat individually in each room.
Of course, Jack, we've always said that the heart of every total electric home is clean, convenient heating and cooling. And all these electrical conveniences will certainly add to the value of this house for years to come. Jack, thank you so much for even a quick glimpse of your lovely house.
Thank you, Beppy.
If you'd like more information about the 16 architect-designed Westinghouse Gold Total Electric homes, get this free Westinghouse Plans Guide. Just send your name and address to Westinghouse, Box A, Mansfield, Ohio. Do it tomorrow, for sure.
The percentage of the popular vote has just dropped a little bit for Kennedy. He was holding 54% during the last hour, but has now dropped to 53% of the vote, with 9,137,000 popular votes to 8,123,000 for Nixon, with 22% of the nation's precincts counted, almost 23%. The electoral vote, Kennedy 355, Nixon 167. Maryland and Georgia, we have just here at our CBS News election headquarters declared in the Kennedy column. Maryland, which was believed to be a close state, and both sides had hopes of taking Maryland, with the Kennedy people a little bit more optimistic, perhaps the Nixon people, definitely is in the Kennedy column now. See back here on our eastern board area, an old friend of ours at CBS election headquarters. We've seen here frequently and even reported on frequently. Charles Collingwood, introduce our guest again tonight, will you?
Well, Walter, I'm getting a little bit of expert help on the New York situation from former Governor Averell Harriman. Averell, Kennedy's now ahead by about 60,000 votes out of 800, 900,000. What do you think this means?
Well, Charles, this extraordinary vote is upstate. You know, Rome was carried by 2,700, and Roosevelt carried New York State in 1944, and he only carried Rome by 400 votes. And I think the way things are going, it's going to be a landslide in New York. I've always thought it'd be a very comfortable victory, 500,000 or more. Now it may be closer to 800,000. Majority for Kennedy.
That is a landslide. Well, he is holding him almost even upstate. The suburbs are interesting. He's holding, Kennedy's holding Nixon close in Westchester, but Nixon's doing well in Nassau. Averell, any of these other states?
You got that, Jeff?
Well, he's running 3-2, Nixon. Any of these other states you're interested in?
What about New Jersey? That seems to be closer than I thought.
Well, that's very close. However, most people think that Kennedy has built up a good lead in Hudson County, and he's doing well enough in Bergen to eke it out. Pennsylvania, as you saw,
Pennsylvania looks all right. It looks as if Pennsylvania will be a good majority for Kennedy, with the big vote coming out of Philadelphia.
Well, as the Republican people that we've been talking to in Washington say, the East is really Kennedy country, and that's the way it's
Yes, but still, Illinois looks very good, too.
Well, we'll find out about that later. Now back to Walter.
Charles, I wonder just one thing. We have a minute before those local cutaways.
Sure. Wait a minute.
I wonder if Governor Harriman has any opinion as to how the political fortunes of Governor Rockefeller will be affected by a New York sweep for Kennedy.
Walter wants to know how the political fortunes of Governor Rockefeller will be affected by a New York State sweep for Kennedy.
Well, I think it all depends upon whether the Democrats put up a good candidate. If they put up a good candidate, why, Nelson Rockefeller will have a tough time.
There's your answer, Walter.
Okay, Charles, thank the governor for me. We'll probably be talking to him a little later on this evening, as I imagine he stays around here at our CBS News election headquarters to watch these returns, even as are we. Kennedy's proportion of the presidential popular vote has gone back to 54% now, as has his lead of over 1 million. It's now 9,457,000 to 8,350,000, with 22% of the precincts in. We'll be continuing our national election coverage, but now let's pause for the latest local returns across the nation. And here at our CBS News election headquarters, we'll hear from Charles Carruth. Charles?
Walter, Richard Nixon said this afternoon that the South and the Midwest held the key to his political fortunes tonight. And in the South, at this hour, he isn't doing as well as he had hoped to do. Nixon is now leading in 4 southern states, Florida, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia. His lead in Kentucky and Tennessee is substantial. But in Florida and Virginia, the outcome is still a doubt. Let me give you a rather thorough rundown of the way things are going in the South. In Alabama, Kennedy is home free, but he won't get all 11 of those electoral votes. If he wins big in the country, he'll probably get 9 of the 11. 2 of Alabama's electors say, of course, they just won't vote for him. Senator Sparkman has won re-election in Alabama handily over his Republican opponent. In Arkansas, Kennedy is running about as well as programmed. He's a comfortable 10,000 votes ahead of Nixon with 35% of the vote in. And Senator McClellan, of course, who had no opposition, has been elected. And Orville Thomas has been re-elected governor of Arkansas handily over his Republican opponent. Florida is another story. Here, Nixon is in the lead, as everybody predicted he would be, and his lead has lengthened in the last couple of minutes to about 24,000. But there is still some Democratic territory to report in the state of Florida, and nothing is certain in that race yet. It ought to be noted, I suppose, that Governor Ferris Bryant is going to be the new governor of the state of Florida. Georgia has been carried by Kennedy. Kentucky is apparently going to be carried by Nixon. That's not a prediction by any means, but United Press has already conceded this state to Nixon, and indeed he's doing very well there. These are the first returns we've shown you from Louisiana, where Kennedy is running about as well ahead as he was expected to. Most of these returns, though it should be noted, come from predominantly downstate New Orleans regions, which has a great Catholic population, which was supposed to go for Kennedy by a big margin. This is probably a big enough margin, though Louisiana can't be considered safely in anybody's column yet. In Mississippi, here's a new return that's just been posted. Kennedy's slate is running away with it in Mississippi right now. As you can see, he's tremendously well ahead of Nixon. And he's even now running ahead of the unpledged slate of electors, which Governor Rolfe Barnett and all the Democratic strongmen in the state of Mississippi supported. So perhaps Mississippi's 8 votes will go to John Kennedy after all. Kennedy has carried North Carolina. He has carried South Carolina. That state staying safely in the Democratic column as it has every time since 1876, with a single exception of 1948 when it went states' rights. Tennessee has now been carried by Nixon. They did it, by the way, in Tennessee with a remarkable combination. They carried the eastern mountain region as expected, but Richard Nixon also won by an enormous majority in the western part of the state, Memphis. That's cotton country. They like Nixon there tonight. Texas is still a race. Kennedy is doing much better than expected. One index of that is that he expected to carry Bayer County, San Antonio, but not by any 2-to-1 margin, which he's doing tonight. Nixon is ahead in Virginia, and Kennedy ahead in West Virginia, and that's the story from the South.
Stay tuned for more election returns on the CBS television network.
This is Walter Cronkite back at CBS News election headquarters, where now 24% of the precincts have been reported in, and Senator Kennedy is leading with 54% of the 18.5 million votes this nation has cast in what seems to be a record turnout. 9,868,000 votes for Kennedy, 8,694,000, almost 95,000 votes for Vice President Richard Nixon. This percentage would give Kennedy 365% of the electoral votes, with the 269 needed to win. 160 electoral votes would go to Nixon. All of these states stay in the columns where they are right now. A doubtful probability, but the number of states that already have been declared for Senator Kennedy would give him 85 electoral votes, and those already declared by one of the news services or another would give Nixon 32 electoral votes. In the Kennedy column are Connecticut, Massachusetts, South Carolina, Kentucky, Maryland, West Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. And in the Nixon column, it's actually 47 electoral votes he'd have. It is Kansas, Vermont, Oklahoma, Indiana, Arizona, and Tennessee. Arizona and Tennessee just having been placed by our CBS News election coverage into the Nixon states. Those are the states that he has won, the ones I read out to you. That total list there is those where he has won or is leading at this time. And we have a late report from Rhode Island, where the Republican candidate for the Senate, Archambault, has conceded his defeat by the Democratic candidate for the senatorial seat from Rhode Island, being vacated by the resignation of the 93-year-old beloved Senator Theodore Green. Claiborne Pell, the Democratic candidate, has been elected by concession now in Rhode Island to that Senate seat, so that stays in Democratic hands. Let's go now to Howard K. Smith and the IBM 7090. Howard?
Well, Walter, the IBM 7090, as programmed by mathematicians and political scientists, tells us now that with 22% of the nation's precincts reporting, we still predict the election of John F. Kennedy as president. The forecast at this time gives Kennedy 311 electoral votes. We would predict, therefore, that he would have 311 electoral votes at the end of the evening to Nixon's 226. In popular vote, Kennedy 51%, Nixon 49%, and in the number of states each has, Kennedy 29 states to Nixon's 21 states, which I think is almost the same tabulation you have on your board of actual results now. One reason the odds have been shifting so much is the way the big states have been jumping around. Just a few minutes ago, we found New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Illinois, most of them suddenly, in Mr. Kennedy's column, which changed the odds drastically. For that reason, the odds have been giving us a great deal of trouble tonight with the size of the states and their electoral votes. One other forecast we have here of interest, down in the South, in the Southwest in Texas, the odds are 65 that Nixon will carry that state at present. We see that Louisiana is now predicted to go to Kennedy, as we had expected earlier in the evening. Well, we'll be back with more forecasts later on. Back now to the anchor desk.
And we have our first report from one of our new states in the United States, Alaska's first election report in a presidential election as the 49th state. Alaska turns in 13 votes for Kennedy and 5 for Nixon. The first 18 votes reported for Alaska to put its 3 electoral votes for the first time on our boards in the Kennedy column. Let's check our eastern boards now with Charles Collingwood. Charles?
Walter, the big story in the East is the building sweep for Kennedy in New York State with its 45 electoral votes. It doesn't reflect really in these numbers, which show Kennedy only about 73,000 votes ahead. But these votes are mainly from New York State. And what this means are from upstate New York. Of course, they're all from New York State. And all the experts appear to think that this means that Kennedy is sweeping the state of New York by almost Rooseveltian proportions. The race in New Jersey, with 45% of the precincts in, has narrowed. Nixon has crept up to within 25,000 votes of Kennedy, and the reason for this is that Hudson County, the third largest county in the state and a Democratic stronghold, has given Kennedy a plurality of only 46,000 votes. which means that New Jersey is going to be very tight all the way along the line. In New Hampshire, a state which most people gave to Nixon, Kennedy, with 26% of the votes in, continues to hold a narrow lead, now less than 1,000, over Vice President Nixon. Massachusetts, Kennedy's got an enormous majority building up there, but then, as Len Hall told us from Washington, everyone expected that. Maryland, although we've given it to Kennedy, it may be a little closer than it looks there. It now shows Maryland with 87% of the precincts in, with Kennedy leading by about 50,000 votes. Maine is Nixon all the way. Delaware, Kennedy's out in front with about 40% in. In Connecticut, if I may remind you of a rule of thumb, which we made a while ago, Kennedy got the 100,000 majority, which Chairman Bailey predicted. But in the Connecticut House, the Democrats have lost 2 seats. And the Republican strategists down in Washington figured that if you multiply the number of seats the Republicans picked up in Connecticut by 10, then you would have the minimum figure by which they would increase their strength in the House of Representatives. So that's just something to watch. That would work out to 20. That's the way it looks here, Walter.
We have just learned from the United Press that they are declaring Governor Price Daniels elected in Texas for another term in the State House at Austin there. And from Missouri, Democratic congressman from the Kansas City area, Richard Bowling of the 5th District, has been declared by the United Press reelected. Bowling is one of the men in the House of Representatives who has been frequently mentioned as a possible successor someday to Speaker of the House, Sam Rayburn. Eric Severide, you've been keeping a close tab of these returns come in for the hidden meanings. What do you find?
Walter, I don't think anything is hidden at all anymore. I think the Kennedy victory is now beyond any reasonable doubt. It would be a very difficult feat for him now to snatch defeat in the jaws of victory. All the indicators, the comparison with 4 years ago at this time, the computer machine forecasts, and the results in the bellwether towns and precincts, with only 2 or 3 exceptions, which are overwhelmingly Protestant, they all point to Kennedy. 4 years ago, 56 personality won. Policies came second and party last. Republicans went way down, while Mr. Eisenhower went way up. This time it looks as though personality wins again, but party second, big Democratic registration and turnout, and policies last. There's not all that difference between the specific Kennedy and Nixon policies. No apathy in this great voter turnout, no evidence that people find the 2 candidates just alike at all. So apparently we go straight from our oldest president in history, Mr. Eisenhower, to our youngest in a half a century, and to our first of the Catholic faith. Carlyle said about 100 years ago that a man's religion is a chief fact in regard to him. Not anymore, apparently. Now it's something else. Maybe it's his smile. In any case, it looks as though the country is turning away now from conservatism back to liberalism, our mainstream, politically speaking, for most of this century. Now over to you, Walter.
Charles Collingwood just reported to us a second ago that rule of thumb by which the Democratic leaders in Washington multiply the number of seats won or lost in Connecticut by 10 to determine the makeup of the new House of Representatives, and came out with the possibility that the Republicans would gain 20 seats. It turns out from Washington, a report by Neil Strasser from Democratic headquarters there, that indeed Democratic Chairman Jackson is now saying that it looks as if the Democrats will lose 16 to 20 seats in the House of Representatives in the 87th Congress meeting in January, but that would still give them a sizable working majority in the House to work with John Kennedy if he turns out to be the 34th President of the United States. Jackson is also predicting a gain of 1 or 2 seats in the Senate, however, for the Democrats, who, of course, control the 86th Senate as well. A report from Puerto Rico, where Governor Luis Munoz Marin tonight is claiming victory for his popular Democratic Party, and he's saying that the margin of his victory was increased by the dramatic pace, as he put it, given the campaign, by the Catholic Church's effort to defeat him down there. It called it from the pulpit a sin to vote for the popular Democratic Party, but apparently the majority of the Puerto Ricans did not accept that mandate from the Catholic Church, though there was some suggestion up here in the United States that warning might have had some effect on the Kennedy vote. It did not, has not seemed to have done so, as you've heard from our regional reporters around the United States. New Hampshire has just flopped back into the Nixon column, and we take a look at our board. With now 27% of the precincts in, Kennedy 11,430,000, Nixon 9,881,000. So Kennedy's lead is more than 1.5 million votes at this time. That gives him 361 electoral votes, and Nixon 164 in the states where they are leading at the moment, 269 needed for election. CBS has just given Maine to Nixon, putting that in the definite column as opposed to the leading column where most of the states still rest. We'll have more reports as they come in from across the nation right after we hear from Fred Davis speaking for Westinghouse.
Something almost unbelievable is going on all around us. It's the beginning of a tremendous construction boom. New construction in the next 10 years will be worth more than all the buildings now standing in the United States. It takes $670 billion to do the job. Underway right now, the world's largest office building, Grand Central City in New York. They're tearing down and rebuilding a square mile of St. Louis, a billion-dollar plan. Pittsburgh, fantastic new auditorium with the world's largest rollback roof. Century City in Los Angeles, in one spot, enough new buildings to hold more people than many cities. Florida, the Miami Herald builds the world's most modern newspaper plant. Denver, Colorado builds its brand new courthouse square. Providence, Rhode Island, world's first mechanized post office. Seattle, Washington, another new building rises in Seattle's new 10-acre metropolitan center. And Westinghouse, just one company, has a construction and modernization budget of $75 million a year. We're building a new space-age electronics laboratory in California, a new transformer plant in Muncie, Indiana, and 14 other buildings to keep up with the pace. This is the new face of America, and hundreds of new Westinghouse electrical products will help make it an easier, better, more efficient place to live. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Senator Kennedy still leading with more than enough electoral votes to make him the next president of the United States if he holds on to them. That's the popular vote you see with 27% of the precincts in. I have a report here from Alabama that the Independent Afro-American Party has gained 72 votes there, the National States Rights Party 140, and the Prohibitionists 203. Having thus disposed of that sizable portion of the vote from Alabama, Charles Carroll, I guess I can turn to you for the rest of it.
Starting with Texas, Walter, which is on, and where he's running behind. Kennedy's margin isn't very great in Texas, but it hasn't slipped any in the last hour or so. He's maintaining a 20,000 vote lead, roughly, over Nixon, with 59% of the Texas precincts reporting, and the reports coming in now from normally Republican territory. Otherwise, it's interesting to note that Lyndon Johnson has handily won back his Senate seat just in case in the state of Alabama, and that Price Daniel has won over his Republican opponent for another term in the State House of Texas. Virginia is not yet safely in the Nixon column, but he certainly is leading there, and he's been holding on to his lead as the returns come in now from Richmond and Roanoke, places which were expected to give Richmond a sizable margin. The Richmond margin was 14,000 to 9,000, which should be enough. Senator Robertson, I ought to tell you, has won re-election in Virginia. The West Virginia figures are just being posted. Perhaps we'll get back to that later. It looks as though Kennedy's going to carry West Virginia without any trouble. Tennessee has been carried now by Nixon, South Carolina by Kennedy, a big blow to the Nixon hopes. North Carolina has been won by Kennedy, and down here, Terry Sanford has claimed victory over his Republican opponent, Robert Gavin, who gave North Carolina the best example of a race by a Republican since Reconstruction, probably. but apparently it wasn't enough of a race to withstand the Democratic tradition, which is very strong in the state of North Carolina. In Mississippi, Kennedy holds his lead over the unpledged electors. The Catholic issue, if there ever was one, has been knocked into a bit of a cocked hat if this margin holds, and Kennedy would get Mississippi's 8 electoral votes. In Louisiana, Kennedy is maintaining his margin. In Kentucky, Nixon is maintaining a slim margin, but it looks like it will be enough to carry Kentucky for him. At the moment, Nixon still leads in Kentucky, Tennessee, Florida, and Virginia. Only Kentucky and Tennessee appear pretty safe for him. That's the story from the South, Walter.
The percentage of the popular vote is still Kennedy 54 and Nixon 46%. Kennedy has 11,800,000 votes to Nixon's 10,403,000 votes. Those totals indicate that Nixon has gained somewhat on Kennedy, trimming his margin just a bit to something less than 1.5 million votes, with 28% of the precincts in. The electoral vote, Kennedy 361, Nixon 164. Some of the late changes which have posted that were New Hampshire, which went back into the Nixon column just a moment ago, and Ohio, which is now getting its 25 votes to Nixon for the time being. In the Midwest, we can get more returns from Stuart Novins, who's watching it, Stu.
Well, let's start with the vote here at Illinois, and we've got an even wider spread for Kennedy ahead of Nixon than we had before. What's happening here is that the combined strength in the senatorial race of Douglas and in the gubernatorial race of Turner, the Democrats, and Kennedy himself are really pulling the entire state ticket through. In Indiana, you have an interesting situation where Nixon, of course, we have already put in the victorious column, but down in the gubernatorial board, we find that Welsh, the Democrat, is far ahead, running very well against Parker for governor in Indiana. There's a similar split in Iowa. The Republican vote, as you can see, for Mr. Nixon is ahead of the Kennedy vote, but again, you have the Democratic candidate for the Senate running ahead of the Republican candidate there. And the same thing applies in the gubernatorial race as well, where McManus, the Democrat, is running ahead of Irby. In Missouri, the congressional race, Lon Curtis of the 2nd District is being returned to Congress. Let's take a look at Ohio. That's one that's been seesawing back and forth. Before we get over there, let's talk a minute about Minnesota. In Minnesota, Kennedy is running about 28,000 to Nixon's 18,000. Most of this is from Hennepin County, which includes Minneapolis. It's basically a Republican area. Normally would go Republican. If Kennedy holds that kind of a lead, then he has the state of Minnesota. Also, Nixon is not doing well enough in other Republican areas. In the 1st Congressional District, for example, in mid-state, where he needs about 60% lead, he has only a very, very small lead over Kennedy. In the senatorial race in Minnesota, Humphrey is running well ahead of Peterson, as you can see by those votes, and most of those votes also are coming from basically Republican areas so far. Now let's take a look at Ohio. That has seesawed back and forth at least 6 times in the past hour. Nixon is in the lead now, and I wouldn't bet a dime as to who would be in the lead 5 minutes from now. But the important thing to remember about that race is that even while it is seesawing back and forth, most of the large bulk of the large city vote has not yet come in. In Oklahoma, along with Vice President Nixon being put in the victorious column there, Senator Bob Kerr, the incumbent Democrat, is also being called elected, and he's in on a split ticket in Oklahoma. One of the reasons the South Dakota vote has been so slow coming in is that they operate in 2 time zones in the state, and they don't release the results from the 1st time zone until the 2nd time zone has finished voting. In Wisconsin, most of the votes in the presidential race there are still from basically rural areas. For a long time, Nixon was ahead in this race, and Kennedy now is pulling ahead as the votes begin to come in from some of the largest cities. That's about it for the moment, Walter.
We'll be back in just a moment. The time now for Betty Perness, an item of interest from Westinghouse.
Hi. Does the best man always win an election? I guess that depends on whether the best man is your man. But there's one thing sure. The best automatic washer will always turn out the cleanest wash. And that's why Westinghouse guarantees you cleaner clothes or your money back with this new 1960 Laundromat automatic washer. You see, only Westinghouse gives you more washing power for cleaner clothes. More washing power thanks to an exclusive washing action that lifts, dips, tumbles, and plunges your clothes again and again through hot, fuzzy water. Then the laundromat tosses and turns your wash through 2 deep rinses. And here is the wonderful result. Dresses, work clothes, shirts, children's things, so much cleaner and brighter that you'll be amazed and delighted. And take a look at something else that will delight you. This new automatic bleach dispenser adds just the right amount of bleach to your wash at just the right time. Come now to visit your Westinghouse dealer and buy a new Westinghouse laundromat. Remember, you must agree within 15 days that you're getting cleaner clothes or receive your money back from your Westinghouse dealer. Choose any one of these 4 1961 laundromat models. This guarantee offer expires December 30th. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Democratic candidate John Fitzgerald Kennedy is holding to a 54% lead in the popular vote with almost a third of the nation reported. 29% of the precincts are in. He's got 12,037,000 votes to 10,607,000 for Nixon. He still has not climbed back to that 1.5 million vote margin that he had for a short while, but he does have the 54%. He leads in states that, if they all go as they're going now, would give him 361 electoral votes, almost 100 more than the 269 he needs to be officially declared elected when the electoral count is tabulated in Washington in January before that joint session of the Houses of Congress. Let's turn to the western section of the United States, where Grant Holcomb is keeping tabs for us. Grant?
Well, Walter, the tab keeping is becoming a pretty frantic job at the moment because we're getting the first returns from California. We're just changing the California board, and we've got a good figure in from Arizona. On the basis of the returns that we have from Arizona, it's 4 electoral votes will go to Vice President Richard Nixon. And if you will go down just 2 panels in the gubernatorial race in Arizona, you will see that on the basis of the returns that we have, Governor Paul Fannin has been reelected to a second term as governor of Arizona. But the really big one in the West, California, with its 32 votes, is at the moment in Senator Kennedy's column. Latest returns have just come in. These returns are very significant because they come from Los Angeles County. They're a snap telephonic report of 1% of the precincts in the state of California. These returns are from Los Angeles County, a county that at this hour, 4 years ago, President Eisenhower was leading by a very comfortable margin. But now Senator Kennedy is leading in that big Los Angeles County, and 40% of the votes in Los Angeles, California, are in Los Angeles County. Let's take a quick look at the next panel. That's Colorado. And there, Vice President Nixon is running a very strong race on the basis of the returns that are in from Denver County. Now, Denver, Arapahoe, Jefferson, Boulder County, the central part of Colorado, counties right around there contain 75% of the vote. This is a very good sample of the vote in Denver County, and Nixon is leading there. Well, Walter, that's the story as far as the West is concerned at this hour. Let's go back over to your desk.
A lot of folks, the IBM machine and our own analysts here are saying that it looks very much as if John Fitzgerald Kennedy, age 43, from Massachusetts, Senator of the United States, former congressman, will be the 34th president of the United States. If it is so that this is the return, we can begin looking sometime in the early hours of the morning toward the concession by Vice President Nixon. The hour that comes through, however, of course, depends upon the size of the return, whether the conceder is either Nixon or John Kennedy. We might remind you that back in 1956, Governor Adlai Stevenson, the Democratic candidate who was defeated by Dwight D. Eisenhower, conceded at 1:44 p.m., 1:44 in 1952. We'll be continuing our national election coverage, but now let's pause for the latest local returns from across the nation. And from here, we'll go down to Washington, D.C., where Ron Cochran is watching the scene at the Democratic National Election Headquarters. Come in, Ron.
This is Ron Cochran trying to speak from the balcony of the main ballroom here at the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, the Democratic headquarters, where, as you can tell, the Democrats not only have the smell of victory, but the taste of victory, because it looks like the victory headquarters now. Beside me is Senator Smathers of Florida, who is chairman of the senatorial campaign. Senator, besides the presidential, which now your party people apparently think is in the bag, what about the senatorial contest?
Well, I think that we're going to at least hold our own, certainly, and that's speaking very modestly. We had 66 Democratic senators before tonight. I would imagine that we're going to have about 67 after tonight. We're going to lose a couple of states. It looks like we might lose the one in Delaware. It looks also like we will not win the one in Wyoming that we should win, but we'll pick up one in Massachusetts. We're going to pick up the one in Colorado, and there looks like a great prospect of picking up that seat in New Hampshire, which nobody had originally counted on. So I would venture to say that the Democrats will be strongly in control of the Senate, and we'll have increased our majority by one.
You think you're going to be ahead by one?
Well, see, we're at 66 to 34 now. I think it'll be 67 to 33.
Well, now, according to the results thus far in the presidential race, it would seem that you might run a little stronger in the Senate. How do you account for that?
Well, first, I've been in charge, Ron, of the southern states for Jack Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson, and I'm delighted that the religious issue did not play as big a part in the South as for a while we feared that it would. But the southern states have gone back to the state of the political party of their fathers and grandfathers and recognize that the benefits they get are going to be from the Democratic Party. And I'm delighted that most of them have gone back to the Democratic Party. My own state of Florida, we've got a little trouble there, but of course we have so many new Republicans who have moved in there, and they're still clinging to the Republican Party. But I still think that even we're going to carry the state of Florida before it's all over with.
Well, now, Senator, this is a little bit out of your specialty area, and of course there are a lot of reports that fly around here tonight, but I hear that the Democrats may lose several House seats. What about that?
I think that's possible, Ron. There are areas where Nixon and the Republicans are running very strong. But I think overall you're going to find that the totals are pretty much as they were before we went into this election.
Well, needless to say, I guess you wouldn't say you're surprised by tonight's results.
No, I felt right along for the last 3 weeks Democrats were going to win a great victory nationally, that we were not going to lose any ground in the congressional races. So I think I'm surprised at some of the states. I'm surprised at New Hampshire. I'm surprised a little bit at my own state of Florida. But overall, I think it's about as we predicted it.
How do you explain the state of Florida, which doesn't seem to be coming through for...
Well, we've got so many Republicans who have moved from Iowa and South Dakota down there that it helps us do better than we Democrats in the Midwest, but it's making it awful tough for us in Florida.
Thank you very much, Senator Smathers. And now back to New York.
Stay tuned for more election returns on the CBS television network.
From CBS News Election Headquarters, Walter Cronkite reporting from our anchor desk here. we now have recorded nearly one-third of the national vote, 30% of the precincts in, give Kennedy 12,918,000 votes to 11,271,000 for Nixon. So that Kennedy is again 1.5 million or more votes, almost 1.75 million votes ahead of Nixon. Kennedy leads in states that would give him 361 electoral votes. Nixon leads in states that would give him 164 electoral votes. Of those states in which they're leading, Kennedy has now won enough states to give him definitely 130 electoral votes. Nixon has won enough states to give him 62. On our map of the United States, you see the complexion as the states are now going, some of them still by rather scattered returns, most of them about as had predicted, although Texas is now in the Democratic column, and you see some other surprises up there on the board at this early stage in the evening at least. Also from these returns, we can tell you now that of the 130 electoral votes that Kennedy now has definitely in his column, they are made up in these states: Connecticut, Massachusetts, South Carolina, Kentucky, Maryland, West Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and New York State, which has just been declared in the Kennedy column with the largest block of electoral votes in the nation, 45 big electoral votes. The Nixon column includes Kansas, Vermont, Oklahoma, Indiana, Arizona, Tennessee, Maine, and Florida in the Nixon column. Howard Smith, how is your IBM 7090 running?
Walter, the forecast, the national forecast, is not different from what it was. We still have Kennedy ahead, expected to get well over 300 electoral votes. However, we have tried to compute how Mr. Nixon has been doing tonight compared with candidate President Eisenhower in 1956. And this is what we find. We find that nationally, Nixon is at present doing 6% less well than President Eisenhower did in the last presidential election. We can break that down into areas. In the South, Nixon is doing 1% less well than Mr. Eisenhower did in 1956. In the Midwest, he is doing 8% less well than the president did. In New England, Mr. Nixon is doing 26% less well than President Eisenhower did in 1956. In the national trend, once again, Nixon is 6% below Eisenhower 4 years ago. We'll have some further forecasts later. Back now to the anchor desk.
On that electoral vote that we have up on our board with now 31% of the precincts counted, Mississippi's 8 electoral votes are listed for Senator John Kennedy. We are assuming that they will be cast that way when the Electoral College meets in the several state capitals in December to cast its vote, although Mississippi did not give its electoral votes to a pledged slate of electors tonight. It gave them instead to the unpledged state backed by Governor Ross Barnett of Mississippi. The purpose of the unpledged slate was perhaps to use those electoral votes in Mississippi to throw the election into the House of Representatives if it had been close, a situation that would give each of the states one vote and therefore in of the South in deciding the next president. But now that the vote appears not to be very close, it is thought that Mississippi's unpledged electors probably will go ahead and vote for anyway, come next December, come this December. But as we say, we're showing those 8 votes in the Kennedy column, which would give him 361 on the present basis. 31% of the precincts reported show Nixon, 11,533,533,000 now. Kennedy, 13,137,000. Nixon is just going up again, 11,540,942, almost 541. Kennedy, 13,139,000, 31% of the precincts counted. That's still 54% of the vote for Kennedy. Senator Kennedy's percentage of the popular vote has held steady now for just about an hour and a half, and at the 11 p.m. percentage, it was, as we reported, 54% to 46% for Vice President Nixon. That percentage is, again, considerably below, of course, naturally, that Eisenhower was ringing up in 1956 at this same hour when, of course, Eisenhower went on to win. Eisenhower had 56% of the votes in 1956 to 44% for Adlai Stevenson. Percentage now, as we say, is 54 for Kennedy, 46 for Nixon. Rhode Island has now been declared as definitely in the Kennedy column, so we can put that one down as a positive vote and can record it for John Kennedy. The popular vote, 13,154,000 now to 11,500,000 for vice. These tabulations coming to us from the IBM machinery, which is an integral part of our reporting system here at CBS News headquarters on this election night, 1960. We'd like to take a look at the Eastern boards again, if Charles Collingwood would be so kind as to lend a hand. Charles?
I'll lend a hand. You just mentioned Rhode Island, Walter, which we can put in the Kennedy column. An interesting thing is that young Claiborne Pell, a newcomer to politics running for the Senate, ran ahead of Senator Kennedy in Rhode Island and ran almost 2-to-1 ahead of his Republican opponent. Of the 145 electoral votes in the East, 133 of them are presently going to Kennedy, all except the New England states, Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. New York, it's only a question of numbers now, with Kennedy some 400,000 votes ahead of Senator Nixon. Here in Pennsylvania, it's somewhat closer, but with half the precincts in, it looks as though Kennedy is going to be awfully hard to catch there. New Jersey, on the other hand, is a great deal closer. Only 53,000 votes separate Kennedy and Nixon, with Kennedy ahead, 74% of the precincts in, but with the incumbent Republican Senator Case already declared elected. New Hampshire is still surprisingly close, with less than 3,000 votes separating Vice President Nixon and Senator Kennedy, although Vice President Nixon is still ahead. Massachusetts, we can certainly give to Kennedy, and have already done so, but there's an interesting thing in the congressional districts there. In the 5th, that's Edith Norris Rogers' old district, it looks as though a Democrat is winning, and the 10th is very close. A Democrat may take that away from Representative Larry Curtis. In Maryland, though, the next state, if I can move this young man over a minute, the Democrats lost a seat down here. Representative Foley lost his seat in the 6th district to Republican Mathias. Maryland seems safely for Kennedy. Maine seems safely for Nixon. Margaret Chase Smith elected there. Delaware, which was supposed to be a very close state, shows Kennedy well ahead, 67,000 to 51,000, with 69% of the precincts in. And it looks as though Democratic Senator Freer is going to hold his seat against the Republican challenger, Senator Boggs. Connecticut, it's all in, and Kennedy won by around 1,000 votes. That was the first state we had in, and here in the East at least, the Kennedy sweep, which began in Connecticut, seems to be carrying through. That's the story from the East, Walter.
We reported a little bit earlier that Governor Luis Munoz Marin of Puerto Rico had claimed a victory in his efforts to win a 4th consecutive term to the governorship of the territory of Puerto Rico. He has now been officially declared to have been reelected by the news services down there also. We now have in our rundown of states, definitely in Kennedy's column, enough votes for 147 electoral votes, and in the Nixon column, enough for 62 electoral votes. But Kennedy is leading with enough states to give him 361 electoral votes, far more than the 269 needed to be declared the next president. A moment now for a news story from Westinghouse.
There is a difference in electric can openers. Here is the really automatic can opener from Westinghouse. All you do is insert a can, slide this switch to start, and the can is pierced and opens automatically, no hands. When the can is open, the Westinghouse opener shuts itself off automatically, too. It's the newest practical gift for the home. Buy only the Westinghouse No Hands Automatic Can Opener. And here's still more news for your Christmas giving.
Who took the handle off the old-fashioned fried pan? Who took the trouble out of throwing it away? Who saw the handle wasn't pretty on the table? You know, Westinghouse, of course.
Yes, Westinghouse gave elegant buffet styling to the electric fry pan. Twin handles make this new buffet fry pan so easy to carry, easy to wash completely underwater, and easy to store. The Westinghouse buffet fry pan fries food perfectly, roasts or bakes complete meals. See how it cooks this tempting new recipe, chicken calypso, with the new Bisquick bite-sized dumpling. Look for the Bisquick box with this picture of the buffet fry pan. Inside, there's a certificate that gives you a $3 refund on the price of your buffet fry pan. Don't miss this money-saving offer. The Westinghouse buffet fry pan makes a wonderful Christmas gift. And remember, you can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
CBS has just declared that Nixon has won the border state of Kentucky, which gives Nixon 72 electoral votes. We are taking those 10 electoral votes from Kentucky away from Kennedy because they had been declared in that column for us earlier on the basis of press service reports that we now knocked down. And so it's a 137 now as the total actually declared states for Kennedy, but he still leads in enough states for 361 electoral votes total. The popular vote, as you see, with exactly 1/3 of the nation's precincts in, Kennedy 13,680,000, Nixon 12,151,000. It just has gone to 12,206,000. Kennedy 13,768,000. So Kennedy has now again that 1.5 million vote lead. His percentage, incidentally, has dropped just slightly. He's back to 53% of the popular vote, 47% of the popular vote for Vice President Nixon. Doug Edwards, how do those 6 pivotal states of yours look now?
Well, I tell you, Walter, at this hour, Senator John Kennedy has won one of the 6 key states, New York, with its 45 electoral votes, and is leading in 4 of the others. His New York victory cut into the usually Republican county of Queens, part of New York City. He showed surprising strength in the normally Republican upstate areas, carrying Rome, which is seldom backed a loser, Auburn, and the Salamanca area, which supported Eisenhower in 1956. In Pennsylvania, another state leading so heavily to Kennedy in all the indicators that the Democratic politicians there are confidently claiming a smashing victory. In California, in the earlier returns, well, it seems to be that Kennedy is pushing farther into the lead, particularly in the Los Angeles area and that southern part of the state. And it would appear from that many Stevensonian Democrats, among other things, and among other people, have swung behind the party despite their disappointment at the Democratic convention last summer. In Illinois, word that Kennedy's county margin is so strong, Republicans would be hard put to balance it with the downstate strength. Texas is very close. The heavy vote down in the other part of the state, down below the big cities of Dallas and Houston and so forth, has slowed the count, especially around the Houston area, around there, delaying the declaring of the trend even now in that state. Ohio, which is in the Nixon column and is the only one of the big 6, the key states right now to be there. That state is still close. Kennedy is doing better than expected in the Cleveland area, and Youngstown, with its heavy unemployment, switching back from the Republicans to give Kennedy a margin of about 2-1. Nixon is running slowly in Cincinnati, somewhat better than expected in Dayton. The vote is still largely rural, and it's the big cities that will tell the Ohio story, and they are not telling it yet. And that is the picture in the 6 key states as of this moment, Walter.
And the popular vote, 13,919,000 for Kennedy, 12,353,000 for Nixon. The percentage still 53% now for Kennedy. From Indiana, word that the Republican congressman of the 2nd District, Charles Halleck, has been returned to the House of Representatives. He is the minority leader in the House of Representatives and was the Speaker of the House in the 83rd Congress. when the Republicans last controlled the House of Representatives. From Trenton, New Jersey, the state Republican chairman there, Carl Erdman Jr., says he still has hopes for a Nixon victory in New Jersey, but he admits that the situation looks very glum for a Nixon victory in New Jersey at this time. From Kansas, our man out there says that the Republican Senator Shepell has been definitely returned to the Senate from Kansas, defeating Democratic State Chairman Frank Tice out there. Let's find out more about the Middle Western vote now by going back to the Middle Western Board and Stuart Nope.
Walter, the 27 electoral votes of Illinois appear to be moving toward Kennedy. We talked just a few moments ago by telephone with some of the state Democratic leaders, and they said it looks like a clean sweep for Kennedy, but we want to wait to see what's happening to the rural return. So we got on the telephone and we talked with some of our correspondents in some of the rural counties, and this is what we found out. Kennedy is running well ahead of where Adlai Stevenson did in the last election in such downstate rural Republican communities where Nixon should be running ahead. In Brown County, for example, which was Republican last time around, Stevenson had 46%. Kennedy is now running 49%. In Grundy County, Stevenson had 26%. He's now running 51%. In Will County, Stevenson had 36%. He's now running 55%. These are rural downstate counties. In Peoria County, Stevenson had 37. In 56, Kennedy is now 48%, an 11 percentage point lead. In Rock Island County, Stevenson had 48%. Kennedy is now running 53%. In industrial St. Clair County, Stevenson had 57%. That was a Democratic county, but Kennedy is now running 71%. In Knox County, Stevenson ran 34%. Kennedy is now running 52%. So that it would appear that in those areas where Nixon should be picking up votes in order to compensate for the very heavy vote that came in from Cook County, that's the Chicago area, which Kennedy drew, Nixon is not quite picking up the things that he has to pick up in order to take that very, very valuable prize of the state of Illinois. In Indiana, we have a very interesting situation. Nixon, of course, is given the nod in the presidential race. But in the gubernatorial race, we have a Democratic governor, as we reported to you a little bit early, but now there's a switch because the lieutenant governor, who runs on a separate ticket from the governor, is a Republican, and it is quite possible, he is leading at the moment, quite possible that Indiana may wind up with a Democratic governor and a Republican lieutenant governor. That's a thing to conjure, I think, Walter.
Indeed. And Massachusetts, which is sending its favorite son, apparently, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, on a long step toward the White House tonight by giving him its considerable block of electoral votes, has split its ticket, however, and Senator Leverett Saltonstall, the Republican incumbent, will return to the Senate from the state of Massachusetts. The vote for Kennedy was not sufficient to carry along Mayor Thomas O'Connor of Springfield, who was challenging Saltonstall for that Senate seat. Let's go down to Washington, Republican National Headquarters, where Richard C. Hoddlett is standing by. Dick?
Walter, there's not exactly an air of jubilation around this headquarters. As you can see, there's a party going on at the end of the corridor, but it's very restrained. There was a good bit of animation here earlier when President Eisenhower came in to say hello to Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge, the Republican vice presidential nominee, but the president then went back to the White House and to bed, and Mr. Lodge went out to have dinner with his children, and we are told that he has been taking a nap himself, that he has not been watching the returns, that he will be back here only somewhat later in the evening. The staff members here of the Lodge party are by no means willing to concede, but they're watching the returns, watching you and the other boys in New York, putting the returns together into a pretty grim and glum picture for the Republican Party. Mr. Lodge should be back here, we figure perhaps in half an hour or three-quarters of an hour, and then we'll try to get him in front of our camera here to talk about what the trend or what the conclusive results of the election by then mean, what they mean in terms especially of the foreign policy on which he has campaigned so vigorously since September. Now, this is Richard C. Hoddlett in Washington.
And here are the returns with more than one-third of the nation counted. 34 precincts now up on our IBM tabulating board. 14,277,000. 14.25 million votes for Kennedy. 12,687,000 for Vice President Nixon, and that drops the Kennedy percentage down to 53% again. 53% for Kennedy, 47% for Nixon at this hour, 11:20 Eastern Time. Kennedy leads in states that would give him 361 electoral votes. Of those, he definitely has 148 electoral votes. Nixon leads states for 176 electoral votes and definitely can count on 72 electoral votes. Now for a regional report from Westinghouse and Betty Purness.
Our report, Walter, comes all the way from Bellevue, Washington, where another Westinghouse total electric gold medallion home was completed recently. The family that owns the key to this house will really enjoy life, rain or shine. You see, architect Jack Morse, who designed this home for Westinghouse, has arranged an outdoor living center here at the front that is practical in any weather. Under that unusual accordion roof is an all-weather work or play area where electricity can serve many useful purposes. The unsheltered section of the outdoor center is ideal for family entertaining. As for the young fry, the wide open spaces are to the back, where we see the home take on new size with that unfinished basement. Inside, lady of the house has all the modern electrical conveniences that make life so much easier, including flameless electric heating, which practically eliminates the need for house cleaning. Electric heating, the heart of every total electric home, is always clean, always dependable. If you'd like more information on this and all the 16 total electric homes designed for Westinghouse by the country's top architects, send for this Westinghouse Plans Guide. It's full of plans, sketches, and many ideas, and it's absolutely free. Write to Westinghouse, Box A, Mansfield, Ohio.
And we're going to Hyannisport, Massachusetts. Charles Von Fremd at the Kennedy residence. Come in, Charles.
Walter, it's mighty cold here in Hyannis, Massachusetts, but a large crowd is gathering on South Street just outside the Armory, which is the headquarters for the Kennedy News Center here. Inside the hall, some 275 reporters have been following the returns for the past 4 hours, mostly on television, and there seems to be a growing feeling among these old pros of the profession that the Democratic tide is starting to run. We get the same report from the Kennedy compound just 2 miles down the road, where the senator himself, along with his family, is reported increasingly confident as the returns roll in. The family is reported in a jubilant mood. Oldest sister Eunice told reporters just a few moments ago the senator is smoking a big cigar and he's mighty happy. While the Kennedy clan is by nature very cautious in political pronouncements, an air of jubilation and confidence does reign. The sweet smell of success is in the air. This is Charles Von Fremd in Hyannis.
Thank you, Charles. We'll be coming back to you later on this evening, of course. From the west, returns are tumbling in, and Grant Holcomb wants a word with us. Grant?
Well, Walter, the big word is California, and that's the one place that Senator Kennedy is doing very, very well in the West. Everywhere else, Vice President Nixon is doing well, but as you know, California is the big prize in the West with its 32 electoral votes. Now, in 1956, President Eisenhower led Adlai Stevenson by about 7,000 votes at this point. You can see that Kennedy is leading Vice President Nixon by 15,000 votes. Some 570 incomplete Los Angeles precincts are in there where there are 40% of the vote, and certainly on the basis of this figure, it would appear that Senator Kennedy is going to carry California, and he will carry it by a very considerable margin. Over in the next state of Colorado, let's look very briefly at these. Nixon is running a good race, and he is running ahead. In the next panel, Hawaii, the polls are just closing there. These really don't mean a thing. Idaho, no surprise here. And if you will look over in the next panel, Montana, you will see that there is no surprise in Montana at the moment. That's a partial look at the West, Walter. Let's go back over to your corner of this big election night headquarters.
And from Rhode Island, the Republican incumbent Governor Del Sesto has conceded to the incumbent Lieutenant Governor Democrat John A. Notte, Jr., the state house in Rhode Island. And in Maine, Margaret Chase Smith has won back her Senate seat will be returned to the Senate, defeating Lucia Cormier in the only race between two women for a Senate seat. We'll be continuing our national election coverage, but now let's pause for the latest local returns across the nation. Charles Carroll, perhaps you can tell us something about those fascinating southern races.
Well, Walter, I'd like to start with West Virginia, which has produced something of a Democratic sweep tonight. Kennedy, Randolph, short-stopping the career of Cecil Underwood, the Republican governor running for the Senate seat. And Wally Barron has won the governorship of West Virginia. Economic factors important there. In Virginia, we still have a race, though the Nixon lead is widening. It's widened now considerably, as you can see, over the last time we took a look at Virginia, with 75% of the precincts reporting. And the Democrats in Virginia are gloomy about stopping this Nixon trend. In Texas, these figures need a little bit of interpretation. Kennedy is running ahead almost 40,000 votes now. But one reason for that might be that Dallas and Harris counties, which are the cities of Dallas and Houston, still have about 100,000 votes to go in their counting, and they're expected to go very heavily for Nixon. How heavily, of course, will determine the outcome of this Texas race, one of the key states on our board, 24 big electoral votes. Johnson has been reelected to a Senate seat, just in case he happens to lose the vice presidency tonight. As I told you before, Price Daniel has been reelected governor. Over in Tennessee, Nixon has carried the state very impressively, winning even in Memphis, even in Shelby County, a traditional Democratic stronghold, carrying much of the eastern farming section of the state. Estes Kefauver has been put back in the Senate for another 6 years. South Carolina has been carried by Kennedy. Strom Thurmond was elected there without any opposition. Kennedy has also carried North Carolina. Everett Jordan, the Democratic senator from that state, has been reelected. Terry Sanford, the Democratic candidate for the governorship to replace Luther Hodges, has also won his place. In Mississippi, the unpledged slate of electors has won the right to represent Mississippi's 8 electoral votes. That could have been important in the event of a close election, which it begins to appear this one won't be. Mississippi had hoped to throw this election into the House of Representatives, supporting one candidate or the other, or perhaps throwing their votes to some conservative Democrat. They now will be stuck with those 8 votes, and it's unclear at this hour just what the unpledged electors who have Mississippi's 8 votes will do with them. Apparently they won't go to Kennedy, at least not tonight. In Louisiana, Kennedy has jumped off to what appears to be an uncatchable lead. He will undoubtedly carry the state of Louisiana. Alan Ellender has been sent back to the Senate by the voters of Louisiana over George Reese, a young Republican trying to unseat him. Richard Nixon has carried Kentucky. He carried Louisville by about 1,000 votes. John Sherman Cooper has been reelected in that state as well. Kennedy has carried Georgia as expected. Nixon has carried Florida as expected. This is a change from when we last talked to you. Nixon has been widening his lead in Florida. It's apparent now that Kennedy can't catch him there. The big question tonight has been how well will Richard Nixon represent the Republican Party, which did so well in the South under General Eisenhower? The answer is not as well as General Eisenhower. Now back to you, Roger. Yeah.
Stay tuned for more election returns on the CBS television network.
Back at our CBS News election headquarters, Walter Cronkite reporting, and the vote with 37% of the nation's precincts now tabulated on our IBM electronic board. Kennedy has 15,495,000 votes Vice President Nixon, 13,713,000. You see them changing before your eyes and mine. The new total's 13,755,000 for Nixon, 15,544,000 for Kennedy. Kennedy has moved back to 54% of the popular vote. Nixon has 46%. Kennedy leads in states or has won states that would give him a total of 349 electoral votes of the 269 needed for election. Nixon leads or has won in states with 188 electoral votes. And here is how that breaks down here at our CBS tabulation. Kennedy has won Connecticut, Massachusetts, South Carolina, Maryland, West Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, New York, Rhode Island, Missouri, two of the electors in Alabama, and we have just declared for Kennedy in our tabulation. Nixon has won Kansas, Vermont, Oklahoma, Indiana, Kentucky, Arizona, Tennessee, Maine, and Florida for 72 electoral votes. Let's go to Washington now. Thurston Morton is there at Republican headquarters about to make a statement.
You know, being a Republican from Kentucky, I'm used to close elections. This is no new experience to me, I'll tell you that. And I was so happy to see that we were now 52 point something, and a few minutes ago we were 54 against it. So it's working out all right. And I can tell you something about Kentucky. We carried Kentucky. We elected John Cooper by the biggest majority in history. Enough of it flopped over in Tennessee, so we carried Tennessee, and we picked up 2 congressional seats in Kentucky. All the big cities get in first. And they're in, unquestionably. Just watch the score. I just don't need to go away discouraged now, because we're coming along fine. I've seen a good many races in my life. I come from a state where, you know, you got to hang around the racetrack a little bit. When you see a stake horse open up daylight at the 8th pole, the way we did in the last 3 days, you don't have anything to worry about. We've got this thing, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll tell you, we're going to pick up. We're going to pick up House seats. We're picking up Senate seats. Just watch that great Middle West and the Rocky Mountain states and the Pacific Coast come in. I tell you, they're going to do it. Since our wonderful convention in Chicago, I've traveled 78,000 miles, and I've been in about 39 states, and I've talked to far too many people to be discouraged now. I know we've got it. I thank each and every one of you for all you've done. And I know we'll celebrate if we have to carry on here till the dawn kills the moon. Bless you.
That was Senator Thurston Morton of Kentucky, who is the chairman of the Republican National Committee, addressing his Republican workers gathered at their election headquarters in the Sheraton Park Hotel in Washington, D.C. He still says that his Republicans will come through and will elect a president tonight. He referred to the fact that the popular vote percentage had just dropped for Senator Kennedy, and indeed it has. It's down to 53% from 54. It's been vacillating from 54 to 53 for the last 2.5 hours. 38% of the nation's precincts have now been counted, with Kennedy at 15,893,000 votes to Nixon's 14,164,000 votes. CBS has just declared Pennsylvania in the Kennedy column definitely, giving Kennedy 32 more certain electoral votes, so his total that he is sure of, according to declarations made by our news desk here, 198 electoral votes of the 269 needed. He is 71 electoral votes short of nomination or election for the presidency. We also are now declaring Illinois in the column for Senator Kennedy. We have just made the determination there that Kennedy has safely gotten Illinois' 27 electoral votes, so that his total is now 225 certain electoral votes out of the 269 he needs. Enough other states to give him 349 electoral votes if he holds in this manner throughout the rest of the evening. David Lawrence, the governor of Pennsylvania, also has declared that Kennedy has won that pivotal state of Pennsylvania. The percentages, though, as I say, in the popular vote are 53% for Kennedy, 47% for Nixon. General Collingwood, can you tell us about some of the other eastern states now?
Well, let's start with Pennsylvania, which you were talking about. The reason that we here at CBS put Pennsylvania in the Kennedy column with only 60% of the votes in is that Kennedy is still hanging on to a 300,000 vote lead, or very nearly that, and we think that that's really insuperable. Interestingly enough, it looks as though the Democrats may pick up a House seat or two in Pennsylvania. Some of the close ones seem to be going the Democrats' way, including a close one which they hold in President Eisenhower's own district, the 19th, where Mr. Quigley, the Democrat, is holding his own. Also in New York State, where Senator Kennedy now has 450,000 vote majority, it looks as though there may be some losses by the Republicans in the House seats. One very close race is John Tabor, who is seeking his 20th term in upstate New York, and he's 1,500 votes behind as of now. They just gave me a bulletin here that the New York Daily News has declared Senator John Kennedy the victor in the presidential race. New Jersey is still pretty close. There's still only about 40,000 votes separating the two there, with 78% of the precincts in. That may give Thurston Morton some reason to stay up late tonight, as he indicated earlier. New Hampshire, still very close, almost half of them in, and Kennedy is hanging right on to Nixon's lead there. There's less than 1,000, or only a little more than 1,000 votes separating them. In Massachusetts, the real problem is only how much Kennedy's going to get. He's better than 2-1 ahead of Nixon now, but we think, even though the votes don't show it, that Senator Leverett Saltonstall is as good as elected over his Democratic opponent, O'Connor. Saltonstall bucking the trend there. Maryland, well, that's in. The Democrats lost a seat in the House there. Maine, although we've given it to Nixon, our field correspondent there called in and says the industrial vote from the cities in Maine is beginning to come in. Kennedy's beginning to creep up, and that we really shouldn't have declared it. So we'll keep an eye on Maine for a possible Kennedy move there. Delaware, it's very close, but Kennedy is maintaining a 3,000 vote lead there. And that's about the way it looks here in the eastern part.
You were telling me a little while ago, Charles, that in that famed silk stocking district of New York here, in New York City, that Park Avenue section was a very hotly contested race. The Republican John Lindsay apparently has won it, right?
Yes.
The Democratic opponent, Vanden Heuvel, has conceded.
Yes, he has. Two very attractive candidates, a hard-fought race. But Stuyvesant Wainwright in the first district, out on Long Island, the Republican incumbent, is in trouble out there and a little behind at our last count.
Oh. Neither of us are old enough to remember with any particular detail 1916, but that was the year that Charles Evans Hughes went to bed believing that he had won the presidency of the United States from the incumbent Woodrow Wilson, only to learn the next morning that California had thrown its votes by a very narrow margin to Wilson, and Hughes was not the next president of the United States.
I have not heard any reports of the lights going out at Hyannisport.
Right, Grant. We'll be coming back frequently, of course, because there in California and in Ohio, Minnesota, Michigan, rests the key to this election and a final 118. Percentage back down to 52% for Kennedy, 48% Nixon. from the high of 53 of a couple of hours ago for Kennedy. Let's go now to the IBM Data Center. Howard K. Smith and the IBM 709.
Walter, with the use of mathematics and the computer and mathematicians, we've been trying to find out what is happening in Ohio, one of the big 6 states where Kennedy is distinctly not doing well. We have computed what is happening there, and the following may be of interest. To win Ohio, Kennedy must get 12% more of Ohio's votes than Stevenson got in 1956, but in fact, Kennedy is getting only 8% more. Kennedy is succeeding with the Negro vote in Ohio, which gives him tonight 14% more than it gave Stevenson. He's succeeding with the Catholic vote in Ohio, which is also giving him 14% more than it gave Stevenson. He is succeeding with the industrial workers, who are giving him 12% more of the vote than it gave Stevenson, exactly what Kennedy needs. However, the Ohio farmers are giving him only 1% more than it gave the last Democratic nominee, and that is not nearly enough. And the Protestant urban vote in Ohio is giving him 8% more than it gave Stevenson. Again, not enough. The Jewish vote in Ohio is 8% better than it was for Stevenson, but not the 12% that Kennedy must have. So from where we stand, it appears that Senator Kennedy is not making it. Back now to the anchor desk.
Howard, in a desperate race of man over here to keep up with your machines, we have just accepted your word for it, plus some new returns we just received to put Ohio in Nixon's column definitely. That's 20 states now for Nixon, with 157 electoral votes. 25 electoral votes from Ohio. A big block of votes in this critical point of the evening go to Vice President Nixon. So he has 157 electoral votes now to 265 out of 19 states for Senator Kennedy, 4 short of the 269 he needs. David Shulman, what's going on across the waters?
Well, Walter, most of the people in Europe are asleep. The people in Asia are in the middle of the day now, and they're probably as anxious as you and our colleagues are to find out in the American public just how this is going to end. It's a very close election, a very exciting one. And it appears to me, as an American correspondent abroad, that there are certain aspects of this election of really particular interest. And I'd like to point out to you one thing, that no matter who wins this election, there are going to be some fundamental problems which will be precisely the same whoever the man is. One of those problems, Walter, that fascinates me is the problem of human relations. Whoever this man is, Nixon or Kennedy, he's going to be under 50, and he'll be at least 20 to 30 years younger than the men who are ruling the world in Europe. Macmillan, de Gaulle, old man Adenauer in Germany, Khrushchev, all of these men are well over 60 years of age. All of these men were born and raised in the 19th century, in the time of Queen Victoria, Bismarck, and the Tsar of all the Russians. And there's going to be a tremendous problem for Nixon or for Kennedy to bridge these generations. I think we're living through one of the great departures of history. This is the turning point year of the 20th century, the year in which men born in the 20th century are beginning to come to power throughout the world. Now, this has already happened in Africa, where a lot of new young nations have come to power. We have men like Kasavubu, who's 43 years old, from the Congo, who's here. Throughout Africa, there are many young leaders. The same thing is happening now in South America, and finally, in our country, too, we're going to have a young president of the United States, whereas in Europe, we still have men who look back to another century, who have other ideas. And it's going to be a tremendous problem for a new team to come in and to try to bridge not only a language barrier, but the barrier of centuries, the barrier of generations. This, to me, is a fascinating problem, no matter what the final returns are going to be. There's another problem, too. For the last 20 years or so, the purpose of the United States of America, the main priority, has been to save Europe. Well, Europe has been saved. And now the new priority is going to be Africa and South America. Walter, we're going to be striking out in new directions from here on in a new challenge of the 60s. That's the way it looks to an American correspondent who works abroad.
David, an interesting note on this man of the 20th century, since we're electing for the first time a man born in the 20th century to the White House, whether it is Kennedy or Nixon. I noted a little earlier this evening, I don't know whether you heard me or not, but that we are 10 years late in getting a man of our century into the White House. In the 19th century, the man of the 19th century got to the White House in 1850, 10 years earlier than we made it. That was Millard Fillmore, but he was just 19th century. He was born January 7th, 1800. He just barely made it. We'll have more reports as they come in from across the nation right after we hear from Fred Davis with something new from Westinghouse.
Something new on space travel, Walter. I mean men traveling far beyond the moon to other planets. Now, here's a problem. You need an engine with unbelievable power to get from here to Mars and back. You'll have to push a ship that might weigh 1,000 tons in a voyage that would take 4 months each way. Here's another problem. These spaceships will require large quantities of electricity as they streak toward the stars and near the planet they're aiming at. Crews will need electricity just to stay alive for light, water, heat, and air. They'll need electricity for instruments, controls, and communications. That's why Westinghouse is doing research on an atomic-powered rocket engine and studying lightweight atomic electric plants for spaceships. At the new Westinghouse Astronuclear Laboratories in Pittsburgh, some of the world's most experienced atomic scientists are working on these problems. So we'll be ready to assist government agencies and laboratories on atomic projects. Some of these scientists have been planning and building atomic power plants for 10 years. We believe that when men begin those trips to other planets, this Westinghouse work will help them get there and back home safely. We'll keep at it. You can be sure that it's Westinghouse.
Now, that fight for those last few electoral votes that would put Senator John Kennedy over the top with the 269 he needs is still going on. He has 265 garnered in 19 states. We have just declared Wisconsin definitely for Vice President Nixon with 12 electoral votes. That gives him 169, 12 more than that 157 you see on the board, 169 electoral votes for Nixon. And speaking of the vice president, our correspondent Paul Niven has been following his campaign and is with him now out in Los Angeles at the Ambassador Hotel. Come in, Paul Niven.
This is the Sunset Room in the Ambassador Hotel, Walter. The vice president is still closeted in the suite upstairs. We've had no word from him, even through his news secretary, for more than 3 hours. At that time, Herb Klein said the vice president was cautiously optimistic. In this large room, a local disc jockey has been trying to keep people's spirits up all evening. His great cheers went up whenever a Nixon state was recorded on the board, and there have been quite a few of those lately. There will be more when they hear about Ohio and Wisconsin. In the other room, in the adjacent room, where people have been watching television, spirits are much lower. And in the Nixon staff room, the volunteer girls have quit, they've laid down their pencils and gone home. Next time you come to us, no doubt the vice president will be here. This is Paul Niven in the Sunset Room at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles.
We'll be continuing our national election coverage. In Hawaii, they've already declared that Daniel Inouye, the Republican congressman or Democratic congressman, rather, from Hawaii, first to serve after the territory became a state, has been reelected to the House of Representatives. In the popular vote now, with 60% of the nation's precincts counted, Kennedy has 22,745,000 to Nixon's 21,325,000 votes. Stuart Novins?
Yes.
What do you have to tell us from the Middle West?
Well, very briefly, this Ohio race is still a toss-up. The Associated Press has said that Nixon has this state. We just talked to the governor, Mike DeSalle, and he says that's premature. He thinks that Kennedy still has it. So we're going to hold off just a little bit on deciding who wins that one. There's still many precincts to be heard from. In Iowa, there's a situation which we want to bring to your attention. It's a very interesting one here, too. There's been a switch in this senatorial race. Miller has now pulled ahead of Democrat Lovelace, who had been leading all evening. This is a situation where the conservative Protestant voter in Ohio had a choice between
a Democratic Protestant or a Republican Catholic. And that's the way the votes are going. That'll be a good subject for some sociologists to study when this election is over, Walter.
Right. In the electoral vote now, Kennedy 337 votes, Nixon 200 votes. Those are states that are already declared for Senator Kennedy or for Vice President Nixon, and states in which they are leading. As actually declared, we have Kennedy with 18 states declared for him at 262 electoral votes, just 7 short of the 269 needed. We have Nixon leading in 16 states, or having been declared as one in 16 states, with 122 electoral votes. 17 states, 122. That includes Colorado. New York Times has now also declared John Kennedy elected president. Its timing coming just a few minutes ago. Howard Smith, IBM 7090. What do you have?
Well, Walter, it's strange to keep forecasting after the New York Times has already declared what it thinks the result is going to be. But here is one more forecast at 1:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. With 55% of the nation's precincts reporting, the odds still favor the election of John F. Kennedy as president. However, the race has tightened a little since we last made a forecast. This forecast gives Kennedy 322 electoral votes and Nixon 215. However, we have been warned that this is based on the assumption that California and Texas will go to Kennedy. If, in fact, they should shift to Nixon, this would still be a horse race, in spite of the New York Times. However, it's thought unlikely that that will happen. According to our forecast, Kennedy will get 51% of the popular vote, Nixon 49% of the popular vote. Kennedy will get 24 states to Nixon's 26 states. Now, in line with our other performance here of trying to pick out trends and find the voting complexion of the United States before the columnists and the commentators, the scholars, try tonight, we have tried to find out what the Senator Kennedy is doing. Though he's running roughly 7% behind what Stevenson did in 1956, he is running 7% behind his own Democratic congressional nominees throughout the nation. I'll come back with more on that later.
60% of the votes counted. We have Nixon at 20,890,000 votes and Kennedy at more than 22 million votes. We'll be continuing our national election coverage, but now let's pause for the latest local returns from across the nation. And here at our CBS News election headquarters, Charles Carrault will give us a thorough rundown of how things have gone on this election night in the South.
Well, it's all more than clear by now, Walter. Let's start the rundown by starting at the top and going down these tally boards. Nixon has carried 4 states with 43 electoral votes. Kennedy has carried 9 states with 103 electoral votes, though he won't apparently get the votes from Mississippi. He won't get some from Alabama. He will, we learned, get all the electoral votes from the state of Georgia. In the Senate, 12 races. And John Sherman Cooper has won, and the only Republican on this board. 11 Democrats have been elected. This race reflects the defeat of Cecil Underwood. He was the Republican governor of West Virginia. He couldn't run any longer for that post, and so he ran to the Senate, where he was beaten. And in the meantime, W.W. Barron beat the Republican running for governor of West Virginia. So the Democrats picked up a governor in the South, if you can call West Virginia the South. And here, this indication of how the South has gone in the House races, all the incumbents, apparently, have been elected or are leading. This includes such lonely Republicans as Joel Broyhill in Virginia, Charles Raper Jonas in North Carolina. He's the only Republican congressman there. Arch Moore in West Virginia, the only Republican congressman there. Though this has been a Democratic night in the South, and particularly in those states, the Republican congressmen have maintained their popularity in their own districts. To run down the South in some detail, Kennedy has carried Alabama easily, but he won't get all the electoral votes. He has carried Arkansas, but here in Arkansas there's an interesting development. We just learned that Henry Brett has obviously been defeated for governor of Arkansas by Orville Thomas. He has refused to concede. Even with that great big Thomas margin, Britt isn't conceding yet. even though Nixon launched headquarters in Little Rock, has conceded his defeat. Nixon has carried Florida, which in a way can no longer be considered a Democratic state in national elections, the way it's gone the last few. But Ferris Bryant has won re-election as governor, or it's won election as governor of Florida. Peterson didn't do badly, though, as you notice, and there's some indication that Florida may someday indeed be a two-party state even in local elections. Kennedy's carried Georgia. Nixon has carried Kentucky. John Sherman Cooper re-elected over Keene Johnson, who ran him a hard race, if not a successful one. Kennedy has carried the state of Louisiana, which Republicans had early hopes for. Alan Ellender has beaten George Reese for the Senate seat. And so Mr. Ellender goes back to Congress for another 6 years. In Mississippi, the unpledged slate has come in. Senator Eastland has been easily reelected over his Republican opponent. North Carolina shows an ever-widening margin for Kennedy. And Everett Jordan and Terry Sanford have been elected to the Senate and to the governorship of that state. South Carolina, Kennedy and Thurman. Tennessee, Nixon, but Kefauver won easily. Texas, Kennedy carried the state. This, in a way, is the greatest Democratic victory in the South tonight. Johnson won re-election to a Senate seat, which he will obviously resign if indeed the Democratic national slate comes in, as it appears it's going to. And Bryce Daniel has been re-elected governor of Texas. Nixon carried Virginia, Kennedy carried West Virginia, and that's the story in the South.
Hello again from CBS News election headquarters on this morning after the vote for the 34th or 35th President of the United States, 34th man to occupy the White House, the 35th President of the United States, if you count Grover Cleveland, whose terms were not consecutive, as two presidents of the United States. An election which at this point seems to indicate that Senator John Fitzgerald Kennedy, 43 years old, of the state of Massachusetts, will be the next occupant of the White House. Most of the large newspapers across the country already have conceded the election to him. The New York Times, the New York Herald Tribune having supported Vice President Nixon, the Chicago Sun-Times, and many others. A night which also has elected 34 senators and a full complement of 437 representatives to the 87th Congress meeting in January, and governors in 27 of the states. Night which means precedent will be broken. The youngest president in 50 years, the second youngest in our history, first president born in the 20th century, the first president to serve in the United States Navy, the first president of the Roman Catholic faith, first president of pure Irish extraction in the United States. Incidentally, a report from London quotes the newspaper there, the Daily Herald, that Senator Kennedy's sister-in-law, Mrs. Kennedy, Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy's sister, is very ill in London following the premature birth of a baby. So ill, says the Daily Herald, that she's almost too ill to care whether the knight would make her the sister of America's First Lady. This is a report from the London newspaper, the Daily Herald. She is the Princess Lee Radziwiłł, and her husband helped campaign for Kennedy throughout the United States. Let's take a look at the western portion of the United States now with a guided tour from Grant Holt.
Walter, let's start up near Juneau, Alaska. Just a few returns while you're dealing with about 44 million votes, just hundreds coming in from Alaska. These are from the southern part of Alaska, and they're surprising only in Kennedy is leading in the presidential race because that is an area that is regarded in Alaska as strongly Republican. The vote for Senator Bartlett, just below the presidential board on Alaska, is no surprise at all. He conceded that he will be reelected and go to Washington as the Democratic senator from Alaska.
Dr. McKinley, the Republican incumbent, is from Palmer, Alaska. He's a flying dentist up there. You may remember that just a few days before the campaign got underway, a few days before election, he was missing for several hours on a flight from Anchorage to Fairbanks. He landed his light plane on a road. They found him 7 to 8 hours later. Now, let's pass quickly past the Arizona board, which has already gone to Nixon, and go to California. Not once during the evening has Vice President Nixon led in his home state of California. As a matter of fact, Senator Kennedy's lead has crept ahead ever so slightly in California. And one of the things about California elections is that once the trend is established, it very, very seldom changes. And it would be quite surprising indeed if this trend of Kennedy winning in California changed tonight, because now Kennedy has been leading in California ever since the first return came in. He is ahead by about 25,000 to 30,000 votes in Los Angeles County alone that has 40% of the vote. He is doing very well in San Diego, where it was conceded ahead of time that Vice President Nixon would carry San Diego County. San Diego County is just fractionally for Nixon, and that is regarded by the people in the Kennedy camp as a very good sign indeed for their candidate in California. In San Francisco, Kennedy is leading 3-2. Most of the votes in San Francisco have been counted. Machines are being used in San Francisco County. Into the next panel, Colorado, its 6 electoral votes are in the Nixon column. Hawaii, the 50th state, right next to Colorado, 3 electoral votes. Nixon leading by 1,000 votes. Most of the experts before the election expected Hawaii to go into Nixon's column, primarily because the vice president opened his campaign in Hawaii. Idaho, 4 electoral votes, and that is in the Nixon column this evening. Next to Idaho, Montana. 4 electoral votes in Montana are in the Kennedy column. Interesting to note, too, that the Democratic race for Senate in Montana, the race for Senate, with Lee Metcalf, Democratic congressman making a bid for the seat of the James Murray, is leading Orvin Fieri of Big Timber by 3,000 votes and has been leading consistently throughout the evening. Another interesting note in Montana is the gubernatorial race. The lieutenant governor in Montana, Democrat Cannon, has not led at any time during the evening, and the Republican Don Nutter, who is seeking the post that is now held by Hugo Aronson, has been leading throughout the evening. Now let's take a look at Nevada, the presidential race, way up the top again, the 3 electoral votes in Nevada with 69% of the vote in. It appears to be safely in Kennedy's column, although some of the smaller counties outside of Clark and Washoe might keep up on that figure. Kennedy has not won as large as he expected to in Nevada. Now, let's take a look at the state of New Mexico right next to it, and with 46% of the vote in, Nixon is still leading, but his margin is not as great as it was earlier in the evening. He appears to be carrying the governor in the gubernatorial race. He appears to be carrying Mr. Meacham along with him. That's a look at the West. Now, Walter, let's go back to your corner of this election studio.
Let's take a look at these states which have contributed to this popular vote you see listed, with 62% of the precincts counted so far. 23,716,000 for Kennedy, 21,876,000 for Nixon. That's 53% of the vote again for Kennedy, 47% for Nixon. Kennedy had dropped to 52% a short while ago, but he's back to 53 now, a position he's held for most of this evening of ballot counting. Let's take a look at these boards where the states are actually credited to these gentlemen. Kennedy has won or is leading in 25 states. States over there on the left, which he has won, where we have declared him as definitely the victor. He will gain the electoral votes of those 18 states for a total of 262, just 7 votes short of the 269 he needs as a majority. As you note there, California, with its big block of 32 electoral votes, is still out. He's leading in that state, but he cannot be declared as the winner yet. The same applies to Alaska, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, Mississippi, Nevada. any one of several of those states, and certainly a combination of smaller states would give Kennedy the electoral victory and the presidency of the United States. Over on the Nixon side of the board, we give Nixon there a total, as you see, of 17 states with a total of 122 electoral votes. He's leading in a great deal more states than he has been declared as the winner so far. Many of those are expected to go into his column, but they are, unfortunately for Vice President Nixon, states with smaller electoral counts. Hawaii, Idaho, Nebraska, New Mexico, North Dakota, Oregon, South Dakota, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Ohio has a good block of votes which could aid him considerably. And, of course, on the basis of our present return, if he took all of those states in which he is leading, as well as blocked Kennedy out in the states in which Kennedy is now leading, Nixon could still blow this election out of the fire. Very few of the large newspapers across the country seem to think he's going to do that. And as we reported earlier, even his running mate, Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge, has turned in for the night with a very grim expression and a statement that any statement should come from, which did not sound particularly encouraging when he did turn in an hour ago. We'll have more reports as they come in from across the nation right after we hear from Fred Davis with something new from Westinghouse.
There's a new idea in education that was born and developed at Westinghouse. It's called educational stratovision. It could mean that some of the world's greatest teachers will teach your children wherever they are. Here's a Midwest youngster who will soon benefit from educational stratovision. I want you to meet Frederick Parker of Washington Township, Indiana. Whereabouts?
Right there, Mr. Davis.
Just north of Indianapolis, would you say?
Yes. Okay.
How many students are in your school? Do you know, Freddie?
Pretty many. In my grade, there's only about 400. That's 7th grade.
That's quite a few. You know, all your 7th grade teachers and teachers in smaller schools will soon be working with some of the best instructors in the country. Here's how educational stratovision works. Right now, 20 outstanding teachers are putting grade school, high school, and college courses on television tape. Ford Foundation is helping to finance the project at Purdue University. Then, beginning in January, those courses will be telecast from a plane full of Westinghouse equipment. 13,000 schools in this area will choose from scores of courses for their 5 million students. Cost? It's less than the price of one new textbook for each youngster. Educational stratovision, a new approach to teaching from Westinghouse. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
A reporter in the great northwestern state of Oregon says that out there, Mrs. Newberger, the widow of the late Democratic senator from Oregon, appears to have won her race against Elmo Smith for the seat of her late husband in the next Congress. Mrs. Maureen Newberger, apparently the winner in Oregon. We're now going back to Hyannisport, Massachusetts, where Charles Von Frem stands by at the Kennedy election headquarters. Come in, Charles.
Right, Walter. We've just received word here that Senator John Fitzgerald Kennedy has spent the last hour and a half sweating out election returns at the home of his younger brother and campaign manager, Robert Kennedy. Also in the past hour, there has been a noticeable step-up in security precautions here in Hyannis. Some 40 state police have converged outside the Kennedy News Center here at the Hyannis Armory, where the Democratic nominee is expected to arrive sometime later this morning. And out at the Kennedy compound, 2 miles distant, Secret Service have arrived in the expectation that before much longer, Senator John Kennedy will also be President-elect Kennedy. Probably because the popular vote isn't really very large, and because the fact that the Kennedy staff is also bone-tired after the long, grueling campaign that goes way back to that New Hampshire primary more than 7 months ago. This is relatively unenthusiastic, but yet everybody seems to believe the die is cast that Kennedy is the president-elect. This is Charles Von Frem in Hyannis.
We have a report from the Middle West. Bill Downs has been talking to his correspondents out in Minnesota and gets the word that the authoritative Minneapolis Tribune is going to give Minnesota to Kennedy in its next edition. We show that as a very close race so far, but they seem to feel that the Minnesota Democratic pros are right in saying that the state's farm vote is holding firm. Kennedy and Humphrey are holding a 2-to-1 margin, and that plus St. Paul, Minneapolis vote, Minnesota's 11 electoral votes seem to be assured for Kennedy. If that's so, that would put him across for the 269 electoral votes that would make him president of the United States. On our election board, we show 63% of the popular vote counted so far, 24,058,000 for Kennedy, 22,055,000 for Vice President Nixon. The electoral vote, including the states that have been won and which the candidates are now leading, give Kennedy 337 votes, Nixon 200. On our map of the United States, where we have been trying to chart the political complexion of the United States, as the 1960 returns indicate, the Democratic states in the light areas there, the Republican states in the dark, you see that Kennedy has returned part of the South to the solid column for the Democrats, Texas being the most noteworthy of those states, Texas having gone for the Republican candidate Eisenhower in 52 and 56, it now seems to be back in the Democratic column. Florida and Virginia, however, remain with the Republicans in 1960. Up in the New England states, Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire are remaining rock-ribbed and Republican. Out in the Middle West, most of the Middle Western tier of the wheat states, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, they're all in the Republican column, and Oklahoma has stayed there, where it strayed from the Democrats back in 52 and 56 in the Eisenhower years, the years of the Eisenhower sweep. As we reported earlier today, former President Truman voted out in Independence, Kansas this morning, but a little later tonight we learned that Blue Township, which is his voting precinct, went before the Republican candidate Nixon, although the state of Missouri, Truman's home state, has gone into the Kennedy column. President Eisenhower, casting his last vote as President of the United States, voted in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where he has his farm home. He flew up there from Washington in a helicopter, remained just 17 minutes, but perhaps true to his military background, he arrived a few minutes early. The lady counting the votes and officiating at the particular pool there said that to make it legal, he had to wait until 7 a.m., so he said he wanted to make it legal, didn't want to spoil his vote, and he waited 5 minutes before he recorded his vote. A somewhat poignant little vignette, it seems, that we reported a little earlier. As Eisenhower came out of that polling place with scores of reporters and photographers around, he said, "You won't be so interested in my vote in 1964. Well, as if he really knew that that were going to be the situation, there was some proof from Independence, Missouri, where when Vice President, or former President Truman voted, indeed, there were no reporters and just 3 or 4 photographers around. Out in the Middle West, where President Truman's home is, Stuart Novins has been watching the states out there. Stuart, I don't ask you for a detailed report on former President Truman. Just anything you want to say will please me.
All right, Walter, you said a moment ago, I think you put South Dakota in the Nixon ranks for us, which we intended to do, but there's an interesting thing about that state in both the senatorial and the gubernatorial races. In fact, Nixon now has 4 electoral votes from South Dakota. Carl Munt, the incumbent Republican senator, has been having a very, very difficult campaign. In the campaign hours, he was considered by all the polls to be running behind McGovern, who's a very active Democrat in the state, has held several state offices, and in fact has built a very strong Democratic organization there. Munt is leading, but as you can see, it's a very close tally. And in the gubernatorial races, Herseth, the incumbent Democrat, is being pushed very, very hard by Gubrud, the Republican challenger. In Nebraska, we also elect Nixon in that column, and he gets the 6 electoral votes.
And also with him, Senator Carl Curtis of Nebraska goes back into the Senate. He won over Democratic Governor Ralph Brooks. In North Dakota, Governor William Guy, the Democrat, is ahead by about 6,000 votes, and he's the one Democrat emerging from that North Dakota ticket. I want to talk about Minnesota for just a moment. You can finish those tabs. As you can see, these are the late figures. Is this accurate now? Is that accurate? You can bring it up to date. On that Minnesota race, the Democratic professionals we've been talking to on the telephone tell us that the farm vote apparently is staying loyal to the Democratic Farm Labor Party, which is the basic party of the what would be called Democrats anywhere else in the country. And the Democrats, Kennedy and Humphrey, are holding a 2-to-1 margin in the farm areas. That, together with St. Paul and Minneapolis, pretty much assures the fact that Minnesota will be going to Kennedy and to Humphrey. However, everybody in that race is being very cautious, and no one is going to claim it yet. The story that Walter told you about the Minneapolis Tribune, our spies tell us the next edition is going to come out saying that Kennedy has carried the state. In Michigan, there may be victory claims in about a half hour. There again, there's caution because the Democrats who feel they have won still want to wait until more of the real returns come in. That's it for now.
On the electoral vote, with the report you have just given us, Stu, Kennedy still holds 18 states firmly with 262 electoral votes. Let us point out, however, that Mississippi's 11 electoral votes have been given to an unpledged slate, and 6 of the 11 electors in Alabama similarly are unpledged. There are 17 votes, therefore, from those southern states that could very well go to Kennedy if it appears that they would that Kennedy has won anyway. However, they're being withheld from him for the moment. And meanwhile, Vice President Nixon continues to gain more states, although Kennedy has been held at this 262 level now for almost an hour. Nixon has added 3 or 4 states and now has 18 states, the latest North Dakota with its 4 votes, so he has 126 electoral votes. He is closing in very slowly on Kennedy at this time. Eric Severide, how are things going over there in the Think Corner?
Walter, there isn't really much to add from this corner. We had also figured here, as you had on your board, about 262 definite for Kennedy. And it's been quite apparent why Mr. Nixon is not willing to concede this election. I'm sure he's been watching Minnesota, Michigan, and California in particular, and with some good reason. His popular vote, the margin of popular vote by which he was trailing, held at about 1 million behind Kennedy there for an hour and a half, which seemed very strange. It has now changed in the last 15 or 20 minutes, giving Kennedy about 2 million ahead of him. But this news from Minnesota would strike me as rather important and critical. The Tribune there in Minneapolis is saying Kennedy's going to take the state. I would think they must be right. Those votes not get in that could make the big difference probably are from way up north in the Iron Range. They ought to be for Kennedy and the Democratic ticket. Michigan, probably some room for doubt. California, some room for doubt, unless, as Van Holcomb says, they don't cliffhang in California. They go right on with the trend that shows early. In that case, we have no reason to think that the result will be anything different than we've been saying for the last 2 or 3 hours. Now back to Walker.
In a moment now for a news story from Westinghouse.
Just electric coffee makers. Yes, with old-fashioned spots. So can't get that to wash. So stale coffee oils collect there and spoil labor. But not Westinghouse. No sooner. Westinghouse is done away with all that in its new spoutless coffee maker. This Westinghouse spoutless is the first electric coffee maker that you can wash so thoroughly. See? It's easy to reach every part. So you enjoy fragrant, delicious, really fresh coffee every time. And quickly, because it starts cooking in seconds. It's also great if you just want hot water fast for tea or instant coffee. No wonder I love this Westinghouse spoutless coffee maker. When you see it at your Westinghouse dealers. Now I want you to meet 4 new members of the family. The Look at these tall, graceful, new Westinghouse coffee makers. Beauties, aren't they? They're made of elegant, gleaming stainless steel in generous 10 or 12 cup sizes in your choice of standard or reversible model. They'll wash completely underwater. They're super as gifts, and prices start at just $16.95.
You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
On the popular vote, with 65% of the precincts in, almost two-thirds of the nation counted, Kennedy 24,742,000, Nixon 22,363,000 votes. Charles Carrault tells me that he's been talking to informants in Mississippi who say that Mississippi's unpledged slate of 11 electors who have won the state are not going to go for Kennedy, definitely. They'll probably not go for either candidate on the major party tickets, but will instead vote for a conservative Southerner, which seems to be changing their plans somewhat down there. We'll be continuing our national election coverage, but now let's pause for the latest local returns across the nation. Here at our CBS News election headquarters, we'll hear now in the next few minutes from Charles Collingwood. Charles?
Well, let me run down the situation as it is in the eastern part of the United States, the first of the national sections to complete their polling. Out of 145 electoral votes, Senator Kennedy has 133, and Nixon has 12. And those 12 come from the states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Let's go along these states. Connecticut, the first state in, went for Senator Kennedy by a little more than 100,000, a stunning Kennedy majority, which set the pattern for the eastern section of the United States, which, as you've been hearing, has gone much more consistently for Senator Kennedy and much more massively for him than has any other section of the country. Delaware, this was a real squeaker. Kennedy won this by only 3,000 votes, and the issue was in doubt right up to the last minute. An interesting thing about Delaware is that although Kennedy, a Democrat, won it, Republican challenger Boggs unseated the Democratic incumbent, Senator Freer. This is one of those questions. Freer is what you'd call a conservative Democrat. Boggs is what you'd call a liberal Republican. And in Delaware, Boggs won. In Maine, the issue very early ceased to be in doubt. Vice President Nixon went well ahead and carried the whole state with him. Margaret Chase Smith returned again as senator, and in something of an upset, the Republican gubernatorial candidate, Mr. Reed, was elected. In Maryland, this started out close, and actually the spread is not nearly as great as many people thought it would be. Kennedy won this one. You know, Maryland has almost always gone for the eventual victor in a presidential election, and this time it went for Kennedy by something like 80,000 votes. Incidentally, the Democrats lost the House seat in Maryland. Massachusetts, there's an interesting thing about Massachusetts. It's being carried strongly by Senator Kennedy, but in the Massachusetts senatorial race, you'll see that we have elected Mr. Saltonstall. We say that he's going to be elected, but as any fool can see, he's running behind the Democrat, Mr. O'Connor. Well, the reason for that is that the votes come in very slowly from Massachusetts, which has only about 30% voting machines, most of them in Boston and cities like Springfield. And Saltonstall ran so strongly there that we think that his real strength, which is in the smaller town and rural areas in Massachusetts, is going to carry him through. New Hampshire, that was fairly close, surprisingly close for Kennedy, but he won. And New Jersey is one of the most interesting situations in all of the East, because this was figured by most of the experts to be Kennedy territory. But if you look at these figures here, you'll see that out of 2.5 million votes, Kennedy is only leading by less than 50,000. And that's with 93% of the precincts in. There seems to be no doubt that he'll hold that lead. He's been holding it all evening, but it's still close. Senator Case reelected, Republican Senator Case reelected in New Jersey against the Kennedy trend. Well, New York, as you know, went very big for Kennedy, and so, in fact, has most of the East. And that's just about the way the Eastern story shapes up.
And our popular vote, with 65% of the precincts counted, Kennedy 24,742,000, Nixon 22,406,000. In the electoral vote, Kennedy has won or is leading for 337 votes. Nixon has won or is leading for 200. It takes just 269 electoral votes to win.
Stay tuned for more election returns on the CBS television network.
Back at our CBS News election headquarters, this is Walter Cronkite reporting from the anchor desk. We now have 1/3 of the nation's precincts counted. 66% of them are in, and Senator Kennedy has just under a 2 million vote lead out of a total of 49 million plus, almost 50 million votes tabulated so far. 24,877,000 votes for Kennedy, 22,955,000 for Vice President Nixon. Senator Kennedy is leading in states that would give him 337 electoral votes. Nixon is leading in states that would give him 200. And so far tonight, most of the major newspapers across the nation have already conceded the election to Senator John Fitzgerald Kennedy of Massachusetts. However, there seems to be some hanging at the cliffside still going on in some important states that could withhold victory from Kennedy for at least some time tonight, and just conceivably by a very narrowest of margins from him entirely, because Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, California, with a total of 88 electoral votes, are still in doubt. The Minnesota Tribune says it's going to come out in its next edition, or we've been led to believe it will, and say that Minnesota has been won for Kennedy. That would put him over the top. But we have not been able to find those votes as yet, although that seems to be the trend. The state is certainly bending toward Kennedy at this time, and it has re-elected to the Senate Hubert Humphrey in his close race for a return to the Senate. Out in the western portion of the United States, Grant Holcomb has some late returns for us. Grant?
Well, Walter, I was just talking to Senator Kennedy's Western Regional Headquarters in San Francisco. The information that I got there from Jim Keene, one of the members of the senator's campaign staff, is that the San Francisco Chronicle and the San Francisco Examiner have both conceded that the state of California will go to Senator Kennedy. So in the eyes of the two political experts for those very knowledgeable newspapers in San Francisco, California is no longer in doubt. It will go to Senator Kennedy, and the state's 32 electoral votes will fall into his column. Let's move down for just a moment to the state of New Mexico and take a look at the situation as it develops in New Mexico. It's down several panels. We'll look first at the presidential race, and we see that Senator Kennedy is trailing Vice President Nixon in New Mexico. Most of those votes have been coming from the eastern side of New Mexico, an area that they call Little Texas. It was acknowledged before the polls opened this morning that there would be a religious issue, and it would probably make itself apparent in some of the returns coming in from the eastern part of the state. Some of the returns in that area, too, are from the Albuquerque area, and it was believed that that would certainly be a Republican area. But the very interesting thing in New Mexico is down here in the governor's race, just two panels down, And we find that Governor John Burroughs, the incumbent, is again battling neck and neck with Ed Meacham, a former governor, who was seeking to make a comeback. 2 years ago, this race ended up with John Burroughs, the Democratic incumbent, winning by just 2,000 votes. So it looks as though, again, this year, 2 years later, there's a real race for the governorship of New Mexico. That's a look at two of the late developments in the western part of the country. Walter, what have you got over there?
Well, Grant, running down those 4 states where the thing seems to be hanging in the balance right now, Michigan, with its 20 electoral votes, seems to be exceedingly close at the time being. Neither side is claiming victory or defeat. Neil Stabler, the Democratic chairman in Michigan, says it's still a horse race, although his man Kennedy is leading at the time being in Michigan. In Minnesota, we gave you a report on that a moment ago that it appears that the state will fall into Kennedy's column. The Minneapolis Tribune is preparing to say so. Ohio, however, Governor Mike DeSalle says it's an awfully close race there, and neither side is making any claim for Ohio as yet. With, at the moment, Nixon leading in Ohio. California, we heard from you there, Grant, that Kennedy has a lead in California for its big block of 32 electoral votes, which is now the largest block of votes still outstanding at this time, at 2 a.m. Eastern Time. After a count now that has gone past the 1/3 mark in the nation as a whole. A count which now gives Kennedy 24,990,000 votes, Nixon 23,107,000 votes. Howard K. Smith, how are things going over at the IBM data center?
Well, Walter, we were still trying to analyze the vote before it's counted, and now we've done a very daring thing. We've tried to tackle the religion question, which was discussed so much during the campaign. Our calculations indicate that approximately 62% of the voters in predominantly Catholic areas voted for Kennedy. Though high, that's a little less than students reckoned, which was about 70%. Though in some places, like Massachusetts, where local patriotism matters, 75% of Catholics voted for Kennedy. This altogether is 19% more of the Catholic vote than Stevenson got in 1956. Now, in regard to Protestants, our calculations show Kennedy to have gotten 46% of the Protestant votes. These are, of course, rough approximations. Kennedy got 6% more Protestant votes than Stevenson did. But if we break this Protestant vote down into the fraction which belongs in what is called the Bible Belt, the areas where fundamentalist Protestantism is very strong, Kennedy has not done as well as Stevenson. In mountain areas, as in Kentucky and Tennessee and Virginia, Kennedy has done 5% less well than Stevenson did in 1956. So our conclusion would be, our tentative conclusion would be, that Kennedy lost a little by being a Catholic, but he gained a great deal more by being a Catholic. So we may have seen a historic turning point when it is no longer a disadvantage in federal politics to be a Catholic. Back now to the advocates.
And now for Buddy Furness and something new from Westinghouse.
I want to show you a television set that's more than a television set. It's also a beautiful and useful piece of furniture. It's one of the exciting new models from the Westinghouse Curio collection, and a beautiful example of the way Westinghouse turned TV into fine furniture. Now, this graceful provincial model is authentic in every detail, right down to the design of the hardware. And right here, behind these graceful doors, is new Westinghouse television with 19-inch square-cornered tube. It's truly the most exciting television ever designed. New Westinghouse Curio television comes in a limited edition in 4 famous furniture styles to match any decorating scheme. Choose yours from this graceful provincial, the handsome traditional, the clean-lined contemporary, or the beautiful early American. See them at your local Westinghouse dealer soon. And now, here's more news from Westinghouse. Better-looking, new shape, new light with Westinghouse white eye-saving bulbs. Millions of tiny filter particles give you the best light for seeing ever developed. It's the only modern light bulb in 35 years. Makes every fixture look better. Remember, Westinghouse white eye-saving bulb. 60, 75, or 100 watts, 2 for only 58 cents. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
A statement from Senator Kenneth Keating, the Republican senator from New York State, one of the two Republican senators from New York State, in which he concedes the election to Kennedy and Johnson. He has issued a statement saying, "I congratulate Senator Kennedy and Senator Johnson upon their election." And from Iowa, the Republican candidate for the governorship there has taken the state house from the incumbent Democratic governor. Governor Herschel Lovelace has conceded defeat in Iowa to State Senator Jack Miller for the gubernatorial nomination in Iowa. On the popular board, 67% of the precincts counted now, more than one-third of the nation, two-thirds of the nation in. Kennedy, 25,087,000 votes. Nixon, 23,247,000 votes. In the last hour, Kennedy has dropped back in his margin somewhat and does not any longer hold on to that 2 million vote majority he had at one point in the evening. The figures are a little higher now, 24,553,000. Nixon, 22,581,000 votes. That's 53% of the vote for Kennedy now and 47% for Nixon. Item from Moscow reports that the Moscow radio has told its home service listeners that the Eisenhower-Nixon administration has suffered a crushing political defeat in the American presidential election. The early morning Soviet newscast quoting the New York Herald Tribune for its authority that Senator John Kennedy had been elected president of the United States. In the House and Senate races, we have now posted so far 168 Republican seats, having been won in this race this year. Either one or where the Republicans are leading by sizable margins. That's 168 seats, which would indicate an increase of 14 so far over what they held in the 86th Congress. The Democrats having lost, as you see there, so far at any rate, and they have 262. In the Senate races, we have declared 13 Republican candidates as having won or leading at this time. The Democrats are leading for 21 seats, which would indicate a net change of 2 in the composition of the new Senate. This would be the result, 36 and the 64. 36 Republicans, 64 Democrats in the Senate meeting in January. The race, as we have said, now centers in the states of Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, California, with 88 electoral votes. And if Nixon could hold on to those states and add a few of the others in which Kennedy has a lead, he could still pull this election out of the fire tonight. We have now Kennedy leading in a total of some 18 states for a total of 262 electoral votes. It takes 269 to win. He has been at that level for almost 2 hours now in our account, whereas Nixon has picked up a few states as the votes come in. He now leads in 18 states also, but not as highly valuable states from the electoral vote count, and he has only 126 electoral votes that we can count definitely at this time. The popular count again, 25,087,000 for Kennedy, 23,247,000 for Vice President Nixon. We have heard from earlier this evening, we heard from Hyannisport, Massachusetts, that Senator Kennedy was watching the returns at the home of his brother Bob Kennedy. And earlier tonight, he lighted a big black cigar and is supposed to have leaped with joy when he got the Connecticut returns, the first indications that he was on his way toward a victory tonight. We have not heard anything from Vice President Nixon, who we understood was receiving the returns in a hotel suite at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles, and has spent a great deal of the evening alone, emerging from the suite occasionally to confer with aides in adjoining rooms. Vice President His candidate for the vice presidency on the Democratic ticket, Lyndon Johnson, is in Austin, Texas tonight. And the candidate for the vice presidency on the Republican side, Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge, is in Washington, where he turned in an hour and a half ago, grim-faced, saying any statement would have to come from his presidential running mate. Let's go to the South now, and Charles Carroll. Charles?
They say that in the South, no change is made lightly, and that was certainly true tonight. The South has apparently made no changes in any House, Senate, or governor's race in which an incumbent was a candidate. Even the Republicans who are running for re-election have been re-elected to all appearances. The Democrats have gained one governorship in the South. That was in West Virginia, which had a Republican governor, Cecil Underwood, but he couldn't run this time, and the Republican who did run, Harold Dealey, lost. Underwood ran for the Senate, and he lost too. All of our telephone correspondents in the South report the overwhelming impression, as Howard Smith reported a few minutes ago, that even in the Bible Belt counties, this Catholic Irishman from Boston, John Kennedy, hasn't done quite as well in some cases as Ashley Stevenson did, but well enough to win, and well enough, moreover, to carry Texas, Louisiana, and West Virginia back into the Democratic column, from which they defected in the Eisenhower years. Some odd notes from the South, that is, incidental ones. In Arkansas, an amendment which would allow local school districts the power to close schools in the event of integration appears to have been defeated overwhelmingly in spite of the support of Governor Orville Fulmus. The lead now stands at 180,000 against to 61,000 for this amendment which would allow Arkansas to close its schools in the event of integration. Robert Gavin, the Republican gubernatorial candidate in North Carolina, behind by 100,000 votes, says he's still not conceding. He's left his headquarters to retire for the night. In Alabama, where 6 independent electors haven't said whether they're going to vote for Kennedy or not, even though he's carried their state, 3 of them have taken their foot off the hooks. Apparently, they're not going to tell us tonight. In Louisiana, I suppose this would be worth a look. Here was the return in Louisiana. Nixon, 189,000. Kennedy, 365,000. It's worth noting that the States' Rights Party, about 10 minutes ago, had counted 157,000 votes of its own. That's the story up to the minute from the South, Walter.
Right. The popular vote, 67% of the nation's vote counted, 25,256,000 for Kennedy, 23,352,000 for Vice President Nixon. We now figure that there are 5 critical states, as we have told you: California, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, and Wisconsin. In California, Senator Kennedy has a lead with 1/3 of the votes counted, 791,000 to 712,000 votes. For those other 4 states, let's get some details from Stuart Nolan. Stu? We'll call in Stu in just a moment on those four boards in the Middle West. However, as we told you earlier, they are all at a critical stage right now. Minnesota about apparently to fall in the Kennedy column, which would put Kennedy across, but that is not ready to be declared as yet. However, in Michigan and Ohio and Wisconsin, all of the political leaders in those 3 critical states say that the situation is certainly very indefinite as yet. They have a sizable block of votes with which they can operate, some 80 votes in all. Chicago American has just joined the parade of newspapers that claim that Senator Kennedy, however, has been elected. The states which we now give to Senator Kennedy at this stage in the evening, 25 states which he has already won or in which he is leading, and you can see a report there of the states that we put in the definitely won column and those in which he is leading. He leads in California, Michigan, and Minnesota. Those 3 of those 5 critical votes, critical states yet to be heard from. In the other 3 states in which he leads, or 4 states rather, Alaska, Montana, Mississippi, and Nevada, Mississippi actually should not be in that group. Mississippi has been declared for the unpledged slate of electors, and although before the election there was a lot of speculation from Mississippi that that group of unpledged electors, if the vote was sizable either way, would would swing toward, would go to Kennedy. Now we are told from our sources in Mississippi that is not the case, and that they will remain unpledged. They will not cast their votes for either of the candidates. So Mississippi actually should not be in that column. It is 4 states, Alaska, Minnesota, Montana, and Nevada, in which Kennedy is leading and still has a chance of winning. On the Nixon side, also 25 states, it's an even split. His states are smaller in electoral count, and therefore he trails by a considerable margin in the electoral vote. He still is leading in Ohio, and the race is very close there. Governor Mike DeSalle, the Democratic leader in Ohio, however, says he is nowhere near ready to concede the state to Richard Nixon, and he says it's a very close horse race out there. Let's look at our popular board again, where the percentage has again dropped for Kennedy. It's dropped to 52% for him now, with 68% of the precincts counted. 25,281,000 for Kennedy, 23,479,000 for Nixon. A slight gain for Nixon. Kennedy at one time got 2 million votes ahead. He's now dropped there, as you see, to about 1,800,000 votes ahead. States in which Kennedy is leading or has already won would give him 337 electoral votes, and Nixon 200. It takes just 269 to win. Senator Goldwater, you know Barry Goldwater, who is the sort of leader of the conservative branch of the Republican Party now, and gained quite a lot of support for his own candidacy for the nomination for the presidency at the Republican convention in Chicago. Earlier tonight conceded the election to Kennedy, and he says that now that if Nixon loses, he lost it in the South. He gambled the industrial North by losing the South, according to Goldwater. I told them that at the convention. With the South, we would have won this election by now. It is Goldwater's attitude. He says the trend in the South is disappointing. Now for a regional report from Westinghouse and Betty Furness.
This time, Walter, I'd like to show you a home in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. It's another architect-designed Westinghouse Total Electric Gold Medallion home. As you approach the Cedar Rapids home at night, an interesting pattern of lights tucked under the roof line says a warm, "Welcome home." You press a remote control in the car, and automatically the garage doors open and lights go on. Once inside, lighting again plays an important role. The lights are integrated into the full-length ceiling beam, and along with other lights indoors and out, can be raised or dimmed for any desired effect. So, whether it's kids enjoying records or television in the entertainment center, or father and mother relaxing in the family room, you can control lighting that's as practical as it is beautiful. The kitchen has that same blend of the practical and beautiful. And being so wide open, it actually becomes a functional part of the living area that runs the length of the house. A lady would never feel confined here. Of course, the entire house is heated electrically, too, because electric heating is the heart of a total electric home. It's clean, safe, and there when you want it. If you're planning a new home, why not send for this Westinghouse Plans Guide? It contains plans, sketches, and details on all 16 Total Electric Gold Medallion homes designed for Westinghouse by the nation's top architects. It's free. Just send the card to Westinghouse, Box A, Mansfield, Ohio.
An interesting item from Arkansas on a proposed constitutional amendment in that state, which would have allowed local school districts the power to close schools in the event of integration. An amendment to the Constitution that was supported by the segregationist governor of Arkansas, Orville Faubus. That amendment that would have permitted the local districts to close the schools appears to have been defeated overwhelmingly. The vote in Arkansas now stands 180,000 to 61,000 for the amendment, almost a 3-to-1 margin against the amendment. Wells Church, down at the Republican election headquarters at the Sheridan Park Hotel in Washington, has a report for us. Come in, Wells Church.
This is Wells Church in Washington.
at the Sheraton Park Hotel, where the Republican National Committee has been receiving the returns. And as you can hear, it's rather quiet around here now. It has never been very noisy at any time tonight, but empty chairs everywhere now, whereas it was filled early in the evening when we first came. Here and there, 2 and 3, and groups of 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 are sitting now. They've long since given up hope, and there hasn't been anyone down on the rostrum to cheer them a bit since the only time that the chairman himself, Thurston Morton, came down. He came down and spoke of a few wins here and there, and mostly about Kentucky. But since then, no one has been here. The orchestra has gone home. Those sitting here, it's a little hard to figure out why they stay any longer. Looking around, they must be the real die-hard employees almost of the Republican National Committee. As I say, the spirit's gone from this hall. It's gone on home.
On our presidential board, 68% of the precincts counted. Nixon, 23,744,000 votes. Kennedy, 25,491,000 votes. Nixon has a 48% of the popular vote, with 68% of the precincts counted. Kennedy has 52% of the popular vote. It's interesting to compare those figures with the way the election went in 1956. This year, Nixon jumped out to an early lead by almost the same percentage that Eisenhower jumped out to his lead in 1956. But quite obviously, Nixon's course thereafter did not hold like it did with the president. We'll be continuing our national election coverage. Now let's pause for the latest local returns from across the country. Here in our studio, Charles Collingwood will give us some more detailed reports from the East. Charles?
Well, the East is pretty well in, and it gives us a chance to reflect a little bit about just what happened here. The East went for Kennedy, the big populous states of the East. Some of them went by a razor-thin margin. Now, with still 7% of the districts left to come in from New Jersey, Senator Kennedy is only ahead by 47,000 votes. He'll probably stay that far ahead, but it is a very slim margin. In New York State, Senator Kennedy looks to be getting something like eventually a 500,000 vote majority. Now, that's pretty big. He won it in the city where he came out with 800,000 from New York City, and upstate where he cut the customary Republican margins down very, very fine indeed. And in the suburbs, which in the last 2 presidential elections have gone strongly for the Republicans and for President Eisenhower, but the Republicans in general. He cut the margins, by sometimes as much as 2/3. Pennsylvania, you see, is still not an enormous margin there. The smallest margin of all was the little state of Delaware, which gave its 3 electoral votes to Senator Kennedy by only 3,000 votes in all. Let's look at some of the issues which led to the Kennedy victories in these states. We can start with Rhode Island here, which Kennedy won handily. Rhode Island is an area which has some unemployment, some economic problems, also has a very high Catholic population. We find something like that pattern here in Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania has a relatively high Catholic population, but it also is way above the national average in the number of its unemployed, particularly in the soft and hard coal areas and in the steel industry, which is only working at about 50% of capacity, as you know. Those things certainly helped Senator Kennedy win. All those things were effective in the state of New York, too. Up in Buffalo and Niagara Falls, normally Republican areas, Kennedy carried them strongly. In Syracuse, all the areas where the pocketbook issues, the bread and butter issues were effective, Kennedy pulled very strong. And also in this big polyglot state of New York with people coming into this great port from so many countries, so many ethnic groups represented in the ancestry, most of those minority groups seemed to vote for Senator Kennedy. Not only the Catholics, but not only the Irish, but the Italian areas, the Jewish areas, the Negro areas, the Puerto Rican areas, although many of them are Catholic, went the same way. New Jersey, as I say, is very, very close. I'm sure that the Kennedy supporters are heaving a big sigh there. Up in New Hampshire, once again, some of these bread and butter issues were effective. And also, the religious issue was effective in Kennedy's favor up there. And as you can see, in normally Republican New Hampshire, Kennedy didn't run at all a bad race for a Democrat. Nor did he, surprisingly enough, in the state of Maine and in New England in general. Anyway, those are a few reflections on the situation as it stands in the East. Now back to Walt.
The popular vote with 69% of the precincts in now. Kennedy, 25,534,000. Nixon, 23,937,000 votes. Almost 938,000 votes.
Stay tuned for more election returns on the CBS television network.
In our CBS News election headquarters, New York City, it's now 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and we have 69% of the nation's precincts counted, with Senator John Fitzgerald Kennedy of Massachusetts leading Vice President Nixon, as he has since an early hour yesterday evening, 25,579,000 votes now, 24,173,000 votes. In the last couple of hours, Vice President Nixon has added to his percentage of votes and has come within almost 1.5 million again of Vice President Kennedy, but he still trails 52% of the votes in Kennedy's column. The Electoral College, which is the important area where the election is really settled by those votes of the electors in each of the several states. Each slate of electors voting according to the popular vote in their own state. Kennedy leads 333 to Nixon's 204. That is from all of the 50 states now, but some of those still undecided, definitely, including the important states of Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, Wisconsin, and California, with a total of 88 electoral votes. Enough to, along with a few smaller ones, shift the tide of this election even yet. Although in several of those states, it is anticipated that Kennedy will come ahead to win. He leads, or has won, 18 states with a total of 262 electoral votes, just 7 shy of the number necessary to declare victory. At Hyannisport, Massachusetts, where he is standing by and has been watching the returns part of the evening in the home of his brother and campaign manager, Bob Kennedy, he is still withholding making any statement claiming victory. 300 newsmen standing by in an armory near his home there, waiting a word from him, and a statement is expected. Out in Hollywood, Los Angeles, rather, in California, at the Ambassador Hotel, where Vice President Nixon has been watching the return. Statement is expected also, although no indication as to when it will come. It might be noted here that we're almost an hour now later than the concession statement that came from Adlai Stevenson in the case of Eisenhower's victory in 1956. That was at 1:40 Eastern Time. It's now 2:33 Eastern Time. Let's take a look at those critical states where the election still hangs in the balance, even if momentarily. First, let's go to the West and Grant. Grant?
Well, Walter, if you take a look at these figures, you can see that we're liable to be here for quite a while this evening. The reason is this lead that Senator Kennedy has in California. It's not a big lead. It's not a substantial lead, but it's a lead that he has held throughout the evening. This is the biggest that his lead has been at any time in California. The reason I say we're liable to be here quite a long time is this. It is getting on to midnight on the Pacific coast now. And once it reaches midnight in Los Angeles County, the vote counting slows down. It slows down very considerably. The counting elsewhere in the state is notoriously slow, especially in places like Alameda County, a big county. Almost 400,000 votes are expected to be cast there. And the last report I had, they had only counted around 5,000 votes. California is a slow count. Secondly, it is Vice President Nixon's home state, and no one in the Republican hierarchy is going to concede the state for Vice President Nixon. When the state is conceded, the Vice President himself will decide that he's had it or he's going to hold on in California. And with these figures, and with approximately over 6 million votes expected to be tallied in California, you can't expect anyone at this point who has a overwhelming interest in this race, such as the Vice President has, to concede the state of California. So with the slow count, the fact that the Vice President is there on the scene, we're liable to be in California for quite a while. The Republicans are not discouraged. We talked to them at the Ambassador Hotel a short while ago. The last time we talked to them, they pointed out that the lead in Los Angeles County, where 40% of the votes are located in California, was only 40,000 for Kennedy. Since the phone was put back on the hook, the lead has increased to some 50,000. Talking to the Stevenson headquarters for the Western States in San Francisco, Don Bradley, the professional on the staff there, said that he was very encouraged for California. He figures that Los Angeles County, according to the projections they have, will be carried by Kennedy 53 2/10%. San Francisco County will be carried 56% for Kennedy. And in the huge, long San Joaquin and Sacramento valleys, the great central valleys of California, they are convinced that the vote will go towards Kennedy. So at the moment, Kennedy is leading as he has led all evening in California, and the vote is beginning to slow down, so we're liable to be here quite some time, Walter. Now, let's go back over to your section of the studio.
Well, let's turn around and go right back to the big board, to the middle western section of it, where Stu Novins is presiding over those fascinating states still in the ballot. Stu?
Older, I have the feeling I'm presiding over a small time bomb every time I talk about Michigan, because this is a very strange situation. There's 69% of the vote in. You can see the tabulation, Kennedy ahead. But the Democrats in the state simply refuse to claim the state for the Kennedy column. They say that Wayne County, which includes Detroit, is very slow coming in. They have to have 63% of that vote in order to be sure of the rest of the state. And they just will not take any chances until more of Wayne County comes in. However, in rural outstate, where Nixon should be doing very, very well, with about 1/3 of the precincts reported, Nixon has 450,000 against Kennedy's 333, and that's not quite enough. Nixon should be getting a better vote. This lack of, let's call it reluctance to accept credit for the state on the presidential level is also being reflected on the senatorial level, where Senator Pat McNamara simply refuses to claim any victories, also because he says too many votes are still out. In Minnesota, we have another race, and there again is a situation with a large part of the votes already in. The Minneapolis Tribune, which we reported earlier, was going to come out with an edition that would concede the state to Kennedy. Now the story as we get it is that the Tribune will say that Kennedy has won the presidency, but will not yet say that Kennedy has taken Minnesota's 11 electoral votes. Tribune considers Minnesota still very doubtful, and so do we. In Wisconsin, all of the votes are now in from Milwaukee. That is a heavy Democratic area, an area that should have given Kennedy a very large vote. It has not given him as much as he expected. And in spite of the fact that all of Milwaukee is in, Nixon, you see, is still leading the state. We talked with some of the Kennedy people in the state, and they tell us that, according to their surveys, that it's a question of religion which is being reflected in these votes. And they point out that in some of the Catholic areas, they picked up about 1% but in the Lutheran areas, they dropped from 4 to 5%, and they feel that the religious question has been reflected in this tallying in Wisconsin. Nobody on either side is making any claims. That seems to be the situation, Walter, in those states. There's one additional thing we might add. In Ohio, the Cleveland Plain dealer has given Ohio to Nixon. And we may be doing the same thing before long, but we're not quite ready to do it yet.
That points up again, Stu, how close this race really can be, given the certain combination of these electoral votes even yet. Although certainly every indication has been for the last 4 hours that Senator John Kennedy was sweeping into the White House. But in the states where he is leading now, the states that he still needs, beyond the 262 electoral votes he has, he's leading in California, Michigan, and Minnesota. But as you point out, he could still lose those states. They're not certain at all. The only other 2 states where he's leading are Alaska and Nevada, and they total just 6 electoral votes, which would make him 1 electoral vote short of the 269 he needs. Now, we've still got those 11 electoral votes from Mississippi, which the Mississippi electors tell us through our correspondents there will not go for Kennedy at all. We haven't heard, however, about the 6 electoral votes which are unpledged in Alabama, and perhaps they could still put Kennedy across. We heard from those as well as Alaska and Nevada in the Kennedy column, 2 states that anticipated to possibly go for Kennedy. For a moment now for a news story from Westinghouse.
Here's exciting news from Westinghouse. It's the sensational new Westinghouse mixer with power to spare. It zips through the heaviest doughs and batters. It's so easy to handle. Change speeds with the stroke of a thumb. And another flick of your thumb ejects meters for easy cleaning. What's more, the Westinghouse power mixer now comes with a new drink blender attachment and a new utility box for convenient storage. Great gift. And here's still more news for your Christmas giving.
Who took the handle off the old-fashioned fry pan? Who took the trouble out of throwing it away? Who saw the handle wasn't pretty on the table? You. Not the course.
Yes, Westinghouse gave elegant buffet styling to the electric fry pan. Twin handles make this new buffet fry pan so easy to carry, easy to wash completely underwater, and easy to store. The Westinghouse buffet fry pan fries foods perfectly, roasts or bakes complete meals. See how it cooks this tempting new recipe, chicken calypso, with the new Bisquick bite-sized dumpling. Look for the Bisquick box with this picture of the buffet fry pan. Inside, there's a certificate that gives you a $3 refund on the price of your buffet fry pan. Don't miss this money-saving offer. The Westinghouse buffet fry pan makes a wonderful Christmas gift. And remember, you can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Stu Novins, Grant Holcomb. You boys hold the balance of power here this evening. We're going to have to juggle it between the 2 of you the rest of the evening, I guess, for that California, Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota vote. Have you got any suggestions as to what the next step might be? Which state can we look for the first one to fall?
Well, Walter, I think in my area here in the Middle West, I would expect that we get some kind of a statement on Michigan very, very quickly. In talking to some of the people there, I gather that they're trying to find the right people to make the right statements, and I would think within a half hour, perhaps, we might get some positive statement by one side or the other.
And what about Ohio? We keep hearing that they're about to do something drastic in Ohio.
Well, that thing has gone back and forth all night, Walter. When you talk about our having the balance of power, this is like keeping the balance on a teeter-totter or a seesaw. It's been going Kennedy, then Nixon, Kennedy, Nixon. It's changed about 9 or 10 times in the last 3 or 4 hours. I think I mentioned earlier that the Cleveland Plain dealer is giving the state of Ohio to Nixon, and certainly he's got a pretty powerful lead there. But still, there are large parts of the state that have not yet come in, and I guess until they do, we're not going to hear anything from any of the participants in the contest.
Stu, is this rural areas mostly in both of these states that have to be heard from?
Apparently, it's a combination of both rural areas and still parts of some of the larger cities, which for some reason are very slow coming in.
So you can't make a prediction on how they're going to go.
I wouldn't make one, sir.
All right, we'll accept your word for it. Grant?
I'll let you know just as soon as we've got something.
Grant, what about California? Anything laid out there?
Well, we have just posted a new figure, Walter. You might like to take a look at it. It's 2 panels over from me. The top figure, and that's the largest lead that Senator Kennedy has had all evening in California. Let me answer your question first as to what's going to pop. I must agree that something has to pop over in Stu's area before it pops in California, because unlike any of the situations in the Midwest, there has not been any seesaw battle in California. First return in favor of Kennedy. They have been that way all evening. He has gradually increased his lead. The thing that may slow California down considerably is the counting process in that state. I mentioned a few moments ago, there are machines in only 2 counties, San Francisco County, and practically the entire vote from San Francisco County is in, and San Luis Obispo County, a very small county on the coast just above Santa Barbara. All of the rest is hand counting, and it's a very, very slow process. You know, back in 1948, Harry Truman carried California with its huge millions of votes, only by 18,000. So we might just be sitting here for a long, long time. If we do, I think we'll see it go the way it has throughout most of the evening. A slight lead of 1,000, picking up 1,000 here and 2,000 there for Kennedy. Now, if there's certainly room for a shift to go in there for Nixon to go ahead, and that'll throw us all into a wild scramble here for a little while.
Well, Dad, I'm happy to say that neither of us are old enough to remember with any particular detail 1916, but that was the year that Charles Evans Hughes went to bed believing that he had won the presidency of the United States from the incumbent Woodrow Wilson, only to learn the next morning that California had thrown its votes by a very narrow margin to Wilson, and Hughes was not the next president of the United States.
I have not heard any reports of the lights going out at Hyannisport.
Right, Grant. We'll be coming back frequently, of course, because there in California and in Ohio, Minnesota, Michigan, rests the key to this election and a final decision tonight, which we are still awaiting. Nevada, incidentally, we now give to Senator Kennedy. That increases his electoral vote to 265 on our CBS definite scoreboard. 19 states, 265 electoral votes. He still needs 4 more for the nomination to or the election to apparently be his. Popular board with 71% of the precincts nearing the 3-quarter mark. Kennedy 26 million, Nixon 24,718,000. Percentage back down to 52% for Kennedy, 48% Nixon, from the high of 53 of a couple of hours ago for Kennedy. Let's go now to the IBM Data Center. Howard K. Smith and the IBM 709.
Walter, with the use of mathematics and the computer and mathematicians, we've been trying to find out what is happening in Ohio, one of the big 6 states where Kennedy is distinctly not doing well. We have computed what is happening there, and the following may be of interest. To win Ohio, Kennedy must get 12% more of Ohio's votes than Stevenson got in 1956, but in fact, Kennedy is getting only 8% more. Kennedy is succeeding with the Negro vote in Ohio, which gives him tonight 14% more than it gave Stevenson. He's succeeding with the Catholic vote in Ohio, which is also giving him 14% more than it gave Stevenson. He is succeeding with the industrial workers, who are giving him 12% more of the vote than it gave Stevenson, exactly what Kennedy needs. However, the Ohio farmers are giving him only 1% more than it gave the last Democratic nominee, and that is not nearly enough. And the Protestant urban vote in Ohio is giving him 8% more than it gave Stevenson. Again, not enough. Jewish vote in Ohio is 8% better than it was for Stevenson, but not the 12% that Kennedy must have. So from where we stand, it appears that Senator Kennedy is not making it. Back now to the anchor desk.
Howard, in a desperate race of man over here to keep up with your machines, we have just accepted your word for it, plus some new returns we just received to put Ohio in Nixon's column definitely. That's 20 states now for Nixon with 157 electoral votes. 25 electoral votes from Ohio. A big block of votes in this critical point of the evening go to Vice President Nixon. So he has 157 electoral votes now to 265 out of 19 states for Senator Kennedy, 4 short of the 269 he needs. David Shulman, what's going on across the waters?
Well, Walter, most of the people in Europe are asleep. The people in Asia are in the middle of the day now, and they're probably as anxious as you and our colleagues are to find out in the American public just how this is going to end. It's a very close election and a very exciting one. And it appears to me, as an American correspondent abroad, that there are certain aspects of this election of really particular interest. And I'd like to point out to you one thing, that no matter who wins this election, there are going to be some fundamental problems which will be precisely the same whoever the man is. One of those problems, Walter, that fascinates me is the problem of human relations. Whoever this man is, Nixon or Kennedy, he's going to be under 50, and he'll be at least 20 to 30 years younger than the men who are ruling the world in Europe. Macmillan, de Gaulle, old man Adenauer in Germany, Khrushchev, all of these men are well over 60 years of age. All of these men were born and raised in the 19th century, in the time of Queen Victoria, Bismarck, and the Tsar of all the Russians. And there's going to be a tremendous problem for Nixon or for Kennedy to bridge these generations. I think we're living through one of the great departures of history. This is the turning point year of the 20th century. The year in which men born in the 20th century are beginning to come to power throughout the world. Now, this has already happened in Africa, where a lot of new young nations have come to power. We have men like Kasavubu, who's 43 years old, from the Congo, who's here. Throughout Africa, there are many young leaders. The same thing is happening now in South America. And finally, in our country, too, we're going to have a young president of the United States, whereas in Europe, we still have men who look back to another century, who have other ideas. And it's going to be a tremendous problem for a new team to come in and to try to bridge not only a language barrier, but the barrier of centuries, the barrier of generations. This, to me, is a fascinating problem, no matter what the final return is going to be. There's another problem, too. For the last 20 years or so, the purpose of the United States of America, the main priority, has been to save Europe. Well, Europe has been saved. And now the new priority is going to be Africa and South America. Walter, we're going to be striking out in new directions from here on in a new challenge of the 60s. That's the way it looks to an American correspondent who works abroad.
David, an interesting note on this man of the 20th century, since we're electing for the first time a man born in the 20th century to the White House, whether it is Kennedy or Nixon. I noted a little earlier this evening, I don't know whether you heard me or not, but that we are 10 years late in getting a man of our century into the White House. In the 19th century, the man of the 19th century got to the White House in 1850, 10 years earlier than we made it. That was Millard Fillmore, but he was just barely a man of the 19th century. He was born January 7th, 1800. He just barely made it. We'll have more reports as they come in from across the nation right after we hear from Fred Davis with something new from Westinghouse.
Something new on space travel, Walter. I mean men traveling far beyond the moon to other planets. Now, here's a problem. You need an engine with unbelievable power to get from here to Mars and back. You'll have to push a ship that might weigh 1,000 tons and a voyage that would take 4 months each way. And here's another problem. These spaceships will require large quantities of electricity as they streak toward the stars and near the planet they're aiming at. Crews will need electricity just to stay alive for light, water, heat, and air. They'll need electricity for instruments, controls, and communications. That's why Westinghouse is doing research on an atomic-powered rocket engine and studying lightweight atomic electric plants for spaceships. At the new Westinghouse Astronuclear Laboratories in Pittsburgh, some of the world's most experienced atomic scientists are working on these problems. So we'll be ready to assist government agencies and laboratories on atomic projects. Some of these scientists have been planning and building atomic power plants for 10 years. We believe that when men begin those trips to other planets, this Westinghouse work will help them get there and back home safely. We'll keep at it. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Now, that fight for those last few electoral votes that would put Senator John Kennedy over the top with the 269 he needs is still going on. He has 265 garnered in 19 states. We have just declared Wisconsin definitely for Vice President Nixon with 12 electoral votes. That gives him 169, 12 more than that 157 you see on the board, 169 electoral votes for Nixon. And speaking of the vice president, our correspondent Paul Niven has been following his campaign and is with him now out in Los Angeles at the Ambassador Hotel. Come in, Paul Niven.
This is the Sunset Room in the Ambassador Hotel, Walter. The Vice President is still closeted in the suite upstairs. We've had no word from him, even through his news secretary, for more than 3 hours. At that time, Herb Klein said the Vice President was cautiously optimistic. In this large room, a local disc jockey has been trying to keep people's spirits up all evening. The great cheers went up whenever a Nixon state was recorded on the board, and there have been quite a few of those lately. There will be more when they hear about Ohio and Wisconsin. In the other room, in the adjacent room, where people have been watching television, spirits are much lower. And in the Nixon staff room, the volunteer girls have quit. They've laid down their pencils and gone home. Next time you come to us, no doubt the Vice President will be here. This is Paul Niven in the Sunset Room at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles.
We'll be continuing our national election coverage. Time, we'll go down to Washington and report from election headquarters, and Ron Cochran. Come in, Ron.
Well, Walter, this is the grand ballroom of the Mayflower Hotel here in Washington, the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee for tonight. And it's a ballroom almost after the ball is over, because only a few people are left, or comparatively few, as compared to about 2 hours ago when this ballroom was jammed with people, and the corridors of this hotel were too. And people were coming and going to the point where those of us who were trying to work here had great difficulty indeed in getting around. But now, as you can see, there aren't very many people left. Just a few in the middle of this big room, and then some of the custodial help of the hotel here is tearing up the tables and getting ready to put things away for the night. Of course, everybody is convinced that the show's over and the Democrats have won, and that's it. One thing that has been very noticeable throughout this evening here is something that the Kennedy campaign has featured for the past several months, and that is the great number of young people, people of college age and high school age who are here. In fact, there have been several college radio stations and newspapers that have been represented and working right along with the rest of us here who do this to make a little money now and then. And in addition to those who are working, the young people, the corridors and the hallways are jammed with these people. One group that came in, and there was some a little fear that they might cause trouble, was George Rockwell's members of the American Nazi Party. A group of them, about 25 or 30, came in here a while ago and gathered in a group, and it looked as if they were plotting some kind of trouble, and the police and security officials on the scene were keeping a very close watch on them. But they really didn't do anything except go over in a corner and kneel down and apparently held some sort of a prayer meeting there, which didn't create any disturbance at all. And that passed over very quickly. Just a few minutes ago, I was up in the headquarters of Senator Henry Jackson, the Democratic National Chairman, and there, too, the crowds are beginning to thin out very much. And Senator Jackson himself is closeted, apparently waiting for some kind of a statement from the Republican side, a concession, before he, in cooperation, of course, with Senator Kennedy himself, would make any sort of a victory statement.
The victory statement is expected to come first, naturally, from Senator Kennedy at Hyannisport. Senator Jackson, the last time he was down here in the ballroom, about an hour ago now, indicated that the next time he came down, he expected it to be a victory statement on his part, but it would come after Senator Kennedy's own statement. The Democrats started out this evening, Senator Kennedy saying, or rather Senator Jackson saying that they would win handily. He has not had occasion to change his predictions very much, except in the case of Ohio, in which the results surprised him somewhat. And in his last statement down here, he explained that that state had not gone as he had expected it to. And now, back to Walter Cronkite.
Walter, we're going. These states.
Stay tuned for more election returns on the CBS television network.
Unlock the flavor. Unlock the flavor. Unlock the flavor. Relative discovered secret that unlocks the flavor. Being the filtered cigarette.
Reach for flavor. A man with drive gets super premium at no extra cost. Flying A 100 plus gasoline.
Best in View, Channel 2.
This is Walter Cronkite in our CBS News election headquarters, where almost three-quarters of the nation's precincts have now been reported. 73% of the precincts, as a matter of actual figures. Kennedy, 26,317,000. Nixon, 25,113,000. Nixon's popular vote has increased to the point where he has almost cut the Kennedy margin to 1 million votes. For the first time since long before midnight, the Kennedy proportion is still 52% of the electoral vote, however. In the of the popular vote, that is. On the electoral vote, it still stands at this very close figure of Kennedy 265, 4 votes short of the 269 he needs for election. Nixon has climbed to 169 with the addition of Wisconsin's 12 votes a short while ago. It's noteworthy that Kennedy has not added any electoral votes except for the 3 in Nevada in the last hour and a half, almost 2 hours, and is holding steady at that 265. There are critical states at hand, which we will give you a report on in just a moment. First, let's go to Hyannisport, Massachusetts, and Charles Von Franz.
Walter, for sheer persistence, I've never seen anything like this hardy band of Democrats who are standing outside the Kennedy News headquarters here in Hyannis, Massachusetts. Many of them have been standing here for as long as 10 hours, hoping to get a glimpse of the senator and in what they hope will be, of course, his arrival here to accept the presidency of the United States. As a matter of fact, they're so enthusiastic they have hung from a telephone pole across the way a large stuffed elephant, hung in effigy. And they're still very confident that Kennedy is going to make it in spite of the fact that his popular vote is not running very much ahead of that of Vice President Nixon. For a report of what's going on at the Kennedy compound 2 miles up the road, let's switch now to CBS News correspondent Harry Reisner.
A few minutes ago, the lighting director out here at Senator Kennedy's home, looking up at this backyard patio at those pumpkins, said he thought he saw a smile already carved on one of the pumpkins. It isn't quite clear whether he sensed a new solid feeling of victory out here or is just getting hallucinations from lack of sleep. It's getting late here as it is everywhere. Of course, there's a kind of excitement to keep the Kennedy family alert and excited. There's no sign that they're sleepy. There's no sign that they would be going to bed or even thinking about it, even if Vice President Nixon had conceded. The rule that is governing Senator Kennedy and all his activities tonight is that he will not say anything until Vice President Nixon concedes. when he does, the victory statement will come. This is Harry Reasoner, Hyannis Sport.
Harry, I wonder if you're sure that Senator Kennedy is either there or at Bobby's house where those lights glow so brightly, because I remember back in 1948, we stood outside of President Truman's home in Independence, Missouri, and a light glowed up in his bedroom, and all night long we thought he was up there watching election returns and listening to them on CBS radio, and it turned out he wasn't there at all. He was up in Selcher Springs, Missouri, at the Elms Hotel, and learned there that he had pulled a remarkable victory out of the hat to defeat Governor Thomas E. Dewey of New York. An interesting report comes in from Mississippi now that loyal Democrats in Mississippi are still not conceding defeat to that unpledged slate of 8 electors in Mississippi, and that they still think that they might a victory in Mississippi, which would be enough votes, those 8, to give Kennedy the Electoral College victory. At the moment, however, Mississippi seems to have gone for the unpledged slate of 8 electoral votes, a slate that says it will not cast its votes for Kennedy under any circumstances. That's an interesting report, however, that the loyal Democratic slate thinks it may yet get a victory in Mississippi. One of those critical states that is still outstanding is California. Another is Washington. Both states out in the western portion of the United States, where our CBS Los Angeles correspondent Grant Holcomb has been watching the returns. Grant, how does it look now?
Well, Walter, the really critical one, the big one, California, with its 32 votes, has this to report at this hour. Now, just a few moments ago, I talked with the state Democratic chairman in San Francisco, Mr. Roger Kent, and he said that California is as safe as a church. Those are the words he used, safe as a church for Kennedy. I asked him to spell out his reasons why, and he said, well, first of all, Kennedy is leading in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is the ball game. He has a lead of 50,000 votes in Los Angeles. He's going to sweep San Francisco. He's carried Sacramento County. He said there is no question about it. Kennedy has won California. He explained that he had been congratulated already by Ed Osgood, Republican chairman of San Francisco, for the victory. And then he pointed out, too, that if Kennedy, in his campaign, could get out of Los Angeles with a margin of victory there, there would be no other problem in the rest of California. He said that he had been a little worried about some of the San Joaquin and Sacramento Valley areas because he felt there had been a religious issue there. But he said the valley is being carried for Kennedy 3-2, and the religious issue that he worried about really had not developed. So that's the report from Roger Kent, the Democratic chairman of the state of California. Now let's go down here and take a look at the state of Washington. If you will look at the presidential figure, with 34% of the precincts reporting, you can see that it is really nip and tuck in the state of Washington with its 9 electoral votes. We expect over 1.25 million votes to be reported from the Washington state area. So you can see that this sampling is not the largest sampling that we have of some of the states this evening. Now, these votes have come from the Seattle area, an area that has been described as one that would be a toss-up. It hasn't been predominantly Democratic or predominantly Republican. It's from that area, and it is expected that if there is an even break in that area for Senator Kennedy, that some of the surrounding counties, the suburban counties in and around Seattle, the big county there, and along the coast, the labor groups in the lumber and in the fishing industry will be able to add enough votes to Kennedy's total of 197,000 to put the state of Washington with its 9 electoral votes into the Kennedy column. An equally interesting race at this hour in the state of Washington is that for the post of governor. It's down 2 columns, and Governor Rossellini, the Democratic incumbent, is leading at the moment. He is seeking his 2nd term as governor of the state of Washington. As you would suspect, his campaign button is a rose. Not only the governor, but all of his supporters wear a little rose in their lapel. He is known from time to time as the Rose. His opponent, Mr. Andrews is the state superintendent of instruction, has been the state superintendent of instruction in Washington, and he is trailing him at the present time. Like so many candidates in this 1960 election year, television played a very big part in their life. They held television debates. Let's go back up towards California and see if we have any new postings on the California board since we walked down. Again, it looks to be about the same. Starting at about this hour in the evening, the returns begin to come in a little slow from California because of the hand counting. All the machine counting is in. Walter, that's just about the story from the Pacific Coast. I see that you're sitting down at your desk chatting, so let's go back there.
I'm going to have a chat here in a moment with Elmo Roper, who has been doing a detailed analysis of these critical states still outstanding. But right now it's time for Betty Furness and an item of interest from Westinghouse.
Interest is right, Walter, because here's the automatic washer backed by the guarantee of cleaner clothes or your money back. Yes, with this new 1961 laundromat, you must get cleaner clothes or the purchase price will be refunded. You see, only Westinghouse offers more washing power for cleaner clothes. More washing power thanks to an exclusive washing action that lifts, dips, tumbles, and plunges your clothes again and again through hot, sudsy water. Then this new 1961 Westinghouse laundromat tosses and turns your wash through 2 deep rinses. That's why Westinghouse can make this amazing guarantee. What's more, the 1961 laundromat uses less water, less detergent, and less bleach than other automatics. And this 61 Beauty also gives you this automatic bleach dispenser that holds a 6-week supply of liquid bleach. It automatically adds just the right amount of your bleach to your wash at just the right time. All this, plus the exclusive laundromat weighing door, suds and water saver, automatic lint ejector, and the most up-to-date styling in washers today. Visit your Westinghouse dealer now and buy a new 1961 Westinghouse laundromat. If, within 15 days, you don't agree that your clothes are cleaner, the purchase price of your laundromat will be refunded. Choose any of these 4 1961 laundromat models. The offer expires December 30th. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Almost some late returns from that critical Middle Western area, so let's look at the board. Stuart Nobin's reporting. Stu?
Walter, we want to look at some of the big states that things have been happening to. But before we do, let's talk for just a moment about Iowa. Iowa, of course, went Nixon a long time ago. Lovelace has conceded in the senatorial race to Jack Miller. Jack Miller is elected. And in this race, Irby has taken the gubernatorial victory in the state of Iowa. In Michigan, that is the one we've been bird-dogging and worrying about, we have some background on that. The figures you can see for what they are. This is a race that could be an all-night situation. It could be until tomorrow morning before somebody makes a claim on that one. Or, on the other hand, it could wind up within an hour. And if that sounds contradictory, there's a reason for it. The reason, in spite of the Kennedy lead, the reason that the Democratic leadership in the state has not claimed victory for the state is that they have gotten themselves confused with some of their own computations, and they're not quite sure of just what figures they have. They're now retallying them and starting back from scratch and trying to figure out just where they stand. The situation is that in Wayne County, which is the Detroit area, that went to Kennedy by 67% lead, and that's what they hoped for. It was a little better than they hoped for, as a matter of fact, and normally this would be enough to carry the rest of the state. However, they are not doing as well in the outstate Republican areas as they thought they would do. They expected that they would pull about 45% of the vote, which normally is a Republican area. But instead of the 45%, they're down about 42%, and they're afraid that they have not picked up enough in the Detroit area to offset what they're losing in the Republican area. That's why they're going back over their figures. The United Press International gives Michigan to Kennedy, but the Kennedy people, the Kennedy supporters, are not claiming it for themselves. All but 75 of the precincts of this Detroit-Wayne County area have already been tallied. That means that most of the big Democratic strength has already been tallied for Kennedy. But there still are about 1,000 precincts outstate to be counted.
And most of those are Republican areas, which means that Nixon could draw up on the Kennedy lead. It could come to a tie. It could be a racehorse the rest of the night. We're in touch with the headquarters where all the figuring is being done, and just as soon as that changes, of course, we'll give you that story. In Minnesota, where, again, you have the 11 electoral votes being contested very sharply by Kennedy and Nixon, while Kennedy is ahead, still there are no claims being made. Hennepin County and Minneapolis, in 266 of the 343 precincts, Nixon is leading Kennedy by 60.5%. Nixon is leading with Kennedy 60.5%, and Nixon 49.5%. Now, there is a situation which, again, nobody is making any claims for. The senatorial race in the state is, as you can tell by our elected sign, has been given to Humphrey, but the gubernatorial race, in spite of the fact that the same percentage of votes has been tallied, and in spite of the fact that the Democratic incumbent, Orville Freeman, has a lead over Anderson, there are no claims being made in that race, so that one's going to go along. In Ohio, the big one with 25 electoral votes, that goes to the Nixon column. All the indications are that with 74% of the vote already counted, that is safely a Nixon state, and that's the way we list it. In Wisconsin, another state goes into the Nixon column. That's 12 electoral votes, and the lead, as you can see, is a fairly substantial one. The number of precincts already counted is a large part of the vote, and the rest will not materially change what happens in that state. Walter, that's about it on the major states, and perhaps in a few moments, if you like, we might read some of the other boards and go over some of the other recapitulations.
We hear word from California that Vice President Nixon has left his hotel suite and is on the way downstairs. We may be seeing Vice President Nixon very shortly from the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. We'll cue that picture in just as soon as we have one of him. 74% of the precincts are now reported for President. Kennedy in the popular vote, 26,624,000. Nixon, 25,478,000. In the electoral vote, Kennedy still stands at just 4 votes short of the 260 he needs. And here is the picture of Vice President Nixon
Vice President
and
Nixon
Mrs.
and Mrs. Nixon taking the back way down from their suite in the Ambassador, down the stairs, outside, around the Ambassador, and they are now headed for the ballroom, where presumably Vice President Nixon will concede defeat to Senator John Kennedy. Vice President is followed by a large group of friends and supporters.
Going down up into the back of the stage.
I lost my husband.
And here in the Sunset Room, a large group, a packed room of loyal Nixon supporters chanting, "We want Nixon," await the arrival of their candidate, who we are told on reliable authority is coming down to concede his defeat by Senator John Kennedy. This group has remained all evening. They were told about an hour ago for the first, and here is the Vice President. Vice President finally, even in defeat, Thank you. Thank you. This is one of the most enthusiastic receptions the Vice President has had during his entire 50-state campaign. the 100 hands go up in the D sign, which Nixon himself has been using. Perhaps the crowd is aware of what the vice president is going to say and wants to delay that moment as long as possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you know, I thought I was going to say that I thought we'd had the last rally of the campaign, but here we go again. As all of you in this room know, and as all of you millions who are listening on television and radio realize, it is normally the custom for a candidate for the presidency or for any other office not to appear until after the decision is definitely known and all the votes are counted beyond doubt. However, I have been keeping some pretty late hours recently, and as some of you have, I know, who have met me at the airports as I've come in with Pat on occasion, I know, too, that many who are listening in the eastern part of the United States will find that it is now about 3:15 in the morning. And before the evening was over, I did want to have the opportunity to speak to those in this room who have been with us during the day, and also to those who are listening on television, to say these things. First, to express to all of you who have done so much in this campaign our appreciation. Words are really inadequate at times like this. We can only try to let you feel what we have in our hearts. And I can say, I can say that I can say that we've never had couldn't have had a more wonderful group of people in all of the 50 states than have been in our campaign. And then too, the other thing I wish to do is this. I am sure that many are listening here who are supporting Senator Kennedy. I know too that he probably is listening to this program. And while please, come on. And as I look at the board here, while there are still some results still to come in, if the present trend continues, if Mr. Kennedy, Senator Kennedy, will be the next president of the United States. I want. Thank you very much. And I want to say that one of the great features of America is that we have political contests, that they are very hard fought, as this one is hard fought. And once the decision is made, we unite behind the man who is elected. I want all of you to know. I want Senator Kennedy to know, and I want all of you to know that certainly if this trend does continue and he does become our next president, and he will have my wholehearted support.
My friends, with that, I want to say again my deep thanks to all of you who are here, to those who have listened on television and radio, and again, my congratulations to Senator Kennedy for his fine race in this campaign, and to all of you. I am sure his supporters are just as enthusiastic as you are for me, and I thank you for that. And while because of interruptions, which I understand, I have not been able perhaps to make this as coherent a statement as I might have wanted to, I do want to say that having been to all of the 50 states of this nation since the nominating convention in Chicago, having seen the American people, seen them by the hundreds of thousands and perhaps the millions in the towns and cities of America, that I have great faith about the future of this country. I have great faith that our people, Republicans, Democrats alike, will unite behind our next president in seeing that America, and seeing that they will unite behind our next president in seeing that America does meet the challenge which destiny has placed upon us. And that challenge is to give the leadership to the whole world, which will produce a world in which all men can have what we have in the United States: freedom, independence, the right to live in peace with our neighbors. And so with that, may I say again my thanks to you. Having had only 2 hours sleep last night and 2 hours sleep the night before, I'm now going to bed, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
So Vice President Richard Nixon is going to bed tonight on this election night without conceding the election to his Democratic rival, Senator John Fitzgerald Kennedy. He came as close as a man can, but did not actually concede. He said that if the present trend continues, Senator Kennedy will be the next president of the United States, but that could hardly qualify as a concession at this time. He is going to bed without conceding the election. He did congratulate Senator Kennedy for his fine race in the campaign, and obviously his attitude was one of concession. You saw Mrs. Nixon almost break into tears there. There obviously is no happiness in the Nixon camp. And as we say, he came very close to a concession, which will, when he does make it, bring him to the end of a 60,000-mile campaign trail that carried him for the first time in campaign election history through every one of the states. Now 50 states. No candidate before has ever gone to all of the states of the Union. Senator Kennedy, in making a 75,000-mile campaign trip, went to some 44 states in the United States. It brings Vice President Nixon also, when this concession comes, and now will have to be apparently sometime tomorrow if he follows out this plan to retire at this point. It will bring him to a stop, at least temporarily, in a political career that has amazingly been only 14 years old since he became a congressman in 1946 after leaving the Navy, and went from there to the Senate in 1950 and then to the vice presidency in 1952. What his political future holds, of course, is a great deal in the Vice President Nixon's own plans at the moment. However, he has not conceded the election up to this time. 3:27 a.m. on this morning after the election, November the 9th,
and says he is retiring without making that concession. He says only now that if the present trend continues, his rival, Senator Kennedy, will be the next president of the United States. The vote, as he was making that announcement, just passed the three-quarter mark from over the United States as a whole. Nixon, 25,798,000. Kennedy, 26,983,000. And Senator Kennedy still is 4 votes short of the 269 electoral votes he needs to definitely clinch this election, which already most of the newspapers across the country and many of the political leaders on both sides have given to him. Let's go down to Washington now, where Wells Church is standing by at the Republican election headquarters at the Sheraton Park Hotel. Come in, Ted.
Walter, we learned a little bit, just a little bit before the vice president spoke out there in California, through sources very close to him here in Washington, that he was not going to concede tonight. And I thought you might be interested in knowing the reasons why, although they do appear to be rather obvious. In the first place, being in their home state of California, they are able to check very carefully the vote in California, and they are thoroughly convinced that the San Diego vote would cancel out the San Francisco vote, and that San Francisco is by no means lost. They also felt that they could take Senator Dirkson's word about Illinois, and he advised them not to concede on the Illinois situation. And the situation in Michigan, and they had already gotten Ohio, they just decided that it would be unwise to concede tonight, and that the only thing they could gain by it would be to let people go home and go to bed. And the vice president did that by simply making that little speech. Now back to Walter Cronkite.
Well, that means we're going to have one of the latest concessions in our history, presumably tonight. Governor Adlai Stevenson in 56 conceded at 1:40 in the morning, and in 1952 he conceded at 1:20 in the morning. One of the latest concessions ever in our history was in 1948 when Governor Thomas E. Dewey, the Republican candidate from New York, didn't concede until after 11 o'clock in the morning, New York time, the day following the election. It looks now as if it may be almost that late. We don't know what Vice President Nixon's plans are for rising tomorrow morning. He says, however, as you heard a moment ago, that he is going to bed now, and so we will not get a definite concession tonight. He's come as close as he could without actually throwing in the towel. The electoral vote stands where it did the last time we reported, almost a half hour ago. There have been no changes. Kennedy has 265 from 19 states. He needs 269 electoral votes. Vice President Nixon has 172 from a total of 22 states. Now for Betty Furness and something new from Westinghouse.
If you think miniature radios have to have a miniature sound, you haven't yet heard the new Westinghouse 7-transistor pocket radio. Westinghouse puts big set quality into this tiny transistor. Now, everything you see on this board fits into this tiny radio. All the components are American-made, which means quality-made, and are put together with all the skill you expect from Westinghouse. That's why there's big set quality in this tiny transistor. Compare it with other miniatures. You'll see and hear a big difference. There's long battery life, too, up to 75 hours on 2 small penlight batteries available anywhere. Ask your local dealer for the new Westinghouse 7-transistor pocket radio, also available in this handsome gift pack. And see all the other Westinghouse radios and phonographs. And now, here's more news from Westinghouse. Better looking, new shape, new light with Westinghouse white eye-saving bulbs. Millions of tiny filter particles give you the best light for seeing ever developed. It's the only modern light bulb in 35 years. Makes every fixture look better. Remember, Westinghouse white eye-saving bulbs, 60, 75, or 100 watts, 2 for only 58 cents. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Well, 3/4 of the popular vote across the United States counted, or 3/4 of the precincts in, which account for at least 3/4, perhaps a little more, because the more populous precincts report first. Kennedy, 27,004,000 votes. Nixon, 25,835,000 votes. The percentage of the popular vote has now dropped for Senator Kennedy to something just a little over 51% of the vote. Nixon has something like 49% of the popular vote. And it's interesting to note, and Howard K. Smith and the IBM folks can rub their hands in glee, rub IBM 7090 in glee if they want, but that was the breakdown of percentages of popular votes they predicted, I think it must have been as long as 7 or so hours ago, as I recall. There are still these votes outstanding from the populous states that could make a difference in the total. Senator Kennedy still is being denied the final count of 269 he needs by a mere proportion of 4 electoral votes. Let's go out to where 2 of those states are still hanging, California and Washington, and a report from Grant Holcomb. Grant?
Well, Walter, some people might think that they're still hanging. California at the moment has gone very much ahead for Senator Kennedy. This is the biggest lead that he has had all night. Now, from now on, the returns are not going to come in rapidly, but on the basis of these returns, it certainly would appear to be safe to say that Senator Kennedy is going to carry California. He's been leading in California all night long. Historically, you don't have any cliffhangers in an election in California. Once a trend is established, the trend usually grows. That, of course, is the modern-day history. We all know what happened back there in 1916. But there's certainly nothing in any of the indicators that I've seen this evening to suggest that that's going to happen. Senator Kennedy is leading in Los Angeles County, which is the big populous county of California, with 40% of the vote. His lead has increased there throughout the evening. He's leading in San Francisco. He has been expected throughout this race to carry the northern part of the state. Throughout the San Joaquin Valley and the Sacramento Valley, huge vote pluralities were rolled up for Adlai Stevenson 4 years ago. And so certainly that can be regarded as safe Kennedy territory. They just haven't gotten around to counting the votes yet. Now, the other one that is hanging in the West is the state of Washington. It's way down at the other end of our panel of 13 western states, panel number 12. Let's go down there and take a look at it. At the moment, it is nip and tuck, and Vice President Nixon is leading with 36% of the precincts reporting. These precincts have reported from such places as Kings County, which is the county that Seattle is in, and Nixon is leading there by 6,000 votes. This is normally regarded as a touch-and-go county, one that could go Republican one time, Democrat the other time. Nixon leading by 6,000. Kennedy has the edge in the surrounding counties of Pierce and Snohomish. Nixon has a very narrow lead in Spokane, and that might be the tip-off as to what might eventually happen in Washington, because traditionally, Spokane should be regarded as a strong Republican area. This is not true. Nixon's lead in eastern and central Washington is not a substantial lead. It's a very narrow lead at this moment. So, again, an indicator that the state might flop into the Kennedy column. If it doesn't flop into the Kennedy column, and it doesn't flop into the Nixon column, the interesting thing is going to be the count of absentee ballots, because they have a record-breaking 85, and that figure is correct, 85 to 90,000 absentee ballots that might very well determine what happens in the state of Washington. Walter, that's just about the story for the 2 states in the West, California and Washington.
Okay, let's check the Middle West, since where Stu Novins is presiding over a couple of undetermined states, too. Stu?
Yes, they are undetermined, Walt. Michigan and Minnesota are the holdouts, and these are the ones that between them have 31 electoral votes. While that may or may not be academic as far as the national picture is concerned, it's very important anyway. In Michigan, the situation is still pretty much as we reported it before. Kennedy is holding his lead, but nobody is making any claims. Lieutenant Governor Swainson says it's much too early to claim anything. The UPI, I think we reported earlier, gives Michigan to Kennedy, but there's still a good piece of vote to come in that state, and a lot of it is rural, and we just don't think that the time has come yet to assign that to one candidate or the other. Senator Pat McNamara is has a very good lead ahead of Alvin Bentley, the congressman who's challenging him. But even McNamara is not making any claims on that. And Swainson, as we indicated before, says things are too early yet to judge. Swainson has a pretty good situation going for him there. One can judge by the trend. In Minnesota, Kennedy is still ahead of Nixon, and a large part of the state still to come. Much of that vote still to come is in the Republican rural area. However, spot checks that have been made throughout the state within the last 45 minutes or so indicate that the likelihood, if the trend continues as it is now, is that Kennedy will stay ahead in Minnesota. Part of the area still to be heard from is the so-called Iron Range area, which is an area of very high unemployment. It's normally a Democratic area, and those votes will go for Kennedy and will tend to balance out some of the rural areas.
Thanks very much, Mr. Salinger. Pierre Salinger,
wait a
the
minute.
Secretary to Senator
Harry,
Kennedy,
Harry.
informing us that Senator Kennedy is
Harry.
calling it a night until at least 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Harry Reasoner at the Kennedy home in Hyannisport.
Well, that's the report. We didn't hear Pierre Salinger give it himself, unfortunately, because of audio difficulties there, but you did hear Harry summarize it. Pierre Salinger says that there will be nothing from Senator Kennedy until tomorrow morning. Obviously, the senator, the front-running candidate right now, with apparently victory within his grasp, has decided that since Vice President Nixon did not concede in his statement and said that he was going to bed, it would be unseemly for Senator Kennedy himself to make any statement. So he also presumably is either going to bed or is going to stay up and watch a few returns yet to come in, but at any rate, no statement until later in the morning. 9 or 10 o'clock would put that only some 5.5 to 6 hours away, however, so it really isn't so long. May seem a little long to those of us who are sitting up counting the ballots yet, but perhaps not in the light of history. Now, Betty Furness brings us another interesting piece of news from Westinghouse.
Here's a brand new appliance from Westinghouse to make floor care easy for you. This beautiful floor is proof that the new Westinghouse Scrubber Polisher makes any floor look better faster. This old-fashioned polisher splatters when it scrubs, but the new Westinghouse scrubs clean without splatter. Old-fashioned polishers leave swirl marks and streaks when they polish, but the new Westinghouse polishes floors to a satin-smooth finish without leaving swirl marks or streaks. It's so easy to use, even a child can run it. That's because it works on a brand new principle. Its large double-action brush swings in a wide orbit as it revolves, covering more floor area faster. Compare. Before you buy any polisher, try it. See the great new Westinghouse Scrubber Polisher at your Westinghouse dealers now. And here's more news from Westinghouse about easy house cleaning. New from Westinghouse. It's the Westinghouse Spin Jet Vacuum Cleaner. 2 cleaners in 1. Canister for easy cleaning of furniture, drapes, and blinds. And now, for the heavy-duty cleaning power you need for rugs, Westinghouse gives you upright beating action with a new revolving brush to pick up deep down dirt and annoying lint and threads. Buy the new Westinghouse Spin Jet today.
And here is the popular 75% of the precinct, 27,055,000 for Kennedy, 25,879,000 for Vice President Nixon. But, of course, the crucial matter now is in that electoral count, and we have not been able to commit any more states here. In the last few minutes, Kennedy still at 265 electoral votes, 4 short of the 269 he needs. Nixon at 172. The critical outstanding states now are about as follows: Michigan and Minnesota. Michigan with 20 electoral votes, Minnesota with 11, both leaning toward the Kennedy column, toward a Democratic victory there, but neither state ready to claim a victory for Kennedy as yet. Also, Alaska and California are leaning toward Kennedy with a total of 35 electoral votes, 32 for California and 3 for Alaska. Hawaii and Montana and New Mexico are all leaning toward Nixon, but that would not be enough, of course, to do him any good at that late stage of the game. Washington is still balancing on the fence between the Democratic and Republican columns with its 9 electoral votes. Let's look at the IBM 7090. Howard, what's it saying about this time?
Well, Walter, Senator Kennedy's national triumph is in danger of being crowned with a few small state defeats. After losing Ohio, one of the big 6, there is a danger he could lose Illinois, another of the big 6. We've tried to dissect the Illinois vote, and here's what we find. Kennedy needs 10% more votes from Illinois than Stevenson got. Kennedy is getting only 8% more than Stevenson got. He's getting the 10% more he needs from the urban areas of the state, but the rural areas, a quarter of the state's population, are giving him only 6% more than Stevenson, not the needed 10%. Or on a religious basis, Catholics in Illinois are giving Kennedy 15% more vote than they gave Stevenson, well over the 10% he needs, but Protestants, who make up 2/3 of the state's population, are giving Kennedy only 6% more, not the 10% more he needs. In occupational terms, labor is giving him 11% more than it gave Stevenson, which is enough, but the farms are giving him only 6% more. As most of the precincts now being waited for are thought to be strongly Republican, Mr. Kennedy, though winning the election, could lose Illinois. Back now to the anchor desk.
Well, that's a fascinating report from your IBM machinery over there, Howard, because we put Illinois in the Kennedy column, of course, a long time ago, as had almost all the other experts adding up the votes. That's a rather large block of electoral votes that, if it should, as you say, swing back into the Nixon column, could make quite a difference in these totals we are watching. Elmo Roper, who has been analyzing elections and forecasting them for a very long time. Elmo, you had this one fairly well taped as being this close a race early on. How do you look at it now, and what do you think is happening in those states that are still critical?
Well, Walter, it's been a long time since we've been up at 3:45 without being sure who won. I think this can qualify as a very close election, with probably the popular vote getting pretty close to 50-50 before it's over. I suppose the reason Mr. Nixon didn't concede is because he does have a statistical chance in 4 rather important states. Now, I'm not calling it a good chance, I'm calling it a statistical chance. That's in Michigan, Minnesota, California, and Washington. Now, if he were to take those away from this Kennedy total, which is where they now repose, it would be not only an extremely close race popular vote-wise, but extremely close electoral vote-wise. And I can even conceive, now this is not a probability, this is only a possibility, I can even concede of those 8 unpledged delegates in Mississippi having quite a lot to say about this election. Now, that's what they hope to have. The odds are against that's happening. It is still a statistical possibility. Imagine if that would happen, that those who were guilty of roughing up Mrs. Johnson and probably swinging Texas back into the Kennedy column out of sympathy for this lady who got roughed up by hoodlums, those people will probably be feeling pretty badly by tomorrow noon.
Elmo, we want to come back in just a moment for more of that, but right now Charles Von Fremd is standing by in Hyannisport, and we don't know what he's got, so we better get up there and find out. Charles Von Fremd. Charles?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Walter. As a matter of fact, this entire press room with almost 300 reporters is in a virtual state of shock right now. Everybody's trying to figure out what has happened. There is the general consensus, of course, that Senator Kennedy has won the election, that Vice President Nixon's statement in Los Angeles amounted to a concession, but it wasn't really quite that. So therefore, there still is some doubt. Also, I've just learned that there is some concern among the Kennedy camp about the vote in the Central Valley of California. Apparently, the plurality there isn't as big as they had hoped that it would be, and so apparently California is still in doubt. And that, of course, could hold the key to the entire election. The Associated Press, the United Press International, most of the major newspapers in the country have given the election to Senator Kennedy, but the Kennedy people, who have always been terribly cautious, are not going overboard now in claiming the White House. There is the feeling here, though, that perhaps Senator Kennedy wants to get from Vice President Nixon a more solid concession, and that is the reason he is going to bed now for the night. We understand that there is no chance for a statement from the senator from Massachusetts until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's Eastern time, of course, at the very earliest. So there it stands. It's very confusing, Walter. And while most people here feel that Kennedy has won, it has been a typical wind-up to a typically crazy campaign. This is Charles Von Fremd in Hyannis.
Well, Charles, don't call the wind-up yet. Keep the toothpicks propped under the upper eyelids, will you, for one more night, because we'll want to be coming back here to Hyannisport as the evening wears on. You look like you're standing up well. I was worried about you when you stood out there with everybody else in overcoats earlier tonight. You were proving your New England background there by standing there with only a suit coat on. Don't fail us now, Charles.
Right, Walt.
You've made more miles than either, because you bounced back and forth, as has Paul Niven, between the two camps, and you've put a lot of mileage behind you. We'll be coming back, Charles, later on in the evening. Elmo, you were saying that the situation in Texas, there might be some of those people who participated in that a little demonstration against Lyndon Johnson at the Adolphus Hotel. They might be kicking themselves later on.
Well, you know, Texas was pretty safely counted for Nixon. In fact, I think Kennedy's forces had rather given Texas up. And then there was a swing sharply after that roughhousing of the Johnsons. People might, I think they felt, well, we can stand a little bit of protest here, but we can't stand the protest to be physical. It can only be at the ballot box. And in my judgment, that swung Texas back in to the Kennedy column.
You know, on the basis of that IBM report, I don't know whether you were able to hear it a moment ago, but Howard Smith was taking a look at Illinois with the help of the IBM 7090 and saying that it was still possible for Illinois to swing back into the Nixon column there on the basis of a projection of the Stevenson vote of 1956 and the Kennedy vote this year. If that happened, those 27 big electoral votes from Illinois would just drop this thing right away to 238 for Kennedy and 198 electoral votes for Nixon, putting it again in a real horse race.
Well, he's quite right. That is statistically possible. I want to say possible, not probable, but certainly Illinois is not yet in the bag any more than any of these four states are. Now, if I were a betting man, I wouldn't want to bet that Mr. Nixon would carry all four of these states we've just discussed. All I say is that he does have a chance to carry all four, and he probably will carry one or more of them.
Well, thank you very much, Elmo. We'll check with you later on this morning if we're all still awake, alive,
Thanks,
at
Walter.
CBS News Election Headquarters. This will be the latest one we've ever done on television. We've had some later ones before the days when we held open all night like this. There have been some very late ones. This is 1948, as we told you earlier, which was an 11 a.m. concession by Dewey. However, this year it can very well go even later than that, depending on how late Vice President Nixon sleeps out in California. Since California runs 3 hours later, he'd have to get up by 8 a.m. in the morning to beat Dewey's concession time of 11 a.m. Eastern time. Eric Severide, you've been following the returns as they go down the board. What do you say now?
Well, Walter, I was just trying to figure out here what would happen if the nightmarish thing that we sometimes worry about actually did happen, that Mr. Roper just referred to, and that is neither one of the two candidates having an outright majority.
Priority for a new administration, whoever gets in, Mr. Lodge.
Well, that's for the president-elect to decide. That's not for me to decide.
What do you think is the most pressing international problem?
Well, there are a lot of pressing international problems. You've always got Berlin. You've always got the situation in the Middle East. You've got the question of nuclear testing. Those are all pressing problems. You've got the question of the underdeveloped areas. All of those are urgent.
What provision is being made for a transition, an orderly and a complete transition to a new administration?
I don't know. I don't know. I remember in 53, I came down here to effectuate a transition between the Truman administration and the Eisenhower administration on everything except fiscal. Joseph M. Dodge was here on the fiscal side. I just don't know.
Sir, what advice would you have for the new president?
Or you, President, haven't asked my advice.
Do you have any?
No, I don't. I never volunteered. I haven't ever done that. You've never asked me. You've been with me now for 2 months. You've never asked me my advice.
Now, you said
I could have given you some good steers, too.
you said you tried to see President Roosevelt and Truman and did.
I did.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Do you have advice?
Oh, I'm not a senator. I'm not a member of the Senate.
Yes.
I'm a citizen. I'm citizen large. I'm a private citizen. Very private. Very much of a citizen.
You're going back home and sail the boat?
Well, I'm not going to sail the boat in the middle of winter, I'll tell you that.
Ambassador Lodge, do you think there was any one thing that went against the Republicans in this election?
I never do any postmortems on elections. I've been in a lot of elections, some of which I've won, some of which I've lost. I've won more than I've lost, let me say that. And I've a great many more. But I never go in for postmortems.
Well, look at
I believe in looking ahead. You do a thing, you do the best you can, and then you move on to something else.
Well, looking ahead
What are you
a little
going
bit,
to do?
Mr. Lodge, you're going to stay in public life? Will you run for public office again?
I don't expect to run for elective office. No, I don't expect it.
What do you
I've had 17 years in elective office. Had 4, 6, 7 elections that I've been in myself. One that I managed. And I don't expect to go in for elective office. No, I don't.
Are you going back to the Army?
Back to the Army. No, I don't expect to. I don't expect to do that. Well, I may do a month or so, that type of thing. But I'm not going on extended active duty, no.
Captain, do you have a book yet?
Book? What do you mean, a book?
Almost all public officials, whether elected or not elected, have books.
That's a temptation that I can easily resist. Easily.
What about diplomacy, Mr. Lodge? You've had a long and successful and striking career on the diplomatic side for the United States.
I just haven't made up my mind what I'm going to try to take my wife and go to some hot Caribbean island, which I shall not divulge to the journalists, although...
Cuba?
What?
Cuba? A hot Caribbean island?
Well, that's one of them, but that's not the one I'm planning to go to. That's not the one I'm planning to go
Do you
to.
think we will not find it?
You will find it. Yeah, I know you. You'll find everything. You'll find everything. Well,
Thank you, Mr. President.
she has a cold. She has a cold, but otherwise she's all right.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you very much.
One thing that Ambassador Lodge did not say was that the plans for a transition have been held up slightly. A cabinet meeting is scheduled. The president has called one for 11:30 tomorrow morning. News Secretary James Haggerty has been around here most of the night with telegrams in his pocket, telegrams addressed to Mr. Nixon, Mr. Kennedy for either contingency. These telegrams will now remain in his pocket. The Secret Service men who had been assigned to the president-elect, whether he be Kennedy or Mr. Nixon, will wait for a formal concession, as will we all. Now, this is Richard C. Hottelet in Washington.
That was Richard C. Hottelet with the Republican candidate for the vice presidency, Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge, who, as you heard, takes the same line as does the presidential candidate on his Republican ticket, that if the present trend continues, Senator Kennedy will be the next president of the United States, but they are not conceding as yet. About 3 hours ago, Senator Lodge, former Senator Lodge, former Ambassador Lodge also, said that he was going to bed and gave a very grim statement. So apparently he did not go to bed, was kept awake by these late returns and the fact that these returns are still somewhat in doubt at this hour. As a matter of fact, we have just run up a comparison of the race as it's going this year compared to the race at this same time, 4 a.m., in 1948, when President Truman was being challenged by Governor Dewey of New York. And at that time, President Truman had 49% of the vote, which is the same percentage of the vote that Nixon has at this time. However, as you see, Dewey was trailing with 46% of the vote, whereas at this time Kennedy has 51%. Another factor to be remembered in that election of 1948 was that Truman never exceeded 49% of the vote, but he did have a majority of the electoral vote. The difference being taken up by the fact that the third party, the Progressive Party, the States' Rights Party, rather, with Strom Thurmond running as its presidential candidate, had enough popular votes to keep Truman's percentage below an actual majority of the popular vote. That's the situation that, as a matter of fact, Eric Seberide was discussing when we were interrupted by Henry Cabot Lodge from Washington. Eric, you want to continue now, picking up a possibly long-lost train of thought?
Walter, just for the record, we have to account for possibly the doleful situation of neither Kennedy nor Nixon getting the 269 electoral majority. This could happen. It's theoretically possible, though hardly likely, because Mississippi has chosen that unpledged set of electors, 8 of them, and because of the 11 Alabama electors, 6 are not pledged to Kennedy. So then, if this should happen, if neither candidate gets a clear majority of electoral votes tonight, then, of course, great pressure would be on these two state electoral lists. They would meet on December 19, when the whole Electoral College so-called meets, and casts its vote. If these unpledged so split that there was still no majority for Kennedy or Nixon, which is, again, faintly theoretically possible, then, of course, the House of Representatives would decide. It's not a vote per man, it's 1 vote per state. And that vote is decided within the state delegation by simple majority there. The Senate would choose the vice president in that case. How would the states line up in the House if this remote possibility came about? In terms of seats, of course, the Democrats are well ahead. They'll probably have at least 100 majority, but that isn't what counts. What counts is the number of majorities within state delegations. As far as George Herman, our congressional expert tonight, can figure it out quickly with a pencil, it would probably come to about 28 Kennedy states to about 22 Nixon, as the election is now going. This sort of thing happened twice before, once in 1801 when Jefferson won over Aaron Burr, and in 1825 when John Adams won over Jackson. Anyway, if anybody is still interested in that part of the political science picture, that's what would happen if nobody got the 269 tonight. Thank you, Walter.
Well, and then we can move the whole machinery, Eric, down to Washington, D.C. and go through the business at the House of Representatives. However, as you say, the possibility seems to be a remote one, even though we are sitting here at 4 a.m. in New York, waiting for some critical votes to fall. Time now for Betty Furness, who is still with us, and an item of interest from Westinghouse.
Well, Walter, right now, Westinghouse is out hunting. Hunting for all old refrigerators like this that are too small and too cramped and just not good enough or big enough. Yes, these old refrigerators are wanted for trade-in today. There'll never be a better time to retire your old refrigerator than now when Westinghouse is announcing this new Westinghouse Deluxe cold injector refrigerator with separate home freezer. Just look. Room up here for over 100 pounds of frozen food. With all that capacity, you can take full advantage of food sales. Stock up on fruit juices, vegetables, meats, ice cream when prices are low. And here, in the big refrigerator section, is the amazing new Westinghouse Meat Keeper. In its roomy drawer, you can keep a full 10 pounds of meat, even hamburger, store fresh for 7 days without freezing. While down here, in these twin vegetable crispers, your vegetables will stay garden fresh and crispy for many, many days. So even if your family is large, you need market just once a week. Think of all the time and trouble and money you can save. See it for yourself. And remember, this big new Westinghouse Deluxe Cold Injector Refrigerator, like all 1960 Westinghouse refrigerators, has earned the famous Good Housekeeping Magazine Guarantee Seal. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
State. And here we are, back at the CBS News election headquarters as we go through the night and toward the dawn. counting the votes in this, one of the closest presidential elections in many, many years. Although we have been seeing a vote throughout the evening that indicated that Senator Kennedy would be elected. Most of the major newspapers across the nation have said that he has been elected to the presidency, and his opponent, Vice President Nixon, has come very close to conceding. There is still no concession. There will not be one until sometime later on in this morning. And here is the way the vote stands. 77% of the precincts counted. It's that close. 27,371,000 for Kennedy, 26,266,000 for the Republican candidate, Vice President Nixon. That is 52% of the vote, but just barely 52% of the vote for Kennedy and 48% of the vote for Vice President Nixon. But the important thing, of course, is that electoral vote. And the way that stands now is 265 votes, 4 short of the 269 majority needed, definitely in Senator Kennedy's column, 172 votes in Vice President Nixon's column. These are definite as far as all previous records indicate how these states should be going on the basis of the returns they have put in at this hour, 4 a.m. in the East. And yet we heard just a little while ago from Howard K. Smith over at the IBM Data Center that there is still a statistical possibility that votes that already have been put in the Kennedy column as definite could still flop over. That would be the case in Illinois, he cited, on a thin possibility, but it still exists, that Illinois could go over with 27 votes, which would change this situation and give Kennedy far less and bring Nixon almost up to 200 electoral votes himself. And we're watching now for several critical states that are still yet to come in and could swing this election one way or the other. Michigan and Minnesota, with a total of 31 electoral votes between them, Michigan with 20 and Minnesota with 11 votes, are both leaning toward Kennedy, almost about to fall in his lap, but they cannot be declared as yet. Outstanding votes still could make those states pull back into the Republican column. And over in the Democratic column also, Alaska and California, with a big block of 35 votes between them, most of those Californias with 32, they could still make a difference. In the Republican column, leaning Republican, are Hawaii, Montana, and New Mexico, and they could also make a difference if it gets that close. Of course, any votes could, and Washington's 9 electoral votes are still on the fence between the Democrats and the Republicans. But we can get details of those races now from Mr. Holcomb, who has the West board under his thumb, we assume. Big thumb.
Walter, they're just posting some new Alaska returns. I thought you'd be interested in taking a look at them because most of these votes come from the southern part of the state around Juneau, and it is expected that Vice President Nixon would carry that area. As you can see, the total gives an advantage to Kennedy now of some 2,000 votes. But the big question mark in the West at the moment in the minds of many observers is the state of California. Over 2 panels, and you can see the latest returns from California, and it's sad to report, but the incoming returns are beginning to slow down considerably in California. The reason for that is Los Angeles County. They're switching from their incomplete telephonic reports to semi-official reports, and it'll take about 3 more hours for them to catch up with where they have been on the telephonic reports. But I was talking on the telephone to Los Angeles just a few moments ago to the Republican County Chairman in Los Angeles, Mr. Pat Hillings, and he said that he sees it as the trend being set. He said, I would be surprised if we overcame Senator Kennedy's lead in California. He said he was hopeful, but looking at it realistically, he said it would be hard to beat a trend such as Senator Kennedy has established in California. That trend, incidentally, was established at the very earliest report this evening.
Grant.
Yes, Walter.
Excuse me just a moment, but I think that you were on the phone out there to Pat Hillings when we heard from Charles Von Frem up at Hyannisport a moment ago, and he said that there was some concern in the Kennedy camp up there at Hyannisport that because of the Central Valley of California. He said they didn't like the way the vote was coming in from the Central Valley. Have you confirmed anything there?
Well, I would say, first of all, that Bobby Kennedy is a natural-born warrior. I talked about that to Pat Hillings, and I talked about it to the Democratic State Chairman Roger Kent in San Francisco. Let's take the Republican answer. Pat Hillings pointed out that that area is an area that has a 3-to-1 Democratic vote normally. It voted that way for Stevenson in 1956 and 1952. It's what the professionals call the Bible Belt of California, but the religious issue as such has not developed to any noticeable degree in any other section of the country this evening, and even if there was some religious voting, Mr. Hillings, the Republican, doubted whether it would be enough to overcome that tremendous 3-to-1 Democratic preponderance. In talking to Roger Kent, the Democratic chairman, he said, you don't need to worry about it. He said, we were concerned about it, but we're, meaning the Democrats in San Francisco, are very happy with the reports that are coming in from those valleys, in the San Joaquin, Sacramento Valley, and he says, as far as he's concerned, there's nothing to worry about. The state is locked up for Kennedy. Walter, I was handed a bulletin here from Los Angeles. It's dateline 1 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Governor Brown said this morning John Kennedy will carry California and will be the next president of the United States. There isn't any question about it. Governor Brown has been saying since around the 1st of July that Senator Kennedy would carry California by approximately 1 million votes. Any other questions on that California situation, Walter?
No, not at the moment.
Well, if not, let's take one look down here at Washington, because that's another one that is very close. Washington with its 9 electoral votes, the 12th state on our list of 13 western states. These are the latest returns that we have in. They're machine returns from Seattle, from Seattle and King County, from Snohomish, from Spokane. And the interesting thing here is that the returns in the state of Washington might very much be affected by the absentee ballots. There are 85,000 absentee ballots out in the state of Washington. The reason is twofold. One, they put out a voter's handbook in Washington, and it was suggested that it's a lot easier to vote by absentee ballot than it is to stand in line on Election Day, so a number of people took advantage of it. Secondly, the military in the area of the state of Washington, and they took out absentee ballots. So it's quite possible with this type of race that the absentee ballots, especially when there are 85,000 of them, would play a very important part in the state of Washington. Walter, that's the story from Washington and from California.
And we still wait for a new figure from one of these states outstanding to change the electoral vote, which we show still standing at 265 for Senator Kennedy, 172 for Vice President Nixon. Stuart Novins, give us some late returns from those critical Middle Western states, will you?
Walter, we've been on this Illinois situation ever since that machine, which calls itself IBM, raised the question as to what might be happening in Illinois from now on. These tallies, of course, are correct as they are, but as I understand it, the IBM machine raised the question of what might happen as more votes come in, particularly from the rural areas. And I think we have the answer to a part of the problem.
Excuse me, Stu. Yes. I got to interrupt you again. Here's Pierre Solinger at Hyannisport, the news secretary for Kennedy.
Get up around 9:15 in the morning, and I said in the statement that we released out at the House just shortly, Senator will have nothing further. We'll have no statement to make until we hear further from the Vice President. And the earliest that he will make a statement will be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. He will come here when he makes a statement. He will come here to the Armory and make the statement. He will make no further statements tonight. I would doubt that anybody will make a statement tonight. Well, we'll have to meet that contingency when we get to it, but the senator himself will say nothing until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I think it would be inappropriate for any of us to say anything until he says something.
Well, yeah, 10 o'clock in the morning. It's 7 o'clock in California. He'll still be asleep. He won't say much.
That's very possible. The only reason we... The question is 10 o'clock in Hyannis, 7 o'clock in the morning in California, and it suggested that maybe the Vice President won't get up that early. All I said is that the earliest we'll make the statement is 10 o'clock, and I haven't set any time for it. It may be somewhat later. Not that I know of. The question was whether the Secret Service has begun to protect the senator, and I said not that I know of. Well, I'm going to go. No, I will not be here at 10 o'clock. I'm going to be with the senator at that time, but we will pass word down, and I'm going to reinstitute the pool tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Will the senator possibly make a statement before Mr. Nixon makes it?
Question is, will Senator make a statement before Mr. Nixon makes another statement? I consider that unlikely. No, that's why I'm telling you he will not make a statement of any kind before 10 o'clock in the morning. Absolutely not. That is correct. He did. The question was, did the senator see Henry Cabot Lodge on TV? And I said that he did. So the senator watched it, and that's when he made up his mind to go to bed. After listening to the Vice President's statement, that's correct. Well, he stayed up and watched Lodge, too.
You think you won the election?
Well, I think we'll just have to wait. I'm not going to make any statements. I think, as I said before, the question is, do I think we won the election? I think it would be inappropriate for me or anybody else to say that. I think the senator will be the one that will make the statement. Well, it was, I would say, the question was the senator's decision to wait for further word from the vice president instantaneous? He made up his mind at that moment to go to bed and wait till tomorrow morning or wait till he heard. That's correct. Question is, do I have any information on the key precincts from the states of Michigan, California, and Illinois? I do not.
Any chance of any of that information being made available to us now? From who?
The question is there any chance of getting that information made available now? Our key precincts in Michigan, Illinois, and California, I will attempt to get those for you, yes.
Going to the House.
Well, the senator's always been hopeful, and I think that he went to bed hopeful. I think there will be a few people who will remain, but it will not. The question is whether the command post will remain in operation during the night. I think there will be a few people remain there, but I think the bulk of our people are going to go home and go to bed now. So we've closed the pool down, and all the pool reporters are back here. There is no reporter on the grounds at the present time.
That was Pierre Solinger, the new secretary for the Democratic candidate for the presidency, Senator John Fitzgerald Kennedy, who at this hour still holds on to a substantial lead for the presidency of the United States. A lead, however, which has not been a lead which has been conceded to him, but the role of the president has not been conceded to him by his opponent, Vice President Nixon. Vice President Nixon said, as you heard about an hour ago, only that if the present trend continues, Kennedy will be the next president of the United States, and with that, Vice President Nixon turned in. Now we've heard another word confirming earlier reports from Hyannisport that Senator Kennedy also is turning in and that there will be no statement from him until at least 10 o'clock in the morning, and as Pierre Solinger said, it may be even later than that. Let's check in now with the vice presidential candidate on the Democratic ticket, Kennedy's running mate, Senator Lyndon Johnson, by going down to Austin, Texas, the Driscoll Hotel, and our reporter, Nancy Hodgman.
Well, Walter, there's just no word down here. We're unable to find out just exactly what Senator Johnson is going to do. A few minutes ago, his staff was in communication with him from this floor. They had a walkie-talkie, and they were talking to the senator up on the 4th floor in his suite. But since Pierre Salinger said there probably wouldn't be any further word, I think that will probably apply to Senator Johnson. But even if they put out a statement that Senator Johnson is turning in for the night, I think after following the campaign activities of Johnson and his wife, that you will find both of them up till the very last vote report is in. That was certainly the thing that we got when we were traveling around across the country following his campaign activities. Last time I saw him, he was wearing a red sweatshirt, on the phone constantly, talking to people and getting reports. He's still confident, I understand, but of course he doesn't want to say anything until Senator Kennedy makes a statement. That's the way it is here. There are a few last-ditch supporters of Senator Johnson standing around. Most of the crowd has gone home. Brought in a second group of balloons. Most first ones were popped by now. That's the way it looks here. This is Nancy Honchman in Austin, Texas.
Nancy, very pleasant to see you in these wee hours of the morning, 4:20 a.m. I know it's some very late hours following Senator Lyndon Johnson's campaign. This is another one of those late ones, but the last one for a while. We're still coming back to you, Stu, in just a moment for more details there in the Middle West. But right now, let's take a moment to listen to Betty Furness, who brings us another bit of news from Westinghouse for homemakers all over the country.
Well, it's really a question, Walter. How would you like to make today the last day you ever wash and dry dishes? Well, you can, easily and economically. How? Tomorrow, with absolutely no installation cost or fuss, you can begin enjoying this wonderful new Westinghouse roll-about dishwasher in your home. It needs no plumbing, no special wiring, no installation. Just plug it in, snap the hose onto your sink faucet. Now, the water comes in here and drains out here. And the Westinghouse Rollabout is the only dishwasher that heats its own water with a built-in hot water booster that positively assures 140-degree hot water. What's more, the actual washing doesn't start until the water has reached 140 degrees. And, of course, the hotter the water, the cleaner the dishes. The Westinghouse Rollabout dishwasher also features this exclusive new faucet connector that lets you drain aerated hot water cleaning or cold water for drinking, even while the dishwasher is operating. Now, only Westinghouse has it. Dishwashing proof, a convenient reel automatically rewinds the electric cord. Truly, the Westinghouse Rollabout offers everything that you could want in an automatic dishwasher, and you can start enjoying installation. See it tomorrow at your Westinghouse dealer. The wonderful Westinghouse Rollabout dishwasher. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
There still has been election votes. To 69 he needs. Nixon down to 172 electoral votes of the 269 needed. And now, Stuart Novins, let's go back to you and the much delayed continuation of that rundown of the Middle Western Board.
Walter, I didn't mind that delay at all. It was so nice to hear somebody say he wasn't going to say anything until 10 o'clock. There's a man I can envy. This situation in Illinois is the one we started to talk about earlier. The IBM machines have indicated that there may be a change in the projected vote, the vote still to come in that state, which could conceivably turn things around a little bit in Illinois, a very crucial state with its 27 electoral votes. Also, the more recent reports that we've had coming in now with 77% of the precincts reporting indicate that the lead, the Kennedy lead, actually is decreasing. Now, the reason for that is that the downstate vote is cutting into the Kennedy lead. The downstate vote is largely rural, and this would seem to indicate that the IBM machine is really concerned about something worth being concerned about. But we've been doing some arithmetic, and our correspondent Bernie Eisman in Chicago has been doing his homework, and this is the answer that we've all come up with. There are still about 600 precincts to be heard from in Cook County, which includes Chicago. This is basically strongly Democratic country. Kennedy needs to hold about 50% of that vote in order to carry the state, in order to make up for what he might lose in the rural areas outstate. There are still about 2,000 precincts in the rural areas to be counted. And it would seem to indicate, if one looked at it superficially, that the 2,000 would far outweigh the 600 and that Kennedy might therefore be in very serious difficulty in Illinois. However, the registration figures indicate that the 600 precincts still to be heard from in Cook County will produce more actual numerical votes than the 2,000 precincts that are downstate. In other words, the 600 in the Democratic area will outweigh the 2,000 in the Republican area. It is possible, of course, that that thing can switch and that it could go to Nixon, but it would seem to be indicated that it is very highly improbable. In the rest of the ticket, of course, there is no longer any question about the Douglas election for the Senate. Mr. Whitmer has conceded that election. And Mr. Kerner in the gubernatorial race claims that one. The other state that we've been watching is Michigan. And Alvin Bentley is not conceding anything in the senatorial race there. Senator Pat McNamara, in spite of his lead, has gone to bed, but he's gone to bed without claiming anything. That situation is interesting in the national ticket because the spread between Nixon and Kennedy has broadened, with Kennedy picking up more of a lead in Michigan. In Minnesota, we've talked with representatives of both parties, and that thing is still a toss-up. There seems to be a general consensus that Kennedy will carry the state, but nobody is claiming it. There is a general feeling on both sides of the fence that Humphrey is in, but again, there are no official claims. However, in the gubernatorial race, there's a little bit of a different situation. The new registration figures, there have been about 80,000 new registrations in St. Paul and Minneapolis, and those have helped the Democratic ticket. They mostly are registrations that have been brought out by union votes and by the Democratic organization. But late returns, as we've been watching them, indicate that some of the suburbs of these larger cities of St. Paul and Minneapolis, plus the rural outstate vote, could change the state gubernatorial situation. Anderson is closing in on the Democratic incumbent Freeman, and of all the three on the ticket, Freeman appears to be the shakiest. With 49 1/10% of the total precincts in the state in, Freeman is leading only by 50.8% against GOP State Senator Elmer Anderson, who has 49.2%. Incidentally, Anderson in the primaries pulled a higher vote than Freeman did on his side of the ticket in the primaries. Freeman is trying for a fourth term for governor. There's a footnote. Koya Knutson, who was running for the House of Representatives, whom you may recall was the subject of a Koya Come Home campaign in the last election, which she lost, now appears to be trailing again against the same man. And it might appear that Koya might be staying in Minnesota. Walter, there's one other thing we want to tell you about, and I know you'll be delighted about this. In Minnesota, Hubert Humphrey, whom, as we said, appears to be very, very safe in his spot, has many reasons for jubilation tonight. We were trying to reach him on the telephone earlier. We had his private numbers, and we couldn't understand why he was not reachable when we wanted to get at him, because he had promised to be there. We now have the answer, and the answer is that Hubert Humphrey has become a grandfather for the first time. His absence was because he went to the hospital where his daughter-in-law, Mrs. Nancy Solenson, delivered a baby, 7 pounds, 11 ounces. Everybody doing well there. So Hubert Humphrey is a grandfather, and what does that make you, Will?
Well, it makes me one of the first to congratulate him in front of several million people, I suppose, because congratulations are certainly in order. This has nothing to do with one's political feelings one way or the other. Congratulations, Senator Hubert Humphrey, on becoming a grandfather tonight. Thank you, Stuart, for relaying the information so we were in a position to convey these congratulations. The electoral vote has not changed. It's still 265 for Kennedy, 4 short of the 269 needed, 172 for Nixon. 78% of the nation's precincts are in now, however, and you see that Vice President Nixon has closed within 750,000 again of Senator Kennedy. 26,726,000 for Nixon, 27,523,000 for Kennedy. This is getting down to be a close enough race so that it may, just possibly on the popular vote, turn out to be the closest race of this century. The closest race in popular vote before this was in 1916 in that famous race when Woodrow Wilson and Charles Hughes went to bed, leaving Wilson would be the president again in 1916. Hughes would be the president, that Wilson had lost the race only to wake up to find that California had switched. Well, in that race, Woodrow Wilson beat Charles Hughes by just 551,000 votes. This one could turn out to be just as close or even closer than that. At that time, Wilson won in the Electoral College by just a margin of 23 electoral votes, also the closest vote in the Electoral College in this century. We have some returns from many of the from all of the Senate races to give you a recap of how the new Senate seems to be shaping up. Let's go down these races very quickly. In the South, there were no surprises at all. Every one of the incumbent Southern senators was elected, all of them Democratic, except in that border state of Kentucky, where John Sherman Cooper, the incumbent Republican senator, was returned also. So in the South, all of the all the seats remain in the hands that they were in the 86th Congress. In the Midwest, the story is somewhat different. In Illinois, Senator Douglas, the Democrat, did regain his seat handily, apparently. In Iowa, the Republicans retain the seat that was vacated by the retirement of 67-year-old Senator Thomas Martin. However, the favored Democratic candidate for that post, Herschel Lovelace, former governor of the state, was defeated, and Jack Miller becomes the senator from Iowa, a Republican, taking a Republican's seat. In Michigan, Senator McNamara was reelected. In Minnesota, as you heard, Senator Humphrey reelected. In Missouri, the Democratic candidate to replace the recently deceased Senator Thomas Hennings, also a Democrat, has won. The new senator from Missouri will be Senator Long. He defeated the Republican candidate Hocker there. In Nebraska, Senator Curtis retained his seat. He's a Republican. In Oklahoma, the Democratic Senator Kerr goes back for another term in the Senate. And similarly, the Republican Senator Munt won his fight for re-election in South Dakota. In the West, in Alaska, Senator Bartlett, the Democrat, has won a full term, the first full term for him with Alaska's new statehood. In Colorado, Republican Senator Allott has been reelected. So has Senator Dworshak, the Republican from Idaho. In Montana, for the seat vacated by the retiring Democratic Senator James Murray, the seat retained by the Democrats, Congressman Lee Metcalf having defeated Orvin Fieri in that state. In New Mexico, Senator Clinton Anderson won handily out there for another term. And in Oregon, the Republican candidate, or the Democratic candidate, rather, to replace her deceased husband, Richard Neuberger, Maureen Neuberger, has been elected over Elmo Smith, the Republican candidate. In Wyoming, where Venerable Joseph O'Mahony, at 76, retired from his seat so long held as a Democratic leader in Wyoming, that seat has gone to the Republicans. The Republicans made a gain in Wyoming, with Keith Thompson defeating Ray Whitaker in that state. In the East, Hale Boggs, the Democratic candidate for the Republican candidate for the seat from Delaware, has been elected, defeating Senator Freer, the incumbent. So the Republicans picked up a second seat in Delaware. Senator Freer being defeated, the only incumbent senator to be defeated in this race. The incumbent Republican candidate from Maine, Margaret Chase Smith, defeated her female rival, Miss Cormier of Maine, the only race in our history where two women have contested for a Senate seat. Senator Saltonstall has won his campaign in Massachusetts for re-election over Springfield's Mayor O'Connor, the Democrat, despite the fact that Kennedy carried his home state of Massachusetts for the Democrats in the presidential column. In the Republican column also, Senator Stiles Bridges of New Hampshire is back. Senator Clifford Case won his fight in New Jersey for re-election. And in Rhode Island, the Democratic candidate Claiborne Pell defeated his Republican rival Archambault for the seat vacated by Senator Theodore Green, who retired at the age of 93 from the Senate, the oldest man ever to serve.
Are in an unhealthy state. One of the things that excited me about American politics this year has been seeing the rise of Senator Kennedy, now presumably President-elect Kennedy, who has come from nowhere relatively speaking, nowhere in the public eye in 4 years. Now, in Britain, a man to become Prime Minister has such a long apprenticeship. And sometimes I wonder whether we aren't too slow in recognizing new talent and new blood. One of the virtues of the convention system and the whole American structure of politics is that the forceful, aggressive individual who really has talent can show his talent fast and get to the top fast. I think we've seen this last night.
Yes, of course, because your candidates under the parliamentary system obviously do not run for the prime ministership. They have to be selected for the prime ministership as leaders of the party after election to the parliament.
Indeed, our prime ministers tend to be our sort of Speaker Raeburns and our Mr. Hallix. I mean, the leader of the parties in Congress, the leaders of the parties in Parliament.
With a certain degree of seniority as a deciding factor.
Yes. People can't fight their way suddenly to the top. The extreme example in America was Wilkie. But you have this. At the moment, we had a race with 4 people with senatorial experience. The 2 of them actually sitting in the Senate at the moment. But even so, they were people who did emerge to the top much more briskly than they could have done in the British setting.
Do you have any concern, David, that they might rise too briskly thanks to the use of television?
On the whole, no. I'm quite certain that now this election seems to be over and Kennedy has won, there'll be a great deal of post-morteming about the TV debates. The margin has been so narrow that this, for the first time, 1948 is the only other campaign in the last 40 years where you can say the campaign may well have decided it. It was so near. And everyone seems to agree that the debates helped Kennedy a great deal more than they helped Nixon. And people will say that if only Nixon had refused the debates, he might well now, we'd be talking about President Nixon's administration and what he would be doing. And this does show that television can work. On the whole, though, I think if Kennedy won in the television debates, he won, in a sense, fairly, because he did show talents which the general American public were unaware of before the television debates came through. It wasn't that he beat Nixon, but he showed that he was of the same quality as Nixon. He couldn't be dismissed as an upstart, brash young man without the experience and quality. He was in the same league as Nixon.
Yeah, but do you think that our electorate, the population itself, is sophisticated enough to make a judgment on the basis of a man's record as exposed in the debates, as opposed to simply his personality? Personality may not be the factor that is the most important in running one of the strongest nations, if not the strongest nation in the world.
You have to believe in democracy. I mean, I believe in this passionately, and I believe that, on the whole, democratic decisions are right. I'm not saying necessarily that this was the right decision. I would say only that if either man had won, this would have been the victory of a man who showed himself in the debates eminently qualified to be President of the United States. And on the whole, I find myself even more a defender of the American system after 4 months of watching this election than I was before.
Thank you, David Butler. I've most enjoyed this opportunity to have you with us over here at the anchor desk. Good luck to you on the next election you cover in England. Let's go now to the Midwest board, where some of these outstanding states are yet to be heard from. Stuart Novins is reporting. Stu?
Walter, the Illinois situation still is a very interesting one, but Kennedy appears, for the moment at least, to be a lot safer than some of his followers thought and some of the Republicans hoped in Illinois. There's still about 444 precincts from Cook County to be counted. Those are suburbs of the Chicago area. Kennedy would need normally about 50% of the vote from those areas, and he's getting a great deal more than that. We went back over the figures just a moment ago and just arbitrarily took one set of figures that showed the relationship between Nixon and Kennedy about an hour ago when this seesawing started. And at that point, we had Kennedy with 1,799,000, Nixon with 1,924,000. And those figures were reversed. But in any case, it gave Kennedy 52% of the total vote and Nixon 48% of the total vote. Well, then there have been about 9 or 10 changes since then, and we tried the percentages again to see how much of the total vote both candidates were still holding, and it comes up with the same figure. Kennedy, 52% of the state vote, Nixon, 48%. We talked with Jim Ronan, who is the state chairman for the Democrats in Illinois, and he says flatly that Kennedy will carry the state with between 50 and 90,000 votes. That in the downstate rural area, Nixon is now picking up about 56% of the vote, and that is not enough to change the lead that came out of Cook County. In Michigan, Kennedy has spread now of 90,000. It was 103,000 just a short while ago. That has been going up and down, too, with the Kennedy lead slowly being cut down. Not enough yet to create any real danger in that state. In Minnesota, Kennedy had a 21,000 lead. Then he went up, and that lead now is 27,000 on a basis of 63% of the vote. Those are the three key states still outstanding here in the Midwest, Walt.
We have just put Montana in the Nixon column with its 4 electoral votes. That gives Nixon now 184 votes with Montana in his column. Now the mathematical possibilities are these. If Nixon can possibly wrest Illinois on that bare mathematical possibility we've been reporting to you from Kennedy, he would then have 99 plus this new 4 we just gave him. That would be 203 votes. And Kennedy, losing those 27 votes, would be down to 227 from 285, puts him down at 258 votes. He would be below the 269 needed. Nixon would have 203. However, even with that possibility, Nixon then must get all of the 5 states still outstanding. He must get the 32 from California, where Kennedy now has a fair lead. He must get the 20 from Minnesota, where Kennedy has the lead at the moment. He must get the 9 from Washington, the 4 from New Mexico, and the 3 from Hawaii. In other words, Nixon, in order to stand off Kennedy and to win the election, must get all of the outstanding states which are still uncommitted at this hour, sometime after 6 o'clock, 6:12 in the morning in New York. That would give him, if he gets all of the remaining votes, 271, a bare 2-vote majority in the Electoral College. Of course, this then still is not counting the southern votes, which perhaps the unpledged electors, which perhaps could still get together and throw the vote to Kennedy. There are at least 15 votes outstanding in the South, or they could perhaps give enough votes to make it a standoff and throw the matter into the House of Representatives. David Schomburn and Blair Clark are standing by here in the studio. Howard Smith is over at the Time Life building in Midtown Manhattan, where the IBM Data Processing Center is, and I'm here at the anchor desk. Others are standing by. Gentlemen, I'm wondering how it looks to you at this very late hour. We haven't heard from Blair. We haven't heard from you all evening over here on the television side. We know you've been very busy on the radio side tonight. How does this thing add up to you, Blair, at this hour?
Well, Walter, as far as the adding goes, I think you've just done a fine job of adding up all the possible combinations that I or perhaps any of our viewers can think of. One thing that you haven't mentioned while I've been on the I haven't heard you perhaps because I've been on the radio side mention, is the role of Lyndon Johnson. I know you've talked about it in the past, but it seems to me that in this post-mathematics that Lyndon Johnson's effect in his own state of Texas and in the other states of the South that stayed closely faithful to the Democratic Party has been a very significant thing. And we go back then to those days in Los Angeles at the Democratic Convention when we were all, I think, surprised that Kennedy did select Johnson as his running mate, overriding a lot of objections from the North and from disappointed younger Middle Western governors and so on. I think that that calculation or that judgment, that political judgment by Kennedy has certainly paid off.
Blair, there's an interesting possibility there, too, I would suggest. And that's that Kennedy will have going for him, if this situation develops where those electoral votes of the unpledged states in the South are critical, will have going for him the considerable persuasive powers of Senator Lyndon Johnson in the South, wouldn't you say?
I certainly do think so, because the main thing, I think, that had an effect for Johnson was his influence with the political leaders in those southern states, because whatever happened, they thought that he would be a powerful figure in the Senate. And when he said, boys, Kennedy's going to win, and I hate to mention it, but you might as well remember committee assignments and other things that the Senate can do things about. And this had, as you well know, and as you've been reporting, a dramatic effect in certain states, even in Virginia, despite the final result there, where a lot of the Democrats in Virginia resisted the sitting on his hands of Senator Byrd.
Howard, you've been so busy over there ushering that electronic genius around tonight that we haven't had a chance to hear from you as to how the situation does look in Washington, which is your particular vantage point. Could you give us a couple of views on it?
Well, Walter, I think that after I've had a night's sleep, I'll probably think of other things. But right now, the thing that impresses me most is the thing that impressed the campaign most, and that is what is called the religion question. I think it turns out now that being a Catholic is not a disadvantage after all. The computations that I've been making my way through here indicate that Senator Kennedy gained more than he lost from his Catholicism. And I should imagine that if that ever becomes an issue again, it will be less of an issue because of the outcome of this election.
David?
Walter, I was also very much interested in the religious question, as Howard was, for a different reason, perhaps. Over in the city where I normally work, in Paris, there is the headquarters of a United Nations organization, the UNESCO, the UN Organization for Education, Science, and Culture, and they have for some months now been studying racial and religious problems around the world. And our country, the United States, has come in for a good deal of criticism because of some aspects of this question, and many people in Europe and in Africa and other parts of the world have been wondering just how the religious question is going to affect the election. And as Howard said, if anything, perhaps it may prove to have had a net effect for Senator Kennedy. And I've seen in the results here something very interesting, that Mr. Kennedy has won 3 of the most heavily Catholic states in the country, and he's also won in 3 of the most heavily Protestant states in the South. And I think that perhaps it would be a good idea for the new administration, no matter how the election ends, to publicize these figures throughout the world, perhaps to put at rest the charge of religious intolerance in this country. That, to me, was a particularly interesting angle viewed from the vantage point of an American correspondent abroad.
Might be noteworthy, I think, too, gentlemen, that this year more Negroes undoubtedly have voted in the South than ever before, although we haven't an actual figure on that over here. Perhaps, Howard, you've gotten something over there feeding the IBM machine. I just don't know. But have you by any chance?
I know we haven't had a figure on turnout yet. Turnout's a little hard to get until you have complete results in, but I'll see if I can get something. Is it possible to get anything on how the Negro vote compares in size now with past elections? Is it possible for you to look into that? We'll see if that's possible.
All right.
Meanwhile, Walter, there's something that I would like to suggest, and that is that I thought that whoever lost this election would be demolished, would be badly bruised and possibly damaged as a candidate. But now I think that Nixon is going to lose this election, but he shall have won it after such a fight and after such a close contest that I should think he will be still hot for 4 years from now.
Yes, I think that's a very definite possibility. Blair, wouldn't you agree?
I would think so, Walter, without any question at all. There has been some speculation, as you well know, about what would happen if I'm thinking of Governor Rockefeller, if Nixon had lost in California, somehow won the election, and New York had gone for Nixon too, or rather, I think I may have my terms a little bit mixed up.
A little late, I think, to try to put together those combinations.
Yeah, I'm afraid that was a mistake. But you know what I mean in the speculation about Rockefeller's role. But I must say that I don't think that equation worked out.
Walter?
Yeah.
I think the closeness of this election may encourage Senator Kennedy, if he wins, to do something that he's already said he would like to do anyway, and that is to offer important jobs in his administration to Republicans. Not necessarily Mr. Nixon, who, as Howard says, may again be a candidate in '64 if he doesn't win this time, but I'm thinking of such men as Douglas Dillon, for example. I've been told on very good authority that some of the people close to Kennedy have already approached Mr. Dillon to see whether he would stay on for a while anyway as a kind of Deputy Secretary of State for Economic Affairs. He's a man who's thought of very highly in Europe, and I would think there are a lot of Republicans who Mr. Kennedy could use, and since this election is such a close one, that sort of use of fine Americans, regardless of party affiliation, would, I think, make our country look very good and help it be stronger for what is going to be surely a very great challenge for the new president in the next 4 years ahead. Indeed, when I think of the situation in Europe, I wonder why these two men are fighting so hard to become president. It's just going to be about the toughest job in the world.
Probably never has a new president taken over in time of such crisis, needing so many decisions, any one of which could be a fateful one for humanity as a whole. I think we all agree. Gentlemen, one question at any rate that I'd like to put to you now as to whether anybody has any clues. I'm just throwing this out. I don't know that you have. I don't have any particularly, but we have been hearing a great deal about whether it will be Adlai Stevenson or Chester Bowles as the next Secretary of State, perhaps the second most important job in the United States government. Do you fellows have any clues at all?
Yes, Walter, I've heard very strong rumors that neither will be Secretary of State, that in fact Senator Fulbright will be Secretary of State. He knows the job well. Many of the ideas that Kennedy has been offering about what to do about the State Department have come from Fulbright. Fulbright's in favor of not having necessarily millionaire ambassadors, having the best men for the job rather than the richest men. And he's been in favor of lots of things like extending foreign aid, foreign loans over longer periods than 1 year, another thing that Kennedy has pushed. And I gather Kennedy has a great respect for him. And in addition to that, Senator Fulbright may be in trouble 2 years from now when he runs again for the Senate, and Orville Faubus may run against him. So it may be that it will be both political and diplomatic to make him give him that position.
Well, then would you suggest a position that Adlai Stevenson might take?
The United Nations. Some time ago, that did not seem as important, but now the United Nations is a very good job, and it requires a man who speaks English well, and no one speaks it better. It requires a man who's popular with other nationals, and he is certainly one of our most popular Americans abroad.
I've even heard some talk, Walter, about Stevenson to a new and reinvigorated NATO, but probably Dave Schoenbrunn knows more about that than I do.
Well, we have heard talk about that, but much more about the United Nations for Stevenson. And as for Mr. Bowles, we've heard a good deal of talk that he might be named the head of the United States Information Agency, which would become a cabinet post of some importance. One thing is sure, that all of these very fine men will be used if Senator Kennedy is named. And as for NATO, there is a good deal of talk about having somebody very prominent, of very great prestige, to get NATO reinvigorated, which certainly it needs. It raises another question, too. There's been a good deal of talk about whether or not President Eisenhower is going to come over to Paris to make his valedictory address to the alliance which he helped form. And I understand that he's been giving it very great consideration. Now, it would raise a very interesting question. If Mr. Kennedy is elected, would President Eisenhower ask the president-elect to go with him to demonstrate the continuity of American policy, which our European allies say that they'd like to see? I personally doubt very much that Eisenhower would invite Kennedy, although if I may express a personal opinion, I would hope that if he went, that he would do so, because I think it's very important to demonstrate to our allies that there is a continuity of commitment to the Grand Alliance by our country.
Dave, I have a guess on the other side of that, if we still have time to talk about it, Walter, and that is that Kennedy would perhaps not consider going under those circumstances. If Kennedy is elected, as we seem to think, and if he would have as one of his main problems the problem of the Western Alliance and restoring it, as he has said, it needs to be restored to a vigor that he says it no longer possesses, would the best thing for him to do be to go there in the retinue, if you want, of a retiring president, where he could not certainly launch any new ideas or be very dramatic about it, or should he conceive of it as a sort of thing to do later on when he, in fact, held the reins in his hand?
Well, probably so, Blair. He's kept saying for the last 2 weeks that if elected, he'll go to Washington, so let's not try to push him any further than that.
We'll take that particular campaign statement at face value for the moment, at least. Just to complete one thought I had, and we got diverted a little bit there, about the turnout of the Negro vote that Howard was going to check for us to see if we could get something through the IBM machine. We can assume, however, I'm sure, that it was considerably larger than before because of the electoral reforms through civil rights legislation in the South over the last 4 years. And the point I was going to make is that we have not had, across this desk tonight at our CBS News election headquarters, one single report of violence at the polls involving Negro voters, or, as a matter of fact, any serious complaints. This does not mean that some did not take place, but at least they have not been in such volume that they have made any imprint on the wires tonight. The one incident we reported earlier, an unfortunate one, of the secretary of the Ghana legation, who was invited by the State Department to observe the elections and chose to view them in a suburb or a rural area outside Atlanta, and claimed that he was roughed up and pushed out of the polling place down there. Well, I have spent a delightful night with a lovely lady, escorted by all 45 million of you out there in the television audience. And she is still up and about, I'm told, over at, unfortunately, another studio. So I say, once again, in these early morning hours, time now for Betty Furness and an item of interest from Westinghouse.
Thank you, Walter. You found me a little more up than I'm supposed to be. I am about. I think my sponsor would like it if I would be about to get off the laundromat here and tell you that an item of interest is right, because this is the automatic washer that is backed by the guarantee of cleaner clothes or your money back. Yes, with this new 1961 laundromat, you must get cleaner clothes or the purchase price will be refunded. You see, only Westinghouse offers more washing power for cleaner clothes. More washing power thanks to an exclusive washing action that lifts, dips, tumbles, and plunges your clothes again and again through hot, sudsy water. Then this new 1961 Westinghouse laundromat tosses and turns your wash through 2 deep rinses. And that's why Westinghouse can make this amazing guarantee. What's more, the 1961 laundromat uses less water, less detergent, and less bleach than other automatics. And this 61 Beauty also gives you this new automatic bleach dispenser that holds a 6-week supply of liquid bleach. It automatically adds just the right amount of bleach to your wash at just the right time. All this, plus the exclusive laundromat weighing door, suds and water saver, automatic lint ejector, and the most up-to-date styling in washers today. Visit your Westinghouse dealer now and buy a new 1961 Westinghouse laundromat. If, within 15 days, you don't agree that your clothes are cleaner, the purchase price of your laundromat will be refunded. Choose any of these 4 1961 laundromat models. The offer expires December 30th. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
Stay tuned for more election returns on the CBS television network.
Back at our CBS News election headquarters on this Wednesday, November 9th morning, the day after the election, which puts the 34th man in American history in that address at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House. With 82% of the nation's precincts reported, Kennedy has now dropped to less than 1 million votes ahead of Vice President Nixon. He has 29,284,000 votes to Nixon's 28,522,000 votes. The percentage is very near that 50-50 figure that Elmo Roper said he thought it would reach. It's Kennedy 51% and something little less than that. Actually, Nixon at 49%. The electoral vote, as we told you, Kennedy 285, enough to win the election for him. 269 was needed. Nixon at 176. Let's look at our regional boards now. First, Stuart Nobens reporting for the Middle West. Stuart, I can see you, but you're disconnected at the moment. Just as soon as he gets the thing on there, I'm talking to you, Stuart. Well, it is very early in the morning, or very late in the night. Now, Stuart. Ah, there you are.
I may never be able to stand up, Walter. I never should have got down.
Try it once more tonight, will you? We're going to wrap up here if you'll give us a rundown of the Middle Western situation.
Right. Let's look at the general recapitulation first, Walter. In the Midwest, the 13 states with 161 electoral votes, Nixon got 90 electoral votes in 9 states, Kennedy 71 electoral votes in 4 states. The Midwestern senatorial races, as you can see, represented no material change in the balances between the two parties. The same thing is true in the gubernatorial elections in the Middle West. And in the outstanding races that still have question marks on them and still could materially change the national balance if anything occurs to change the present trends, in Illinois, Kennedy now has a 101,000 spread. A short while ago, just perhaps 3 minutes ago, it was 102,000 lead. Before that, it was 117,000. That's still being whittled down a little bit, and that is on the basis of 84% of the total vote. However, again, as I reported earlier, there are still about 400 precincts from Cook County, and that is basically Democratic territory, and the Democrats in Illinois do not feel one bit worried about this situation. The votes are coming in a little more slowly. The tallies are coming in a little more slowly than they have been. Perhaps they're as tired as we are, although that's a little difficult to believe. In the other 2 outstanding states, Minnesota and Michigan, let's take Michigan first. Kennedy has a spread of 84,000 on 93% of the total vote reported. And everybody in the state still is making neither concession nor any claims of victory all the way down the line. In the presidential race, Nixon and Kennedy. In the senatorial race, where Pat McNamara, like a wise man, went to bed a long time ago, but without making any victory claims, despite what appears to be a fairly decent lead over Congressman Alvin Bentley, his opponent. In the gubernatorial race, Lieutenant Governor Swainson's people insist that he's in without any trouble at all. They say that no matter what happens to the rest of the vote still to come, even if it all went Republican, they still feel that they are well enough ahead so that they have nothing to worry about there. In Minnesota, the Kennedy lead has dropped down to a much narrower position than it has been for a long time. In that Minnesota election, the lead now is about 19,000. It dropped from 23,000 spread that Kennedy had, and that's on a basis of 69% of the total vote. Hubert Humphrey, as you may have heard earlier, not only appears to be a solid victor, but he also is a very proud grandfather tonight. His son and daughter-in-law gave birth to a little baby girl. The daughter-in-law did. The son, I suppose, was instrumental. That leaves, then, these 3 states as question marks for tomorrow. The Tallies are, as I said, coming in a little more slowly than they had been earlier in the evening, and no one really expects there'll be any material change. It appears now that in the Illinois situation, Kennedy will continue to hold his lead. In the Michigan situation, there's great confidence being expressed by the Democrats and privately some consternation by the Republicans, although they're not saying anything publicly. And in Minnesota, that seems to be the shakiest of the three at the moment, so far as Kennedy is concerned. In the gubernatorial race in Minnesota, Orville Freeman has fallen behind the Republican challenger Anderson on a basis of 66% of the vote. That leaves some questions still to be answered, Walt. I'm not sure that they'll be answered tonight, however.
Stuart?
Yes.
I just wonder whether the board is wrong, or maybe you just juxtaposed, as we are all doing at this hour, but on the governorship in Minnesota, you said that Freeman had dropped behind. The board shows he's got a 3,000 vote, narrow 3,000 vote lead, doesn't it?
That's right. I don't think the new figures have been posted yet, Walter, but for the first time in the last hour and a half, Freeman has fallen behind, and I think the difference is a little less than 2,000 votes.
Right. Thank you. Just wanted to clear it up, since we probably won't get another rundown in the next few minutes anyway. And now let's find out about, wow, I knew it would happen. Let's find out what's going on in the West. Grant Holcomb? Grant?
Thank you, Walter, and I'm awfully glad that that was you that had to clear your throat that time. It gave me a chuckle so I could get away without having to clear mine. We've had one question mark eliminated, Walter, since we last took a look at the Western board, and that's the new 50th state of Hawaii. A bulletin from Associated Press says that Hawaii has gone for Nixon. But still a question mark is that 49th state, the state of Alaska. We move back over here, we see that we have the latest figures from Alaska, and it's going to be quite some time before we get any later figures. Some of the returns up in Alaska are now beginning to head toward their ultimate destination by canoe, and the returns are going to be increasingly slow coming in from Alaska. So at the moment, the 3 electoral votes from the new 49th state remain a question mark. Of course, the biggest question mark in the West is the state of California. It's 32 electoral votes. Others are Washington and New Mexico. Let's take them in order. First of all, California, with 52% of the precincts reporting, and we have this figure. Now, of the 6 biggest counties in the state of California, Kennedy is leading in 4 of them. He's leading in San Francisco, he's leading in Los Angeles, he's leading in Alameda, and he is leading in Sacramento. He is not leading in San Diego County and in Orange County. He was not expected to win either one of those counties, but in 2 counties he is not doing very well, and the Democratic leaders expected him to do well in these counties. Those counties are Kern County, just north of Bakersfield, just north of Los Angeles, on the northern side of the Tehachapies, where Bakersfield, the oil well country, is located. In that county, Kennedy is just leading by a few hundred votes, 300 votes. The other county that the senator did not do well in is Imperial County. There is a county that the Democratic leaders had counted on as one that would fall into the Kennedy camp. But at last report, Nixon is leading in that county by some 1,000 votes. Now, 2 other question marks. One is New Mexico, a very tight race there, and we won't have any further returns from there, and then the state of Washington. We were talking to Luke Graham up in Washington a few moments ago, the Democratic state chairman, and he expects Washington to be decided by the absentee ballots. 85,000 absentee ballots up there, and they won't be counted until all of the returns are in. The reason for the absentee ballots, it was encouraged by the Democratic organization, the Republican organization, for people to vote absentee if it was convenient for them. Then there is a big military vote in the state of Washington. So that's pretty much the situation as the West is concerned this morning.
Thank you, Grant. Let's go back to the east where we haven't heard from Charles Collingwood since he wrapped up his area some time ago, but he's still on deck. Or have you come back from the virtual dead, Charles?
No, dear boy, I have been here. As you suggested, the votes in the East are now history. Not yet ancient history, but they're history because they came early. And it was here in the East that the tide for Senator Kennedy ran strongest of all in the country. I think we can begin to find out why as we look at some of the figures. The only states, as you can see on that board, the only states that gave those 12 electoral votes for Nixon were the New England states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Everywhere else, Kennedy carried, sometimes narrowly, but he always carried because of the big city vote, because of the Catholic vote, because of other minority votes. He carried the areas where there were economic problems, and he carried the states where there was big registration. Pennsylvania is a good example of all of those, where Kennedy won by about 134,000, which is a big win for a Democrat in Pennsylvania, which usually goes Republican, especially in presidential years. And he won it, as a Democrat has to win it in Pennsylvania, by winning Philadelphia and Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, very big. New York, about a 400,000 majority for Senator Kennedy. That's not quite as big as some of the Democrats thought it was going to be. Governor Averell Harriman was here with us last night. He predicted 700,000, but still it's a fantastic switch in votes when you realize that 4 years ago, President Eisenhower carried the state of New York by 1,600,000 votes, and now 4 years later it turns around to 400,000 majority for Kennedy. The Democratic tide ran strong all through New York. The Democrats actually picked up 3 House seats in New York. New Jersey was razor sharp. I don't know whether we paid enough attention to how close New Jersey was as the evening wore on, but only 25,000 votes separated Kennedy and Nixon. Kennedy won it, but only by 25,000 votes. The reason it was so close was that the usual Democratic stronghold of Hudson County didn't deliver its usual big Democratic majorities. Kennedy only carried that by 46,000 and had to eke out his majority in other parts of the state. Republican Senator Case was handily reelected there. New Hampshire, fairly close, but it really was Nixon all the way. In Massachusetts, Kennedy's own state, which incidentally is the slowest state in the East to report. They only have 30% voting machines there, and it's reporting very slowly. Gave Kennedy, as was anticipated, a big majority. It's his home state. But they reelected Republican Senator Saltonstall. The Massachusetts governor race is very close. Ward, the Democrat, is ahead now, but that's by no means sure, with less than 3/4 of the votes in. Incidentally, the Democrats have picked up a couple of seats in the House of Representatives, the 5th and the 10th. Maryland, due to a smashing Kennedy vote in Baltimore, won the state of Maryland, which has hardly ever been wrong in a presidential election for Kennedy. Baltimore gave him a big majority, and that offset Nixon's strength in the rural parts of the country. The Republicans picked up 1 seat there. That's the 6th congressional district, Montgomery County. Maine, Nixon all the way, carried everything before him, including Senator Margaret Chase Smith and Governor Reed. Delaware, another hairbreadth situation. Kennedy won that one by less than 3,000 votes. And the Republicans won the Senate seat. They took a Senate seat away from the Democrats. They defeated incumbent Senator Freer. Caleb Boggs, a liberal Republican, got in there. Connecticut, the first vote to come in, really started the tide in the East for Kennedy. Connecticut gave a handsome 100,000 majority to Senator Kennedy. However, they lost 2 House seats to the Republicans in Connecticut. And that's about the way it figures now in the East. And I should think, as he thinks about it in Hyannisport, or dreams about it, he's probably asleep now, that Senator Kennedy would probably be very grateful for that strength which he found in the eastern part of the United States. That's the way it looks here, Walter.
Thank you, Charles. Let's check in now with the South and Charles Carroll. Charles?
Walter, summing up the South is pretty easy tonight. Senator Kennedy carried 8 of the 13 states on this board, including most of those with the smallest Catholic population in the country. He carried West Virginia, Louisiana, and Texas, which Adlai Stevenson wasn't able to do, returning them to the Democratic tradition which they deserted to vote for President Eisenhower. Mr. Nixon carried Florida, where the two-party idea seems to be catching fire, Kentucky, and perhaps in protest against Democratic liberalism, perhaps in part against Senator Kennedy's religion, Tennessee and Virginia. And in the 13th state, Mississippi, the voters stood firm against the civil rights plank of both parties, rejected both Nixon and Kennedy, and voted for a slate of unpledged electors by a narrow margin. Senator Kennedy only about 3,500 votes behind. In most states, Senator Kennedy did better than Mr. Stevenson did in 1956. The telling blows were his capture of South Carolina, where the Republicans were sure they were going to win, North Carolina, where Mr. Nixon personally felt he had better than a 50-50 chance, and Texas, which toward the end of this campaign the Republicans were very confident of taking. Every single incumbent running for re-election to the House, to the Senate, or to a governorship in the South was re-elected. The Democrats gained one governor's chair in the South, but the incumbent in West Virginia wasn't running. W.W. Barron, a Democrat, won the governorship of West Virginia. All of the Republican congressmen who represent the South, there are 9 of the 120 representatives from the South as a whole, were reelected. Only one Republican senator or governor was elected on this whole board. That would be John Sherman Cooper, running for a full term in Kentucky. He's the only man on this board we have an elected sign beside who is a Republican. And so in summation, Walter, I suppose you'd have to say that while on the national level the South has shown it can vote Republican on occasion, on the state and local level particularly, the South is still pretty solid.
Thank you, Charles Kuralt, for a noble job. Well done on the Southern Board tonight, even as was Stuart Noben's job in that very tough area of the Middle West, where so much happened on the late hours of this, or the early morning hours of this report. Grant Holcomb on the Western Board, Charles Collingwood, who reported the first signs of the Kennedy trend from his states in the East. On this election night, we have seen some interesting little sidelights in Vermont. The only Democrat who ever served in Congress from that state lost out this time, lost his seat. Connecticut went Democratic for the first time since 1944 in that Kennedy sweep. There was so much interest at the polls that many places people waited 3 hours, we have been told, from across the country to vote. One lady, as a matter of fact, in New York, stayed in one polling booth for 3 hours for fear of losing her vote when the voting machine jammed, and she waited there until it was repaired. We saw some prominent members returned to the House of Representatives. Charles Halleck, the minority leader of the House of Representatives, was returned from his 2nd district of Indiana. From Rhode Island, saw the Republican Governor Del Sesto ousted by the Democratic candidate there. For the first time in one election, 2 women have been elected to the Senate. Margaret Chase Smith, re-elected from the state of Maine, and Maureen Neuberger, who was appointed to fill the seat of her deceased husband, Richard Neuberger, in Oregon, won her race out there against a man candidate. In Arkansas, we saw the defeat of an amendment which would have given local school districts the right to close schools if they're integrated by federal court order, an amendment that had been backed by the segregationist Governor Faubus. It was defeated by the last vote we had earlier this evening by apparently a 3-to-1 margin. At 3:21 this morning, we heard from Vice President Richard Nixon from California, from the Ambassador Hotel, where he addressed still a large crowd of his supporters there at his election headquarters, and did not concede the election, although he came as close to it as a man can. He said if the trend continued as it has at that hour, his opponent, John Kennedy, would be the next president of the United States. And we saw his wife, Pat Nixon, fight back the tears as he made that statement. She almost broke down. However, he went to bed without a formal concession, and there will be none until some hours later this morning, apparently. After that, Senator John Kennedy, without ever appearing before the television cameras, retired, and his news secretary, Pierre Salinger, said that he would make no statement until later this morning, at least 10 o'clock Eastern Time. That's 3 hours from now, but probably later than that, waiting for a statement from Nixon, since 10 o'clock Eastern Time and 7 o'clock California time. And Nixon pointed out that he'd only had 2 hours sleep in the last night or two. He probably won't be up by 10 o'clock. So the statement, the concession may come even later than the 11 o'clock time when Governor Thomas Dewey conceded to President Truman in 1948. It appears now, on the basis of our returns, with 84% of the precincts counted, with Kennedy 29,286,000 popular votes, Nixon 28,422,000, that less than just about 800,000 votes separating the two gentlemen there. The percentage, 51% of the popular vote for Kennedy, 49% for Nixon. The electoral vote, 285 have been declared now for Senator Kennedy. That gives him a margin over the 269 he needed. And for Nixon, 179 electoral votes are actually, that has gone up since then. We have declared Montana and Hawaii for Nixon, and his figure is now 187 electoral votes. There are still the California and Montana votes to be recorded, and also as well, that is the Michigan vote, the vote from California, the vote from Minnesota, and that possibility of an upset in Illinois. But it would take a major upset of all of these states at this point to give Vice President Nixon a victory at this very late hour. Certainly appears that the 34th man to occupy the White House will be 43-year-old John Fitzgerald Kennedy, third-generation descendant of Irish immigrants, the first Roman Catholic to occupy the White House. Only one Catholic has ever tried before, Alfred Smith in 1928, and he was resoundly beaten. But it may very well be now that this puts the proof on the fact claimed by many in the past, that what defeated him was the economic situations at the time, the well-being under the Republicans in 1928, the prohibition issue. He was a wet, and the country was not quite ready to abandon prohibition in 1928. These may have been the factors as much as Al Smith's Catholicism in 1928. At least John Fitzgerald Kennedy will be apparently the first Roman Catholic to occupy the White House. He is shatters precedent on many scores. He's the youngest man ever to be elected to the presidency. Only one younger man ever served in the White House. That was Theodore Roosevelt, who became the president when McKinley was shot in 1901. Also, Kennedy will be the first man with a naval record to serve in the White House. We have had some 18 former Army men from Washington to Eisenhower. We have had 15 presidents who have had no military records. Both candidates are promising statements later this morning, and of course CBS television will be watching for those. The percentage now, 84% of the vote counted, and you see 29,729,000 votes for Kennedy, 29,023,000 for Nixon. So something like 706,000 votes, something about that number, separate the two men. Barely 51% for Kennedy and 49% for Nixon. You've just seen a new figure coming up for Kennedy there. So Kennedy also shatters another precedent when he becomes president of the United States. He will be the first man ever elected, or the second man, rather, ever elected president of the United States, both of whom his parents are still living. The only other man was Ulysses S. Grant, who was elected at the age of 47, back just after the Civil War, in which Grant, of course, was a hero. Incidentally, Kennedy also will be the first native of Massachusetts to serve in the White House since John Quincy Adams back in 1824. Calvin Coolidge was not a native of Massachusetts, although he was governor when he was elected to the presidency. Well, I'd like to say now to some very dear colleagues who have worked tonight in another studio from us here, Betty Furness and Fred Davis. I'd like to tell them good night. Are you over there, folks? Still at this late hour of the morning? Betty? Well, now, I know you're there somewhere because they told me you wouldn't go home without telling me good night.
know I would.
There you are. There you are. Fred still around, or did he call out?
Fred Davis is right here. Come on in, Fred.
Well, I know that you two realize, as indeed I do, I guess we know now that just watching this democratic process in action can be exhausting as well as exciting. Right, Betty?
Yes, I couldn't agree more, Walter. Actually, you know, I wish we could give a gold medal to every viewer who stayed with us through this long night of bringing in the presidential election returns. Of course, we have loved bringing every minute of it to you, right from the start of the first convention. That was 123 days ago. And now we've reached the point where, well, that's about all there is. There isn't any more. You want to wrap it up officially, Fred?
Yes, I would, Betty. Just let me say that Westinghouse hopes its sponsorship of last July's conventions and presidential countdown this fall helped you in your decisions. We hope you found last night's and this morning's election results coverage rewarding. But most of all, we hope that by sponsoring these presidential year programs, Westinghouse has been of service to you. So, good morning from Westinghouse.
I'd like to add good morning from Westinghouse, and from my place in the Westinghouse kitchen, the time has come to say goodbye.
Goodbye, Betty. Goodbye, Fred Davis. It's been a wonderful association since the first convention we covered together back in 1952, and through these 3 convention years, 3 elections, a lot of fun.
It has been, Walter. Bye.
See you later. Bye. We're going to be coming back on the air here from our CBS television news election headquarters in just an hour from now, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, to give you a fresh look at later returns as they have come in. As we've reported to you earlier, we see very little probability now of any change in these figures. It seems certain that John Fitzgerald Kennedy of Massachusetts will be the next president of the United States. This has been Walter Cronkite reporting from the CBS election headquarters. I am advised that that time will be 8 o'clock local time across the country, apparently. It's 8 o'clock at least Eastern Time. That is just an hour from now as far as we're concerned here, when we'll be back with this late look. As I said, Walter Cronkite reporting, thanking all of those here at CBS News who have made these fastest election returns ever in our history, and ever, I believe, in any election reporting history possible. Tonight, the people at IBM, the people at our own computing devices, our 500 correspondents out in the field who have been absolutely splendid throughout the evening and being way ahead, we believe, of any of the other reporting systems tonight to give us these fast returns. Of course, all of our staff of CBS News correspondents and executives, my own assistant here at the anchor desk, Sanford Sokolow, who you've seen occasionally, and even now on the set, just about to collapse and fade away from this scene forever, perhaps. To all of you, thank you very much for giving us the support in our election returns from the CBS News election headquarters. Walter Cronkite again saying good morning.
You have been watching the 1960 presidential election returns from CBS News election headquarters in New York. This program was brought to you by Westinghouse. Westinghouse, where new ideas mean better electrical products for your home, for industry, and defense. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse.
This is the CBS Television Network.